The Casino Queen Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA, is the place to bet on NBA stars this season. DraftKings, the #1 sportsbook for live betting, is live when others aren't. New customers, bet just $5 and get 3 months of NBA League Pass. Plus, score $300 if your bet wins, paid in bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code WMVP. That's code WMVP. Bet $5 and get 3 months of League Pass, plus get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over, Illinois only. Pass through a per wager tax may apply. Eligibility and restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. NBA League Pass auto renews until canceled. Additional terms at dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. Fall's here. Time to upgrade your home before the cold sets in. Chicago Trust Window Works for custom windows and doors that fit your style and budget and help lower energy bills, too. Right now, buy one window, get one free. But this limited time offer won't last. So what you have to do is dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to book your free consultation and lock in your savings today. Again, dial pound 250 and say Waddle.
I always tell people I was the luckiest guy in the world. I wanted to be an Army man or a fireman, and I got to do both. As a firefighter, my job was about saving lives. I never thought one day I would be fighting for mine.
After spending his career answering the call to save others, Ken was diagnosed with ALS. Now he's facing his biggest battle, for more time. For 70 years, Muscular Dystrophy Association has been answering the call to help people live longer and more independent lives.
MDA means to me hope.
MDA is leading the way for people living with ALS, muscular dystrophy, and other neuromuscular diseases by accelerating research, advancing care, and advocating to empower families like Ken's.
I wouldn't be living as good of a life with ALS if it wasn't for MDA. MDA is helping people live stronger and love longer. Learn more at mda.org today.
We are Mercy on a mission. Together we bring hope and healing.
Imagine living with a condition that could be cured by a simple surgery. But there's no hospital nearby, no trained surgeon, and no hope for treatment. This is the reality for millions of people across Africa and around the world. Mercy Ships changes that, bringing free, life-changing care to those who need it most.
There's no other ship in the world that has a cargo of hope and healing.
You see tangible change and futures transformed. We leave people who've been healed, not just physically, but spiritually and emotionally.
Mercy Ships has delivered hope and healing to thousands, and there are so many more who need us. Learn more about our mission at mercyships.org.
People don't realize that glaucoma is one of the leading causes of blindness.
Because there are often no early symptoms, nearly half of those with glaucoma may not even know they have it until vision loss has occurred.
I was diagnosed with normal tension glaucoma in July of 2020. And what we found out at that point was I had already lost 40% of my sight. And you think it only affects people that are, 75 or older, retired, grandparents, and that's not the reality of it.
I didn't think at all glaucoma was going to affect me because I didn't know of anyone that had glaucoma, no one in my family. When you have glaucoma, you can't get back that sight that you lost. And so early detection and treatment is vitally, vitally important.
Don't miss life's most beautiful moments. Schedule an eye exam today.
National Glaucoma Research, a Bright Focus Foundation program, offers free resources and tips for healthy vision.
Learn how to protect your sight at stopglaucoma.org.
To help those who want to be helped, but may not be able to afford it.
That's what PGA Tour winner Grayson Murray had envisioned for a foundation before he sadly took his own life at just 30 years old. His parents channeled their grief into creating the Grayson Murray Foundation, carrying out his vision to help those struggling with mental health and addiction. To donate and learn more, visit GraysonMurrayFoundation.com.
ESPN Chicago, the new home of the Chicago Bears. WMVP, WSHE, HD2, Chicago. A Good Karma Brands radio station. This is Chicago's College Tailgate. Shea Norman and Tyler Aki. Shea and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Good morning on a Saturday. Welcome into Chicago's College Tailgate, presented by Yingling. Shea Norling, Tyler Aki hanging out with you as always on a Saturday morning. Tyler in the great state of Ohio with Waddle, Waddle's hometown. Windy City takeover, Bears and Bengals tomorrow. A lot of excitement. Tyler, how you feeling?
I'm good, man. This is my first time in Cincinnati. I got to say, I am very excited to come back here for a Cubs game at some point because, like, everything about the downtown area here, you've got all the stadiums. It's one of those cities where all the stadiums are right next to each other.
Yep.
So you've got the Reds ballpark, Great American ballpark right there, and then just less than half a mile away, you got the Paycor Stadium, which is the Bengals. There's the hockey arena. So it's like everything is so close together. It's an extremely walkable city. We were talking about it last night. It's kind of like a blend of Indy and Milwaukee, like all together. And then it's right on the river. It's awesome. Big fan of the city.
I've been to Cincinnati a couple times. I went to a Reds game once, and that stadium is like you wouldn't expect Cincinnati to have a really nice baseball stadium. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's like PNC or Oracle, but it is nice. Right on the riverfront. It's easy to get to. The games I went to were awesome back when the Reds were good and the fans were into it. I know they made the playoffs this year, but it was a little fake, if we're being honest. I think seeing a baseball game there would be awesome. I've never seen a football game there. My dad did. He said it was great. So love to hear how that goes tomorrow. But looking forward to Bears-Bengals, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be an interesting game tomorrow. So Waddle and Sylvia will be doing the pregame show from Kitty's, so if anyone's heading out to Cincinnati right now, dude, the amount of Bears fans that have already taken over the city, and it's just Friday at this point. It was a jam-packed bar yesterday for the show, and then I was talking.
I thought he might reconnect there for a moment, but it looks like we lost Tyler just for a minute. But on his point about Cincinnati, I mean, the Bears fans that have gone out to Cincy so far already, my brother-in-law is in town this weekend. My wife is graduating this weekend. I'm very proud to say. I'm super proud of her. So we got a lot to celebrate. But also, my brother-in-law was talking like some friends of his that might be able to come around and hang out and celebrate. Actually, they all went to Cincinnati. Like my brother-in-law's best friend who lives here is a Bears fan, took him and 20 friends, and they're all going to Cincy to see Bears and Bengals. So it's not surprising to me. Tyler, do we have you back?
Yeah, you got me?
Yes, got you loud and clear. I just was saying it's not shocking. I've heard tale of Bears fans already taking over Cincinnati just from here. Like people who might come hang out with us won't because they're in Cincy. So it seems like this is truly a Windy City takeover.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, it was great crowds yesterday. I'm expecting great crowds on Sunday as well. You can just kind of see, like, there's people, like, last night we're just kind of walking around on the way home from dinner, and you see people, like, you can tell they're from the Chicagoland area. Like, we saw a guy in an Illinois State sweatshirt last night. We saw plenty of people at dinner just in Bears gear. Like, you can tell it's Friday, which is – it's crazy that already it's at this point where we've got this many Chicago fans here, and you know it's only going to grow over the course of tomorrow and then ultimately on Sunday, too.
I have one very important question because I know our director of marketing, Maggie Sketch, is on the trip as well. She was posting on her Instagram yesterday from the bar, her food choice. And I need to know that you are a bigger man and you will not take on the garbage known as Skyline Chili.
Oh. Well, did you see what it was exactly?
No. I mean, I know what Skyline Chili is, but I didn't see exactly what she had.
It was Skyline Chili ice cream.
That's
It
disgusting.
was a collaboration with Grater's, and she had Skyline Chili ice cream. So she stopped there at, I don't even know if she got it at Grater's or at Skyline Chili, but she picked one of them up on her way to the bar, and then, like, you know the buckets of beer? She just had the Skyline Chili little, like, wasn't a pint, but it was like a little cup of it just sitting in there so it would stay like frozen-ish. And yeah, no, I did not partake. I have zero interest. I don't think I'm going to be one of those people. I'm never going to have Skyline chili, and I'll be all right with that.
Absolutely. And dude, like all of it's just, to me, gross. The spaghetti noodles, the hot dog, the chili, the mountain of shredded cheese. You are asking for bubble guts. You are asking to spend your day in a compromised situation. I can't do it. Every time I even get a look at it, I'm like, this is disgusting. This is heinous.
There's nothing appealing about it either. And I like spaghetti. I like chili. There's just certain things you don't need together. Like, this is not a peanut butter and chocolate type of situation we're working with here.
No, not at all. All right, I do want to get to college football a little bit because last week, if you listen to the show last week, I spent the first hour plus of the program just burying the sport as a whole because there is so much that I totally detest about where college football is in 2025, and I laid it out. I mean, it's nothing surprising. It's the same thing that seems to bother a lot of people, which is the transfer portal, the NIL, the idea that players just bounce from school to school now, a lack of development, certain schools not taking things seriously, which certainly hurts my ability to be a passionate fan of the sport. The fact that my school is toilet water. I'm in a place of struggle with college football on the whole, and I've expressed that. But I wanted to take a different angle today. I wanted to embrace positivity because there has to be things.
It's rare for you. This is growth.
I know. It's personal growth. Yesterday, Cap laid a trap for me, and I didn't take the cheese. That was personal growth. Today, I'm looking for the positive things in life as a college football fan. And it's all because this is so geeky and almost stupid. But last year, this happened to me, too. It was Tennessee and Kentucky. And this year, it's Tennessee, Oklahoma. And each year now that Tennessee does what they call their dark mode game. It's always a night game at Neyland. They wear the black uniforms, and they just sell this as an event. Think Penn State whiteout, but Knoxville, which is probably a better party college, which for my money puts out the best hype video that you'll see all year. When Tennessee does the like horror theme remix of Rocky Top and does it over like a dark, grim looking Neyland Stadium and goes through their hype video for the dark mode game, Tyler, it has become, I've always been a guy that, like, LSU at night is, bar none, the environment I most want to be in my life in college football. I think Tennessee's dark mode game is starting to top it. Yeah, and Neyland is an environment that's always been near the top for me. Like, all these SEC places, Ole Miss, near the top. LSU, obviously. Neyland has been there. But Neyland specifically in this environment has become the one that, like, I'm going to get to that game. By hook or by crook, at some point in my life, I'm going to get there. And I started thinking about it, and it's one of the great things about college football and one of the few things that hasn't been taken from us, I think, is the environment on a Saturday, the ability to tailgate on campus for the stadiums that are on campus, to party with your friends, to hang out and have a good time, and then you go to the game where you can almost live in this bubble, and especially in the SEC, where big games are played every Saturday and rivalries haven't been taken from us yet. You can live in this bubble for 3 hours in a college football stadium where it is just the pageantry, the tradition, and it feels a little old school. And I think Tennessee's dark mode embodies that a little bit. So I was thinking about it, and I'm going, you know what? I found something I still love. And I wonder if, like, I'll just throw the number out here because I want to hear from fans too, like 312-332-3776. There is a lot to hate about college football, whether it is the state of the portal, the NIL, coaches who seem to just not want to deal with it, the unpredictability of it. I think there's a lot that you might not like, but what do you still love? Because I found one of those things for myself.
I would say it's not something that I still love because it's something new, so it's something that I've grown to love, is some of the dream seasons that some of these teams can have now, and it actually means something. What I mean by that is you get into the playoff and you've got a chance to win a national title. I look at Indiana last year, and what Indiana has now become this year. And I only think that happens in this iteration of college football. I kind of love how we're seeing different schools have their moments in the sun these last couple of years. And it all kind of starts with Indiana, because you look at what Indiana's season would have been 5 or 6 years ago. You're playing in a bowl game that largely means nothing. And I kind of like that the significance of some of these bowl games doesn't mean as much anymore, because you now have a chance to play for a national title. You get into the playoff. That, to me, is something that I've really grown to love, because now all of a sudden you don't have to have these controversies with teams like the UCFs and the Florida States from a couple years ago. You get to have all of these teams who sometimes go undefeated, sometimes put together 11-1 campaigns. They all now have a chance to play for a national title. And you used to not have that in the sport. It used to be you got a pretty good bowl game, but at the end of the day, who really cared about that stuff? It's not participation trophy level quite, but it's just a step above that. And to me, I like the fact that now these teams, if you go out and you have a great regular season, you're rewarded with a chance to play for a national title. It doesn't mean you're going to win one. It doesn't even mean you're going to win a playoff game. But you have a chance now to actually compete and go out and win a national title.
I wonder if Michigan State gets their next hire right, if I'll feel that way more. Because, like, where I sit right now, you know me, I've never really been about the playoff expansion. And I do think for a lot of schools we lost something in the way we devalued bowl games. Not that I'm sitting here telling you, like, the Relia Quest Bowl or the Holiday Bowl, San Diego County Credit Union Holiday Bowl, as it used to be called. I don't know if that's the case anymore. I'm not going to tell you that those were some prestige accomplishments. But for a lot of schools, like the smaller schools in the MAC, not that anybody, again, I'm not trying to tell you people are living and dying with MAC football, but you get my point. Like the non-premier college football programs used to be when you made a bowl game, it meant something, even if it was the start of a coaching career and you won 6 games and you made a bowl. And then you move forward and you make a better bowl. And then, whoa, we're in a BCS bowl, or we're playing in the Rose Bowl. Or like there was real meaning to it.
But even that was kind of dumb, because there was like, all right, this is a Pac-12 versus Big Ten game, right?
Yeah, I know.
This is a Big 12 versus SEC. Like, there were all these qualifiers for these different bowls, and it just made it like, it didn't break my brain, but I just found it extremely, extremely dumb that like certain bowl games could only have teams from certain conferences.
But I liked the tradition of Big Ten, Pac-12 at the Rose Bowl. Like, I enjoyed that. And the BCS fixed it somewhat when the BCS existed, because the Rose Bowl, if the Big Ten champion was playing in the national title game, well, then the runner-up would play the Pac-12 champion, or if it was Big Ten versus Pac-12, play the Pac-12 runner-up. Like, the assignments still worked, and making the Rose, or even Big Ten champion doesn't make the national title game, you still go to the Rose Bowl and it felt like you achieved something. And I get now you go to the playoff, but if you go to the playoff just to get launched out of a cannon, that, to me, does it really change how you felt about your season?
Yes, I would much rather be in a playoff game and get the ever-living piss beat out of me than play in the Camping World Bowl, which was a good bowl once upon a time.
I'm not going to fight with you about it, and I am taking its personal growth. It's all positivity from me today. I'm not going to fight with anybody about the thing that they love. If you love it, it's all fair. I'm ready to hear from you, the fan, the college football fan out there, 312-332-3776. What is the thing in college football with all the things to dislike? And if you're a YouTube TV subscriber, I'm sorry, because that is the biggest thing. TV carriage disputes are probably the biggest thing to dislike. And by the way, YouTube TV customers, get the sports you love on ESPN back, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Act now. Go to keepmynetworks.com to get ESPN back. But it's just, there's so much for me that I don't like about the sport. And I want to know what's out there that people still love. Or even, like Tyler said, something new about it that you've fallen in love with. 312-332-3776. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up. I also have a question for Illinois fans, because that season is over. And we got a whole lot to do. We got picks coming up in the second hour, a parlay at the end of the show, talking college football with you on Chicago's College Tailgate, presented by Yuengling.
In a flash on ESPN Chicago.
Do not, and I mean you, do not miss the Cap and J Hood Show, now morning 6 to 9 on ESPN Chicago. But you're busy. Things happen. We get it. If you have to miss it, you can always listen to the podcast on your time. Find it on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you go to pod. It's brought to you by Republic Bank.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more do. Hey! Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons, Inc., New York, New York.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Spite Electric smart home products make everyday living simply smarter. Add color to your home's exterior with LED outdoor string lights. They're perfect for holidays or get-togethers, and they can be scheduled to automatically turn on or off. View our entire selection of Spite Electric smart home products today on Menards.com. Plus, check out our weekly flyer for other great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Just like a strong offense keeps moving the ball, Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions can keep your company growing. Business checking, treasury management, commercial loans, big business, small business. Republic Bank has everything you need for your business. Our team is here to get you back in the game and moving in the right direction. Experience banking beyond expectations. Only at Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC. Visit ourbankchicago.com today.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Talk about stepping up. Bang! Bang!
It's time to level up your game. Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments.
The electricity is palpable.
Step up your game with no annual contract required. It's the ultimate fan experience. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com. Sign up now.
Now back to the show. Chicago's College Tailgate has it all with Shea and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Welcome back, Chicago's College Tailgate. Shane Orling, Tyler Rocky hanging out with you as we do every Saturday morning right here on ESPN Chicago, presented by Yuengling this morning. Talking about, Tyler, I'm in a bad place with college football in the whole as a sport, and we wanted to talk about the things that we still love, or the new things that we've fallen in love with, and get your opinion on it too, you the listener, 312-332-3776. Also, later in the show, we are going to preview our college football playoff top 12. The official rankings will come out on Tuesday. So we have our top 12, and then we're also going to play a game of contender or pretender with the 12 teams that we will have selected to make the college football playoff. So we'll have that coming up for you in just a little bit. Let's go to the phones, 312-332-3776. Harold and Skokie, bats lead off. What's up, Harold?
What's going on, boys? Man, I look every Friday just to hear you guys talk about college football, man, or just college sports, period. But, see, something I actually do like, I like those rivalry games. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Like, I like those rivalry games, but unfortunately now Notre Dame USC is not going to be playing no more, so it kind of sucks, you know? But, Shea, I got something to tell you, man. And I want to hear your thoughts on this, actually. So you started off with the show with the Tennessee and Oklahoma game. And I believe, personally, that Brent Venables is in a hot seat. So I don't know if he's made it to your chart yet. And the reason why I say that, yes, he has a tough schedule. They started off perfect, but now they're going down the hill. You know, their schedule, I believe they play, I think they should have just won that game last week, but unfortunately, their offense is just looks the same as last year. Defense has improved, but yeah, I want to hear your thoughts about that. And I got a 2-game parlay I want to hear your thoughts about. I'm taking Stanford today, man. Stanford with the 14.5, plus 14.5, versus Pittsburgh, and it's a West Coast game. Come on, man. I'm taking that. And also, I got Iowa State versus Arizona. I believe I'm taking out Iowa State with that minus 7.5. But I want to hear your thoughts. Always looking here to the show. Thanks a lot, boys.
Thanks, Harold. Appreciate it. Good luck on the parlay. I tell you, Stanford's kind of been a little frisky. They're not good, but they're not as horrible as I expected them to be. Tyler, on the Oklahoma front, you know, I had Venables on the hot seat rankings to start the season, and when they started perfect, I cooled his seat off. But look, I'm not even going to say it's his fault. Mateer's been awful since coming back from the hand surgery. Not just like he's working through it. He's been awful. And on the front of could Venables get fired, I don't think that they're going to do it in season. But he's got a new AD who didn't hire him. It's a GM, I believe, at Oklahoma now in the program that wasn't there when Venables got there. It feels like there are a couple things working against him. I think at the end of the season, you could see him go the other way because this was supposed to be a team that could contend in the SEC, and it feels like a team that's going to finish unranked and have another sour taste left in the mouth of Sooners fans at the end of the year.
I will say this, though. I think Brent Venables can explain this away pretty easily to the AD. At the end of the season, he goes, listen, my quarterback got injured. He was playing at a Heisman level, and then all of a sudden, he may have rushed back a little too quickly off a hand surgery, and all of a sudden, this was the hand we were dealt the rest of the way. Now, the GM part doesn't concern me as much because I look at the GM in college sports as being someone who is below the head coach, not like what it is in professional sports. The GM is, for all intents and purposes, kind of an accountant, it seems like. You're figuring out the NIL portion of this. How are we divvying up money? You're handling all of the money side of the program. I don't think that's as much of a coaching thing anymore. In terms of Venables, though, yeah, I really don't think he's on the hot seat. I think he did enough at the beginning of the season to kind of maintain through the season. Now, next year's a different story. Yeah. We'll see what this looks like next year with Brent Venables, but I would be very surprised if he was fired. And it's going to be interesting to see who enters the coaching carousel between now and the end of the year because of what's out there, because of the pool of coaches that are going to need to be hired. If you're Oklahoma, do you want to dive into that pool, or do you want to wait a year and say, all right, now we'll be one of the premier historical great jobs on the market? Because right now, like, you're not better than LSU, you're not better than Florida, you're not better than Penn State. Who knows who else goes into this pool too? And who knows how much money you're going to have to dole out as well at Oklahoma.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point. They made Joe Castiglione the full-time athletic director this past offseason, and I always worry you get a little bit of a quicker trigger when the AD who was employed after you didn't hire you and seasons are going the wrong way. Like, I get concerned. And I feel the way you feel about it mostly. I don't really feel like Venables is on the hot seat, and I think the landscape dictates that it's a better idea to hang on to him for one more season, especially if you start looking at it and going, Some of these new coaching hires might not work. And if Sark doesn't, like, I'm not saying I totally buy the Rossini report, but I don't know that I totally buy the denial of it either. If Sark ends up leaving Texas, then you've got first-time head coaches or new head coaches at LSU, at Texas, at Florida, and suddenly the SEC opens up a little bit at the top where you can look at it and go, if these all need a year, like one of them will probably hit. Will three of them? And if they all need a year and you feel like Venables has started to put something together, then you can hang on to him. Back to the phones. Eddie's on the north side. I'm sure this will be a beacon of positivity this morning. What's up, Eddie?
Good morning. Well, the point is there is no more point for bowl games. All the paid players, they don't play in it. If you're going to look for sponsorship, then the playoff games will be sponsored by, I don't know, sponsors that sponsored the bowl games before. I don't even bet the bowl games anymore. It's like, you know, you guys know what I mean. I mean, you have none of the stars playing, so what is it just for these guys that are leaving college of the last year just to get around and throw footballs around, and that's about it?
Yeah, it's dumb.
They're
It's
JV
just
games at this point.
Yeah, it's the bowl. That's the part of the bowl games that has bothered me. Is like it used to mean something for, and again, whether you watched them or not, true college football purists in some point did. It used to mean something for a school like, I don't know, I'm going to use Buffalo as an example because I'm thinking about it. I got the Bears and then Khalil Mack and then Buffalo, whatever. If Buffalo makes a bowl game, it meant something to Buffalo fans to an extent, and it meant something to the players on that team. And now
But
you
it
just
still probably
say,
does.
Does it? It's hard for me to feel like a bowl game means something to the players on the team when the good players on the team who got you to the bowl are already entertaining the prospects of their next school and in many cases are not playing in said bowl game.
I still think like for a lot of the group of 5 teams, it means something to them. And yeah, like sure, you're going to have the transfer portal, but largely you're talking about a pool of what? 1, 2, maybe 3 guys. And even still, I think some of them still play in the bowl games too. I think it means something to them, but for the Power 4 conferences, it doesn't mean anything to any of those guys.
All right, let's get Lewis and Lyle involved. What's up, Lewis?
Hey, good morning. Love that intro for Eddie, by the way. A complete beacon of positivity like you predicted. But I got to say, like, this is something that's unique to college that will never be replicated, and it has to be the bands and the atmosphere. I mean, I love the NFL. I think that the NFL is a much better product, but college is just always going to be a better viewing experience because of the band. You don't have that pumped-in crowd music. You don't have those like cheap, like, hey, player versus player. Name how many planets there are, or what you find in space. It's a much better atmosphere. It's a much better viewing experience. And you know what? The fans, like the students, are so much more into it than the most ravenous NFL fan. It is remarkable. It is you can't duplicate it. I'm trying to think of a word for being unable to duplicate something, but it's one of the coolest environments you can be in is a college stadium, particularly on a rivalry game.
Yeah, thanks, Lewis. It's the way I felt to start the show. The environments are what I have left to hang on to, and I am. Tyler, I'm going to say something. I hope it doesn't make you mad. Because it's a feeling I've started to come across on. It's something I didn't used to believe, and I do now.
Well, I'll counter with something, too, because based off of Lewis's call, but go ahead.
In the SEC, it just means more. I believe it now. I believe it now. It just means more. Man, there's something, like I'll speak specifically for my hometown, and part of it is the 2 college programs in Michigan are not what they once were right now. Like, Michigan's fine. They're having a bit of a down year. Michigan State is atrocious. And it's 2 programs that there were times in the 2010s that both were vying for spots in the college football playoff. Multiple matchups where both were ranked in the top 10. You know what happened? The NFL team got good, and I feel like people don't care that much anymore. And that's why I've come across to the SEC means more because they don't have NFL teams that they care about. Falcons fans like don't exist. Yeah, like, what are you, a Carolina Panthers fan? They don't even want to play. Like the Panthers fans,
Dolphins,
they canceled
Jags.
the podcast. Right. It's like teams that SEC, the heart of SEC territory, that's the main show in town. And I think that's why those stadiums stick out to me as environments that I want to be in. I want to see before I go. I want to go to the Grove and Ole Miss. What do you like professionally in sports in Mississippi? Ole Miss is your draw. Mississippi State is your draw. It's more cowbell. Tennessee, Knoxville's your draw. Like, same thing, Alabama. Alabama doesn't have a wealth of NFL fans. They got Bama and Auburn. It just means more in the SEC. That's the thing I still love is the environments and the passion of the fan bases in college football.
Well, yeah, there's something to all right, we're going to fly into town into some ridiculous airport that you've never heard of before, and then you have to drive like another hour to get to said campus, and yeah, it's just like middle of nowhere. This is the only show in town. Like, frankly, I went to a school like that where there's nothing else in the greater Syracuse area. Nothing. You got to go 4 hours to go to New York City, 3.5 to Toronto. You can get to Buffalo in about 2. But like in Syracuse, and especially on game days, that is the only thing that there is to do in the area. And there is still some charm to that. I would say like a lot of the Big 12 programs, even though the Big 12 has realigned, it's the same thing. Like, you're telling me there's anything to do in Lubbock, Texas, right?
Yeah.
You're telling me there's anything to do in Lawrence, Kansas? No, there's not. And that's part of what makes that. To me, it's always been appealing to where you've got these only show in town type of deals. Same thing with like some of the schools in Oregon and stuff like that too. Utah, all that stuff. It is intriguing to me on that front. The other part of Lewis's call that I'd actually disagree with, I would not be moved. In fact, I would probably be happy if we just got rid of the bands. I don't care about the
awful
bands.
Take. Are you kidding me?
I don't care about the bands. I don't need to hear a saxophone
no.
or a trombone or something like that for the course of a game. I don't. I find it annoying. I find it bothersome. I don't like it. I don't think it's something that we need in college sports.
I can't. I'm giving up personal growth. That is the worst take I've ever heard in my entire life. That's horrible. And I think, honestly, you're anti-HBCU. I'm just going to put that out there.
What?
Yep, you're
I'm
anti-HBCU.
anti-Ohio State.
Nope, you're anti-Jackson State. That's how I feel. Some of those marching bands, the best in sports. Dude, I am somebody who would go the other way. I would bring marching bands to the NFL. There is nothing that makes a football game feel bigger to me than a drum line. I love it. You get a drum line rocking in the back end zone, the band's into it.
No thanks.
The band's playing third down music. You get the brass involved on third down. Dude, the bands make college football. This is an egregious take.
I don't need it. I don't need to hear your corny alma mater songs.
You're just gonna make me angry. You're gonna ruin the rest of the show. We're gonna take a break. When we come back, we do have to re-rack the program rankings as far as head coaching vacancies because we got a new one. And I want to play you a little audio, and then we're going to go through, rank the vacancies that are available in the Power Four, and we're also going to play a little bit of matchmaker because I was at a dinner last night, Tyler, with some family, and it was me, my brother-in-law, and my father-in-law, and we were all kind of just chatting. They would not stop asking me, what coach do you want at Michigan State? What coach goes where? Who do you think does what? They're asking me about LSU. I want to play matchmaker with the vacancies. I want to figure out what coaches are going where. So we'll do that next. We'll get our top 12 at 10 o'clock. Picks left to talk about. Games left to break down. We got a parlay coming at the end of the show. A lot left to do. It's Chicago's College Tailgate. Presented by Yingling on ESPN 1000.
Shea and Tyler. Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
Tomorrow, the Bears take on the Bengals. Hi, everybody. It's Jeff Joniak along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKee. We bring you the call starting at noon, plus a full day of coverage surrounding the game. From pregame tailgate at 8 to post-game into the evening. This is the place to be on Sundays. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. It's Bears Bengals live from Cincinnati. Kickoff tomorrow at noon on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and, of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Whatever happens today, take it on with a fresh cup of True Brew coffee. Now only $1 with True Rewards. True North Store's True Brew coffee is a hot, flavorful gourmet blend created from coffee beans from around the world. As a free True Rewards member, pick the size that is perfect for you and pay only $1. Don't have the True Rewards mobile app? Find it in the Apple or Google Play Store to download and save instantly. True North Convenience Stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
Chicago's football game day starts with Chicago's College Tailgate. From red shirts to mascots to your school's alma mater, Chicago's College Tailgate has it all. Now back to the show with Shea and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
It is Chicago's College Tailgate presented by Yingling, Shea Norling, Tyler Rocky hanging out with you as we do on every Saturday. And Tyler, the big news of the week. LSU moved on from Brian Kelly after a terrible loss to Texas A&M at home at night. They got drubbed in the second half of that game. Nuss hasn't been good. LSU cut bait. And it angered a lot of people in the state of Louisiana. And I've wanted an excuse to play this audio all week. Did you hear Louisiana State Governor Jeff Landry during a press conference throw the university under a bus and effectively fire Scott Woodward, the AD, who was eventually fired like the following day?
Yeah, he was shown the door. I know exactly which bite you're about to play. Yeah, he was shown the door in this clip.
The accent on this is unbelievable. And remember, this is the governor of a state weighing in on the affairs of the LSU football program.
The first question is absolutely correct. We are not going down a failed path. And I wanted to tell you something. This is a pattern. The guy that's here now that wrote that contract cost Texas A&M $70-something million. Right now, we got a $53 million liability. We are not doing that again. And you know what? I believe that we're going to find a great coach. I mean, maybe we'll let President Trump pick it. He loves winners. You know? I'm not going to be picking the next coach. But I can promise you, we're going to pick a coach, and we're going to make sure that that coach is successful, and we're going to make sure that he's compensated properly, and we're going to put metrics on it, because I'm tired of rewarding failure in this country. and then leaving the taxpayers on the foot, to foot the bill. So, yeah, absolutely.
It's so great. I feel like Bobby Boucher, the water boy, became the governor of Louisiana and started talking about we're going to fire the athletic director at Louisiana State.
The blend of like Southern accent, but also a little bit of Irish in there too for certain words.
Dude,
it's. I feel like I don't even know. It's the crossover episode I was not expecting.
It is so Cajun, the accent. And I also love this idea that, like, taxpayers are left to foot the bill. Brother, taxpayers are not paying off Brian Kelly. And even if they are, his contract gets offset. What are we talking about? Just find your next coach. But it led me back to last week. We ranked all of the vacancies in the power conferences, and now one of the biggest fish has entered the fray in LSU, and I think we have to re-rank them.
Yeah. The way that, this LSU job, it was one that we talked a little bit about. I didn't think it was going to get open, but then you see the way that second half played out.
Yeah.
You got people forget LSU was winning that game at halftime against a top 5 team in the country. They were up 4 points at halftime and lost so bad in the second half that they had to fire their coach. It is incredible.
So the other thing, too, is like on the Brian Kelly front of it, I feel like who he is as a person finally started to play into this. And
Did you see all the Halloween costumes, too?
Yeah, yes, of course. I'm not breaking any news. Like, I'm not telling tales out of school. I think at this point, most people are aware of the scissor lift situation where he got a student assistant killed by going out in 60-mile-per-hour winds at a practice at Notre Dame and saying, buddy, go up on the scissor lift. The kid died. That's Brian Kelly. And then when he got fired, there wasn't any remorse shown from players who took to social media. Nobody was like, I feel terrible for Brian Kelly that it worked out this way, but he's a great coach. He'll land on his feet. It was the opposite, where players were like, this is the worst human being I have ever been around in my career in football. Couldn't happen to a worse guy. Like, people who played for him were like, yeah, there was one guy, I can't remember his name. He's like, I had a medical retirement and couldn't play. And it was when I could play for Brian Kelly, he'd say hi to me in the halls, he'd talk to me, whatever. As soon as I couldn't play, I was nothing, invisible. And he never reached out, never did it. It's like, this guy's a horrible human being. And I do think at a point, like, the success wasn't there on the football field, but also it's hard to be unsuccessful and a bad person who's impossible to work with.
For sure. The preying on the downfall week for Brian Kelly was all time on social media.
It was great.
It was, and for a guy who it could not have happened to a more classic human being, something like this. The way that this whole week has gone for Brian Kelly has just been to a T everything that I think the Brian Kelly haters have wanted, and it's played out right in front of our eyes.
So last week we did the coach vacancy rankings, and we both had Penn State as the number one job. And the ESPN rankings on ESPN.com also had Penn State as the top job. I just went back to the carousel ranking every job piece on ESPN. They now have LSU 1. And I'm curious how you feel about it. Like, is LSU with a bullet a better job than Penn State?
It's tough because it wasn't like there weren't resources given to Brian Kelly. He wasn't hurting for resources. And that's the one thing that when we look at the SEC versus the Big Ten, like, we've always leaned the Big Ten's way in the modern era of college football. But I still think there's something to, if you go to Penn State and you have success there, your path to the playoff is much easier than what it is in the SEC. The SEC, the depth in there and just reputation alone is going to be tough, and you're going to see a lot of teams kind of hang in the teens. I would say the better job is LSU, but the job I think I'd rather take if I was a head coach is Penn State, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think
just because I think you've got a better chance of getting into the playoff at Penn State versus at LSU. At LSU, you're recruiting in a lot of the same grounds as the Floridas, the Georgias, the Bamas, whereas Penn State, yeah, you're gonna compete with like Ohio State and Michigan for a lot of these kids in Pennsylvania, DMV, Ohio, in the state of Michigan itself. You're going to be competing with a lot of those programs, but I don't think you're competing nearly as much with the recruiting grounds that you're going to have to go up, and the competition in those recruiting grounds that you got to go up against down south.
I think the pathway through the conference is a good point. The recruiting stuff, I think, is about a split. Like, as far as roster building goes, both schools are going to have access to resources to hit the portal and take care of things. Penn State has Pennsylvania to itself, and if they are operating correctly, you get into New York, you get into New Jersey, you can get into the DMV a little bit, you have access to Ohio, you have access to Michigan. You got to compete in those states, but you have access. I think Penn State's recruiting, like you just mentioned, they have a bit of an advantage in the Northeast, probably the biggest advantage of any school in the Northeast as far as recruiting it goes. Yeah. LSU has a weird kind of distinct advantage in the SEC. Every other school, with the exception of Georgia, has an in-state, in-conference competitor also farming recruits from your home state. LSU is the only fish really recruiting the best talent in the state of Louisiana. Georgia's the only school in Georgia that is recruiting the top talent. Like, maybe Georgia Tech's a player, but they're probably going to lose their coach. And they're never going to match what Georgia's getting on a talent basis. But Alabama's got to fight with Auburn. Texas has to fight with Texas A&M. All these SEC schools have to fight with in-state opponents. And, I get Oklahoma technically doesn't, but let's be real for a minute. Oklahoma's recruiting Texas as an in-state recruitment. They are, Oklahoma is the state itself, little limited. They're dipping into Texas. So LSU, to me, has a fairly distinct advantage. I think if we're saying which of these two jobs is number one, we're splitting hairs a little bit. But This is 1A and 1B to me.
I would agree with that. I think, and again, like I said, if I'm a coach, I think I'd rather take Penn State. And just for, the future, too, you're seeing all this money that's being dumped into the Penn State program. Even the fact that they're willing to get rid of Franklin shows you how kind of committed they are on the football side to get things right there. So I think I'd rather take the Penn State job, but LSU, I think probably a slightly better job, if that makes sense.
All right, when we come back, we're going to play a little game of matchmaker because I just want to talk through with you where we think these coaches are going to end up, what coaches these schools are going to hire. I have a big take on LSU, and I can't wait to get your opinion on it, but I have a name I want to offer as the next head coach at LSU that I think is a little out there, might be a little surprising, and I also think could be very, very successful. We'll get to that next. A little game of matchmaker. It's Chicago's College Tailgate, presented by Yuengling on ESPN 1000.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
The game is what Sundays are all about. We know what you need. Tailgate. Black & Abdallah's pregame tailgate, tomorrow morning at 8. Get ready for kickoff with Black & Abdallah and all your favorite football-loving ESPN Chicago fans. Black & Abdallah's pregame tailgate, tomorrow morning at 8. Brought to you by Bradley University on ESPN Chicago.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Illinois State University offers more than 150 majors, from accounting to zoology, and we're adding new areas of study all the time, like engineering, sports communication, and data science. Check out all our offerings at illinoisstate.edu/majors and apply today.
ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute, hosted by Danny Acker from Crane Chicago Business, is heard Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and is presented by Chicagoland BMW Centers.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/play.
Now back to the show. Chicago's College Tailgate has it all with Shea and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Make a match, make me a match. Find me a find, catch me a catch. Don't tell me not to live, just sit and putter. Life's candy and the sun's a ball of butter. Don't bring around a cloud to rain on my parade.
Well done, Aiden, bringing up the matchmaker theme as we get into some of these job openings and who we think might take them. I said I have a big opinion on LSU. It is Chicago's College Tailgate presented by Yuengling. Tyler, I wonder if you can guess the name that I am thinking at Louisiana State.
Okay, because I have an opinion on LSU too, and I wonder if we're thinking of the same person. Is it Joe Brady?
Oh, my God, are we in sync or what? Yes.
That's where I think LSU, I think they would be best suited to go that route.
He was the offensive coordinator of the 2019 team, a team that many regard as, if not the best, one of the best in the history of the sport. Joe Burrow, Justin Jefferson was on that team. Jamar Chase, obviously. That was
just look at the roster. It's NFL talent for days.
They had something like 30 NFL players on the roster, and not that all of them got action. Some of them were freshmen, but just to make the point, one of the great teams of all time. Joe Brady got NFL jobs, and it didn't work his first stop, Carolina, but he has rejuvenated an offense in Buffalo that struggled under Ken Dorsey. He turned Josh Allen into an MVP, and he's connected to the university. He didn't get a head coaching gig in the NFL in the last cycle. He was one of the hot names. I think that helps LSU in this situation because you can pull him from offensive coordinator in the NFL to head coach at LSU. The question would be, is it worth moving from the NFL to college with everything that college has become? The NFL right now, you're an NFL head coach or an NFL OC, you're probably working 60 hours a week. College, double it. You're working 120. You got to recruit. You got to recruit your own players. You're dealing with the NIL while watching film, while working practices, while doing game installs. Yeah, you can get a GM and delegate some of those tasks, but I do wonder if there's comfort at the NFL level that prohibits an NFL coach from going to college at this point. That said, if I'm LSU, Joe Brady is the first call I'm making.
100%. 100%. And I just think, too, the only thing that I feel like would hold Joe Brady back from doing that is if there was an NFL team that came calling. But just kind of looking through like the coaching, potential coaching carousel in the NFL, like how many jobs are truly going to open in the NFL? Like I'm looking through, we've seen what, one firing this year?
Miami is going to open.
Tennessee's open. Miami opens.
Did you see what the Dolphins said this week about Mike McDaniel? They fired Chris Greer and then they made an announcement and they're like, we're going to keep Mike McDaniel to the end of the season. I'm like, what is this, a farewell tour? You just told this guy you're firing him, but it's not going to happen until January?
I mean, I'm just looking at the bottom of the barrel of teams in the NFL right now. Like, The Saints, they just hired a new coach. The Jets, they just hired a new coach. Vegas just hired a new coach. Even like Washington's down near the bottom, like third of the NFL. They're not firing Dan Quinn. Maybe the Giants open.
But it's tough to open the Giants.
Probably open. If Cleveland opens, I think Stefanski just gets one of the other jobs.
Right, and Dable maybe keeps his job in New York because Jackson Dart, like he may have bought himself another year. I think you're right. There will be fewer openings in the NFL. The part that gets funky is if Joe Brady is coaching into the first week of February, potentially, that screws up the timing, and then you're late hiring him. You would have to basically, if you're LSU, back channel this and hire him a GM first to start taking care of a lot of the offseason stuff and helping build the staff, and then hire Joe Brady after the NFL season's over, which that feels difficult to pull off and potentially shady, but I think it would be their best option.
Yeah, I the way that I would go if I'm LSU is I'm doing everything. Like, I'm selling the house to get Joe Brady. Because for the caliber of job that you have, unless you can pry Lane Kiffin, which I think is possible, unless you can pry Lane Kiffin, I don't know who else is like available that you're willing to put at that tier of a job right now, that you're comfortable with moving to that tier of a job.
That's the I like James Franklin for certain jobs. I don't like him for LSU, and I don't think LSU likes him for LSU. Like you are hiring in the deepest end of the pool at LSU.
Isn't that just the same hire you just made?
Yeah, pretty much
with Brian Kelly. Like, James Franklin's a guy. He's been to playoffs. He's never won like a conference or anything like that. He's struggled once he does get into these big games. He loses the big games in the regular season, and now all of a sudden you'd be just running it all back at LSU again. It's the same hire as Brian Kelly, a guy with northern roots in terms of recruiting and stuff like that. Like, you're not bringing kids from New York down to LSU. It's probably going to be a little tough to bring kids from New Jersey down to LSU.
Where other schools have looked at, like, Brent Key's going to be a name you're going to hear a lot, Georgia Tech head coach right now. The guy, his name escapes me, the guy, James Madison, pulling another Cignetti. I mean, Cignetti vaporized that program when he left and went to Indiana, and it's been built back up in 2 seasons. He's going to get a job. You'll hear about Willie Fritz at Houston. You're going to hear about the Sumrall at Tulane. There's a lot of names. Sumrall. None of those names are going to play in the ballpark of LSU. LSU has been linked to Urban Meyer, Nick Saban. You bring up Joe Brady. Like, they're fishing in a totally different ocean. And I left Saban out of this. He was of the 2 legendary coaches, Meyer and Saban, who you'd have to pull off a TV desk. Saban was the one I believed could do it because I think Miss Terry would accept LSU as a place to live. And he won a national title there. That does mean something. But he said this morning on game day, I'm happy with my team right here. I'm not going anywhere. Urban Meyer earlier this week said, I don't have any interest in going back to college football. None. Obviously, they could be lying. Not lying, but they could just be representing themselves as best they can right now to do the job they have and end up taking a head coaching job. I just think it's kind of unlikely. So, Penn State, I wonder if we're both in agreement here. Because I think the hire is obvious. I don't have to like the guy, but I think it's a pretty obvious hire.
You going with Brian Kelly?
That's how I feel. It feels like that's the way this is going to fall, doesn't it?
But isn't that kind of like the reverse of what we were talking about?
It's the reverse of the reverse. You just hire the same guy. Yeah.
But no, like, in fairness, though, I do think Brian Kelly has a better chance to have success at a Penn State versus at an LSU. Whereas I think it's kind of the inverse. I think James Franklin would be set up for a little more failure at LSU than he would the success that he had at Penn State. Like Brian Kelly, I think, is very much in that kind of stratosphere there. Other names that I would think of for Penn State, how about Jeff Brom and the job that he's done, going from Purdue.
He's been great at Louisville.
Now at Louisville, he's been fantastic. They're a top 25 team right now.
He's one of those slower risers, too. Like, some guys take the jump from the smaller school to the big-time powerful. He's taken a little time, but he's done well at every stop. I'd love Jeff Brown for Penn State. I was also going to ask, so it's Bob Chesney, the coach at JMU. Indiana did it, and it worked. Now, Penn State's not Indiana. And I think if Penn State had been the team that hired Kurt Cignetti in that cycle, people would have rioted. Like, if a top-tier team had been the team taking that gamble at that time, people would have been furious. But now that there's proof of concept, could Penn State accept Bob Chesney?
Dude, I just wonder if like the Cignetti hire is a one-of-one type of deal.
I kind of feel that way, too.
You caught lightning in a bottle. You got the right one. There's thousands of more times where this fails than succeeds.
But he's a Northeast guy. You bring him in, like he's recruited that area. He rebuilt JMU after Cignetti left it bare. And imagine, just for a moment, and I don't think this happens because I think the Virginia Tech job goes to Shane Beamer, but imagine James Franklin takes the Virginia Tech gig and Bob Chesney takes the Penn State gig. And then you've got a war. The old Penn State coach at Virginia Tech and Bob Chesney at Penn State, and they are gunning for the Northeast. It would be so awesome for off-season content.
I will say, like, I think Franklin, I know you think Beamer, I think Franklin is more suited for Virginia Tech than Beamer is right now.
I agree with you.
Kind of the way I feel.
I think Franklin would be the better hire, but Frank Beamer's got a lot of pull, and Shane Beamer seems more willing than ever to walk back what he said. I'll only ever be Frank Beamer's kid. I could see him going to Virginia Tech. We got to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll wrap this up. The Florida coaching opening is the one I still want to talk about, and then we will get to our top 12s with the college football playoff rankings coming up on Tuesday. A lot left to do right here on ESPN 1000, Chicago's College Tailgate, presented by Yuengling.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Turn things all the way up and find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station. Chicago's College Tailgate. Now back to the show with Shea and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Welcome in Hour 2, Chicago's College Tailgate. Shane Orling, Tyler Rocky hanging out with you. Show presented by Yuengling. We were just talking about some of the head coaching vacancies, playing matchmaker with the Penn State job, with the LSU job. We both in sync said Joe Brady is the guy for the LSU job. Current OC at Buffalo, the Bills, and was the offensive coordinator of that vaunted 2019 LSU team. Penn State, I think it's going to be Brian Kelly, but I'd like them to be a little more bold than that and maybe take a gamble on a Bob Chesney, the guy out of James Madison. It feels like Matt Rule's off the table with the extension at Nebraska. Florida is the one that has become really interesting because Lane Kiffin, Tyler, is the most obvious fit. I don't think there's any disagreement from you on that. I don't think there's any disagreement from really anybody. Lane at Florida feels obvious. The problem would be, is Lane going to leave Ole Miss? Because now you've proven, like, Ole Miss is as locked into the playoff as any team in all of college football, barring
just look at their schedule.
Total collapse. They're going to be in the playoff.
You know what's funny? The only way I think they don't get into the playoff is if Lane's mind is already on another job.
Right. And I heard Saban's comments, and Saban said, what is there to guarantee that LSU or that Florida are a better job than where Lane is right now at Ole Miss? And when Saban speaks about Lane, it means a little bit more to me because of their connection. Remember, when Lane got fired at USC, it was Nick Saban who brought him in and rehabbed his image so that he could be a head coach again. Saban has always taken care of Lane, and they have a very tight relationship. So when I hear Saban saying stuff like, I'd be very careful thinking any job is better than the one you have, it leads me to believe Lane's just going to stay in the Grove. And if Lane stays at Ole Miss, where does Florida turn? Because I don't think Florida is a school that can gamble on a Bob Chesney. I think SEC fans would riot. But you know who they could gamble on, and it may be less of a gamble. Could this be the landing spot for Brent Key? He's only ever coached in the Southeast. He's an Alabama guy.
I could see it. Certainly. I think Brent Key would be a good fit there. Here's the name, though, that I would go after if I were Florida. I would go after Eli Drinkwitz. And I know Aiden O'Connor, our producer today, Mizzou grad, I'm sure he would hate it.
Yeah.
He would hate it to see and to lose Coach Drink. But I think if I'm Florida, I'm going with a guy who knows the SEC, who's familiar with the recruiting grounds and all that, knows the magnitude of the games that he's walking into night in and night out in this conference. I would go with Drink.
It's funny, I was talking with Abdallah this week off air, and I guess him and Chris got into a debate, what's the better job, Mizzou or Stanford, which is the geekiest off-air debate that you could get into. But it raised an interesting point in my mind. And Aiden, I'm not trying to take a shot. Mizzou to me feels like a sneaky bad job if you want to win a national title. Because I did think about it, and I'm like, man, Stanford does feel better to me. Like if Andrew Luck is going to fundraise and get a bunch of money, you get to recruit California, you're in Palo Alto, the destination is great. Stanford to me feels better than Mizzou.
Stanford's got history too. Like
Yeah.
Stanford feels like one of these sleeping giant type of programs where if you get that place right, you could do some damage in what's perennially a pretty weak ACC and go out there and compete to get into the playoff. Boy, is there funding there at Stanford.
No kidding.
I don't know if the same can be said about Mizzou.
So here's the thing. Stanford is an easier path to the playoff, 100%, with Mizzou, middle tier, bottom tier of the SEC. But the other thing is, in regards to Eli Drinkwitz taking another job, he hired an athletic director himself last year. They're currently in the midst of a multi-million-dollar stadium renovation. The board of curators, everyone, he's the mayor. He's the president of the town at Mizzou. Anywhere else he goes, you're getting yelled at by everyone. You have to win. You have to do this. You have to do that. And in all due respect to Eli Drinkwitz, he wasn't great until he gave up the play calling and went out and hired an offensive coordinator to get that offense moving. So, great coach. I agree. Got a program up from the ground, but it's not the end of the world if he goes somewhere else.
Wow, all right. He's kicking him. You hear that? Don't let the door split you, hit you where the good Lord split you. I can't believe it, Aiden. We're just tossing Drinkwitz out like that?
He's calling him the U-Haul himself right now.
No, I'm
He's
not.
packing boxes in the
it
office.
depends who you give the job to after that, but
Willie Fritz, come on down.
He actually has a lot of ties to Columbia, Missouri.
I know he does. That's where I'm saying.
Yeah.
Look, I know he's a little long in the tooth, but if you give these Signetti at Indiana's
forever home, then,
dude, I'm telling you, Signetti at Indiana's the one that I look at and go, you can get away with hiring an older coach if you're going to provide them with the resources to win right away. And if you're talking about Willie Fritz leaving Houston, I think he could bring a lot of his team with him. And he's got ties to Columbia. It makes sense. But the whole reason the Stanford thing got brought up was Abdallah was like, could Andrew Luck go buy Drink? And now that you're putting Florida out there, if I'm Drink and I got Stanford on one hand, we're like, yeah, I'll have the resources and I get to live in Palo Alto, one of the most beautiful places on the planet. I'm going to love my life. However, you got to spend half your year flying to Clemson and Blacksburg, Virginia. I don't know if it makes as much sense as what you're saying, where you get to stay in the conference you've recruited, the conference you know. And yeah, you're living in Gainesville, Florida, but you're still in Florida. Like, Florida makes sense for Drink. I don't hate that.
SEC, they supposed to be SEC.
I think, like, I don't know how much this plays into a decision. We always hear about it in free agency, but, like, tax purposes too, California versus Florida, when you're talking about a big-time salary like that too, like, maybe that comes into the equation as well.
You certainly get to keep more of your money in Florida.
Oh yeah, and you'll probably get a bigger contract at Florida too, right? Like
maybe. I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
Listen, we talk about the SEC and like what are the resources available in the SEC? Like at a lot of these schools, Bama, Ole Miss, Georgia. Like you're not playing on the same playing field as the Ohio States and the Michigans and like the academics, right? However, Florida is one of those SEC jobs where there's resources and there's money. It's like Florida, Texas, A&M, and Vandy are like the big money type of universities that are in the SEC.
Really quickly, before we get to our top 12s, I do also want to ask while we stay in the SEC, because we both think Arkansas is a better job than it's been presented as with the money available. Obviously, the Walton family, you got Tyson Chicken. Like, there's tons of money at Arkansas. And they did the thing with Sam Pittman. You hired the hero. You got to fire the hero. I think there's a world where if they were competitive enough, they could have stuck with Bobby Petrino because of the contingent that is loyal to Petrino. It's not working out so far. This is going to be a win for the AD that you get to just cut bait with Bobby Petrino entirely. But who would be even the name that like this is the school I think that makes more sense for a Willie Fritz type or a John Sumrall type, or if you wanted to get like Ben Arbuckle, the OC at Oklahoma, out of Norman and bring him in. This is the one that makes sense for me. I'm one of those gamble names.
Yeah, I would go with one of these like up and coming type names if I'm Arkansas here, because like, and maybe he's not like up and coming. Like John Sumrall obviously would be an up and coming type of name there, but I wonder about Jeff Brom too. Like we talked about him with the Penn State hire, but let's say Penn State goes elsewhere. Let's say they can land like a Brian Kelly type there. I wonder if you'd go for like a Jeff Brom at an Arkansas where he's this up-and-coming name. You can throw a lot of money at him. There's going to be plenty of money within the program to go out and recruit, and he's going to have resources beyond his wildest dreams of what he had at Louisville or Purdue or anything like that. To be honest, too, like, could you see maybe Brian Kelly landing spot there for Arkansas? Like,
would that not be the football version of hiring Cal?
I was just going to say, I think it's the same thing, and I don't think they hate the what they've done with the football or with the basketball hiring of Cal there. I don't think they'd hate that. And, like, you want to talk about bringing brand name, like brand recognition to your university when you've got Cal and Brian Kelly as your two head coaches of your premier athletic programs, you're certainly accomplishing that.
Yeah, Jeff Brom's interesting. I still think, like, he's a candidate to get a job, but how difficult is it to pluck a guy from his alma mater? It's the same thing that floats up with Brent Key. Like, yeah, he's going to be attractive, but how hard is it to pluck a guy from his alma mater? Brom is the head coach at the school he played at. He started in Louisville. He was the quarterback's coach for 3 years in the early 2000s. He was an assistant at Louisville for a long time. Now he's made his way back, and right as he's building it into something, he's going to bail out. Like, I do wonder if he really does leave.
Maybe he gives it a little more time, you're thinking? Like,
yeah, like if you believe that you can win the ACC home there.
I don't think it's his forever home. And if there's one way to pry someone from their alma mater, it is the blank check that Arkansas would be able to hand to pretty much any coaching candidate.
That is true. All right, when we come back, we're going to give our preview of the college football playoff rankings. The official rankings debut on Tuesday. Much like Carmen and Yurko are the first show to play Christmas music, we are going to be the first show to rank the college football playoff. 1 through 12, and with a contender or pretender label on each of the 12 teams that we have ranked. We're going to do that next. Shea, Tyler Rocky, Chicago's College Tailgate, presented by Yingling on ESPN 1000.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show, brought to you by Tullamore Dew.
Welcome to Fantasy Football!
Set your lineup with Jeff Meller's guidance. Sunday morning at 7, ESPN Chicago.
Great Clips believes veterans make us great, and that's why this Veterans Day they're offering free haircuts to all veterans and active duty service members. Here's how it works. If you served or are serving in the military, simply visit a Great Clips salon on November 11th to get a haircut at no cost to you with your military ID. Don't need a haircut that day? Stop by for a free haircut card to use later. Not a member of the military? Any customer who gets a haircut on Veterans Day will also receive a free haircut card to give to a veteran or active duty military member in recognition of their service. It's just one small way Great Clips is saying thank you for all the sacrifices you as service members make to protect our country. Offer valid while supplies last. Learn more and read giveaway rules at greatclips.com/promotions. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Dynaglow vent-free infrared wall heaters are perfect for supplying indoor supplemental heating. They work with either liquid propane or natural gas and require no electricity to operate, making them perfect for garages, basements, and power outages. View our entire selection of Dynaglow heaters on Menards.com. Plus, you can check our weekly flyer for all the great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Now back to the show. Chicago's College Tailgate has it all with Shea and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Welcome back to Chicago's College Tailgate. Shea, Tyler Rocky with you as we are every Saturday. Presented by Yingling. And Tyler, we've got the college football playoff ranking debut on deck this week on Tuesday. But we want to get out in front of it. So I will explain how this works for the people who forgot. The top 4 seeds go to the highest ranked conference champions. That means I'm getting out in front of this because I know a large percentage of our listener base roots for a certain playoff team. Indiana is not number 2 in my college football playoff rankings preview because right now Ohio State is ranked ahead of them. Now go ahead.
They also do the thing with the rankings where they show you like if you took all the bye weeks and stuff out, don't they show you like where they would be in a true ranking system, 1 through 12?
Like, I think in a true ranking system, Indiana would be 2. Like, I would have Indiana ranked number 2 right now. And if you beat Ohio State in a presumptive Big Ten title, I'll rank it 1. But where it's sitting today and projecting how the field will look, I had to rank Indiana 5 because it's the way the committee does it. They do this dumb nonsense with the auto qualifier, and I'm projecting what the playoff field ultimately looks like. So I went by seeding. Now, if you want to go 1 through 12, we can do that. How do you want to do this?
No, we can just go by seeding.
Okay. All right. So number 1 overall seed today, projected champion of the Big Ten, I had Ohio State, and obviously contender. I haven't seen a team look better than them all year. That said, they haven't been tested since September when they went to Washington, and they passed that test. But they are just playing cellar dwellers in the Big Ten. Today, a dead Penn State team might be their biggest test since Washington.
Yeah, I've got Ohio State as my number 1 as well. I don't think there's much to argue there.
Number 2 by default, because projected SEC champion right now, Texas A&M, where I put pretender. I know that they passed the test at LSU last week. Tyler, I don't buy Marcel Reed in a playoff environment. You can have all that fun with your legs when you're playing LSU's defense, but you start going up against the big boys and you're playing neutral site games and you don't have any advantage of Kyle Field. You're relying on Marcel Reed's legs to get you through because when he tries to win it with his arm, dude, the interceptions he threw last week at LSU were awful. You start throwing those in playoff games, I think you're dead.
I've got A&M too, but I still think they're a contender because it's not just the LSU game where they went out and won on the road. They also won at Notre Dame earlier in the year in a game that was just shot for shot, back and forth. That was one of the most fun games of the year. I still think they don't have much of a test the rest of the way on their schedule. Like they play Mizzou, they play Texas, and both of those games are on the road. But I still think that A&M's a team that can win this thing.
At 3, I have Georgia Tech.
Yeah, same here.
All right, good. Pretender.
I don't think,
Come on.
Pretender.
I love my Jackets, but come on. Whatever SEC team advances.
Although, I will say,
imagine it's Georgia.
Oh, my God. Well, the game at the end of the year against Georgia, I think, will tell a story.
Yeah, but it's in-state rivalry. Like, I would feel worse about them. I'll put it this way. If their first playoff game is against Georgia, I feel like they could win it. In-state rivalry, there's a familiarity. There's a little extra oomph to get for that game. If their
You'd be playing like twice in a month, too.
Yeah, like I would like their chances better there than almost any other matchup. If their first matchup's Bama or Ole Miss or Oregon or Notre Dame, I think you're getting destroyed. Is that fair?
Yeah. I also don't like Bama would be a team like, not to spoil too much here, but like Bama is one of like, in my opinion, the 3 best teams in the country right now.
Agreed. 4, I put Texas Tech, presumptive Big 12 champion for me. I did put contender. I split hairs on it a little bit because I obviously Barron Morton's not great. The offense, it still feels like there's just something that isn't right. But their defensive line is one of, if not the best unit in the country. I think anytime you have a non-negotiable and it's on the line of scrimmage, it's foolhardy to not take that team seriously.
Yeah, so you've got Texas Tech. I think the way that, like, if we were voting it for Tuesday, like, you have to put BYU. Just where they're at right now. I think BYU is the team that I would go with.
All right. Indiana at 5 for me.
Indiana, yep, they're my number 5 too, and frankly, they're a contender.
Firmly contenders. I think they're the second best team in the country. I think they actually have an argument that they're the best team in the country because they passed a test that Ohio State hasn't. Just resume basis. You go on the road to Oregon, you win. Ohio State doesn't have a win that good. I would rank Indiana ahead of Ohio State today. Alabama, I put at 6th. Contender, monolith. Like, they're just awesome. The Florida State loss feels so distant, I don't even think about it anymore. When I watch them, I think they're one of the better teams. I know it got hairy with South Carolina, but they won the game. And that's a survive and advance spot in conference. Bama's great.
Yeah, I think this Bama team, like that Florida State game is such an outlier at this point. You look at the way that they've just kind of handled some of these plucky SEC teams, what they did to Tennessee, what they did to Vanderbilt. It's just, to me, it shows a completely different level of what Bama is. And I think we said it at the time, and I think it rings even more true now. The best thing that happened to Alabama was them losing that first game to Florida State.
All right, Georgia, I have at 7.
Yep, same here.
Look at us. I put Pretender next to Georgia. Is that too much?
No, because I think Georgia's a team that's listen, I want to see what it looks like again for Gunnar Stockton in the playoff. And I'm intrigued because I think he may have learned a little bit of something from that game against Notre Dame. I also just look at Georgia as we'll see what defense we get from Georgia by the time we get into the playoff. But Gunnar Stockton's someone that I would probably want to hitch the wagon to going down the stretch here and into the playoff.
I just haven't seen enough consistency, and honestly, I don't love what I've seen from their defense. The defensive performances on the whole have not been great, and I know that they have excellent quarters. But they're two different teams watching Georgia. You get first half Georgia, where it feels like they could lose to anybody, and they'll play with their food a little bit. And then second half Georgia, like Ole Miss last week, you allowed 1 yard in the real period in the fourth quarter where the game was in the balance. 1.
Yeah.
And again, they got gutted by Trinidad Chambliss, and it was 2 weeks ago, and Ole Miss's offense. And then in the fourth quarter, just flipped a switch where suddenly it's a vintage Kirby Smart defense. I always feel like a team that has to do that is playing with fire a little bit too much. And when you get into a playoff environment, I never trust it.
And that's fair, but what if we do just see that gear from the time the playoff starts until they get to the national championship? You know that they have that in you, and for them to deliver like that in crunch time, I get that when you're it's a dangerous game to play. You are playing with dynamite at that point, but just knowing that they have that gear in them, and when these games obviously are the highest level of importance, I think that you can kind of see Georgia flipping that switch at times in the playoff too.
All right, at 8, I had Ole Miss.
Same here. I think we're pretty much in lockstep.
It feels that way. I put Pretender for Ole Miss too.
You know, I would lean the Pretender route here, but I do think they win a game in the playoff.
Well, yeah, they'll probably get a home game. I don't think anybody's going to the Grove and beating them, especially when you get to the teams that it would be. Nobody's going to the Grove and beating Ole Miss in the first round. But once you start playing the second round games, I don't know if I trust them anymore.
There is one team that I think would beat them in the Grove. They're a little bit further down on my rankings.
I know who it is. We'll get to them. Okay. I know who it is.
All right.
But it's I love Lane Kiffin. I love Ole Miss. I don't think they have the top talent that other teams have. You got a D2 transfer quarterback playing who wasn't supposed to be your starter. He's been great, but I feel like that has to come to an end at some point with Trinidad Chambliss. You start playing playoff games, I got questions. I put Oregon 9.
Yep, that's where I got Oregon too. I think Oregon could be a contender and just ride the right arm of Dante Moore.
I put Pretender and I put Little Game Lanning. That's exactly what my notes say. I'll believe it when I see it with them. I'm done putting any type of label on Oregon as some juggernaut just to see them get punked when they go up against a real team in a playoff game. At 10, I have the team that I think you believe could beat Ole Miss in the Grove. Notre Dame.
Okay. Yes, that is the team. I have Notre Dame one spot lower. Right now I have Miami. You've got the head-to-head win over Notre Dame. I don't think you can put Notre Dame ahead of Miami right now.
That's
just based
fair.
Off of that.
I think part of what I'm leaving Miami off, and I think part of my calculus is I don't buy that Cristobal's going to make it in. I don't.
So yeah, if you're future projecting, the way I kind of attacked this was through the lens of this is what I think, this is how I would vote on Tuesday. Also combining what I think is going to happen today. So I'll spoil it here. Notably, I'm leaving off Vanderbilt because I don't think Vanderbilt wins today.
Yeah, if I had to vote,
but if they do, then Vanderbilt's probably 10 for me, maybe 9.
Yeah, voting today, I put Vanderbilt 11. But I also put Pretender. I mean, come on. There's a fun stat, by the way, on Diego Pavia. And we'll get to it in the picks. I think I'm worried I might be walking into something. You know the last time Diego Pavia had a 200-plus yard passing game against a Power 4 conference opponent? It was 12 games ago.
Oof. He hasn't had one this year.
I don't know how they're winning all these games, but you start looking at it, you go, wow, they really do rely on the running and his legs and a lot of the like miracle chunk plays. It feels unsustainable. They keep pulling it off, but it does feel a little unsustainable. By the way, I want to go back to Notre Dame quickly. I put contender ? Because the start of the season was so bad. But now they're just beating the brakes off anybody in front of them, and I feel like we're speed running what last year was.
Yeah, it's the same old drill that we saw last year. Now, I don't think there's been as many challenges along the way as there were last year. That would be the one thing that I would maybe lean towards more of the pretender side. But I do think, like, Marcus Freeman has certainly shown his worth in the sport. The defense is not what it was last year, which is maybe why I hesitate a little bit. And I don't know what you're going to get out of C.J. Carr in some of these games. But you do know that you're going to have arguably the best run game in the playoff when you've got the two backs that you do. So I'd lean pretender for right now, but they have a chance to prove me wrong.
And then group of 5 automatic qualifier, we agree, would be Memphis?
Yes.
Which, go figure. I mean, South Florida started the season with 2 ranked wins, and Memphis ends up the team now in Week 10, where you look at them and go, they're going to be the Group of 5 team.
Yeah. I wonder, too, like, just based off of resume, if somehow, like, South Florida ends up being the team that gets in just off of resume. Because how many losses do they have now?
Well, their problem is going to be they have a head-to-head loss with Memphis.
That's true.
In conference, which that kills you. They have to now win out and then beat Memphis in a playoff or in a conference title game.
Conference title, yeah.
3-1 in the American, 6-2 overall. Their only pathway in is winning that game at the end of the season. Where I don't know if they're going to be able to. And the other problem, dude, watch out because Navy's 5-0 again. Like, does Navy just bully you out of the American Conference Championship game?
Oh, boy. I don't think so, right? Like, we're going to see Navy go into one of these games and just get blasted.
Yeah, but the game they'll get blasted in, I mean, maybe Memphis just steamrolls them. They've got North Texas today. Notre Dame, they'll get blasted,
That's
but
a
it doesn't.
game.
Sure it is. Notre Dame doesn't matter for their conference standings. Then they get South Florida. Then they get Memphis. Then they get Army. Like the South Florida and Memphis games are probably L's for Navy.
Yeah, and then you're not going to be the highest rated Group of 5 team if you have 3 losses.
Yeah,
either,
it's impossible. Even if you win the conference, it becomes almost impossible. Like Memphis would still probably go in ahead of you. All right, when we come back, we will get to the picks. We still have a parlay to put together at the end of the show. We're going to do all of that coming up. Shea Norling, Tyler Rocky, Chicago's College Tailgate, presented by Yingling on ESPN 1000.
Shea and Tyler. Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
2 men, Pat Boyle, Barstool Chief, ice in their veins, hockey in their hearts.
Aww.
ESPN's The Hockey Show is back, ready to rock the rinks with Chicago's best hockey knowledge. Brought to you by Chevy Drive Chicago. The Hockey Show, Wednesday night at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Whatever happens today, take it on with a fresh cup of True Brew coffee. Now only $1 with True Rewards. True North Store's True Brew coffee is a hot, flavorful gourmet blend created from coffee beans from around the world. As a free True Rewards member, pick the size that is perfect for you and pay only $1. Don't have the True Rewards mobile app? Find it in the Apple or Google Play Store to download and save instantly. True North Convenience Stores. Fast, friendly, clean.
Is your roof underperforming? Saggy shingles, leaky spots? Sounds like someone needs a little Evandale Roofing. They don't just patch things up, they go all the way. Tight, sealed, satisfied. It's the kind of roof that'll have your neighbors going,
now that's a roof.
Evandale Roofing. They get on top so you don't have to. Call now. Your house deserves it.
A certified GAF roofing installer.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code STATION25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code STATION25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code STATION25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State with 10 minutes left in the second quarter. Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Chicago's College Tailgate has it all. Now back to the show with Shea and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Welcome back to Chicago's College Tailgate, presented by Yingling, Shea Norling, Tyler Aki. Before we get to the picks, about 30 minutes, you're going to get Peggy and Dion. The ladies have the day off. Jeff Meller, Pat the designer, will be in for them, taking it at 1 o'clock. White Sox Weekly, 1 to 2. And then Georgia, Florida, the world's greatest cocktail party right here on ESPN 1000. At 2 o'clock, World Series Game 7 will follow that. But right now, on Chicago's College Tailgate, it is time for the picks. All right, Aiden, you have the slate of games for us.
Gentlemen, no such thing as a bad week in college football.
All right, let's just
let's just go with it.
You can take it on your side if you'd like to.
Yes, sir. All right. So, first game. This is a spread that, looking into the season, was not going to be obviously as big as it is today. Penn State on the road at Ohio State. The Buckeyes laying 17.5 at the shoe.
For me, it's got to be a lean to Ohio State. Penn State is dead. There is nothing there. The coach is gone. Their quarterback's dead. Like, what's left to play for? I worry about the quit factor, but the total is like in the mid-40s.
45.5.
And I wonder about Ohio State covering 3 touchdowns in a game that has that low of a total. Plus, does Ryan Day really want to put his boot on the neck of an interim head coach? I don't know if I buy that he's
I think he might.
Trying to blow him out. I would lean Ohio State. I'll pick Ohio State.
Yeah, I'm going to go Ohio State as well in this game. From everything I've heard from the select few Penn State fans in my life, a lot of them were planning to travel to this game. All of them have canceled said plans.
Wow.
It's going to be all Buckeyes in this game.
All right. Aiden?
Another game at 11 a.m., a big one in the SEC. I called it an elimination game for Vanderbilt yesterday. Texas hosting Vandy, the Longhorns, favored by 3.5.
I'm probably going to be wrong here, but I'm going to go with the team I've loved all season. They've become a bit of a sweetheart for me. I like what Clarkley has done a lot. I like Diego Pavia, even though he doesn't get 200-yard passing games against good defenses or against Power 4 teams. I might be walking into something, but I'm going to take the points with Vandy.
Yeah, I'm going to be on the other side of this one. Vanderbilt last week was not impressive to me, just narrowly skating by that Mizzou team. And I think now you go up against a Texas defense that I know they stumbled a little bit last week at Mississippi State, but this is a Texas team that finally gets back home. You know, they have not been home since September. They have either played road or neutral site games the entire week of, or the entire month of October. They finally get back home. I like Arch coming back. I think he's starting to play just a little bit better. Certainly played better in that second half against Mississippi State. I'm going to go with Texas here to cover.
Thank you, Sam Ellinger. I was just going to ask you, Tyler, is it better or worse that Arch Manning is available today for Texas?
I think he's going to build off of what happened in the second half against Mississippi State. I know he got taken out of the game with the concussion issue, but I think he's starting to put together a little bit of something.
All right, Aiden?
By the way, I don't think it matters. I think it's all about the Texas defense in this one. I think
I would largely agree with that.
That
too.
front seven, and Vandy's going to have to rely so much on the run. I know. I really feel like I'm walking into something, and I'm picking with my heart more than my head here. But I'm taking the points with Vandy.
This one intrigues me. Another 11 a.m. game. I don't know if it has the same giddy up for you guys. SMU hosting Miami.
Well done with giddy ups.
I didn't. You know what? I didn't put 2 and 2 together.
That was a pun not intended, but it worked very well.
Not intended. Miami laying 9.5 on the road.
I don't know how much it matters because I think SMU stinks. But do you know this is the first time all year that Miami is leaving the state of Florida? Every game that they have played this season has been in state. They are finally in week 10 leaving the state of Florida. I'm going to take the points with SMU and the Pony Express.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll with Miami in this game. I was just kind of like pinpoint. I was going through Miami's future schedule for the rest of the year, and I've found the game that they're going to inevitably lose and ruin their playoff chances.
Oh yeah,
it's Pitt, the last game of the year.
Dude, Pitt
is going to be the one.
People, if you're not paying attention either, Pitt made a quarterback change. They've been on fire ever since. It's going to end up saving Narduzzi's job. Pitt's a real
Once
chance.
Again.
Yeah, I know. But they got a real chance to win the ACC. They could end up in the playoff.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, who needs a cocktail?
That's the game I'm pinpointing.
Georgia laying 6.5 in Gainesville.
6.5,
right?
Sub 7.
That's I don't get it. I feel like it should be more. I'm walking into a trap.
Every GD week, we get Florida and this number against a good team. Every week, it's 6.5 to 7.5 with Florida against somebody good. And every time I've taken Florida, they've lost. Often because they just either it was 5 turnovers by Lagway at LSU or whatever the hell you want to call the Miami game. It was awful. And then I bet against them, and I won. So I'm going to stay with that process and just spite bet against Florida. I know there's the new coach bump, but bye week to offset that where you don't get the energy right away. I'm going to take Georgia.
Yeah, and I'm with you. I love Georgia in this game. I frankly think Georgia blows them out. And the bye week thing that you mentioned there, it's not just that you're not getting the new coach bump, but on top of that, too, you've got guys that it's CYA mode for that entire week. It is, all right, all these assistant coaches that are there, I'm looking for my next destination. All the players that are there, I'm looking for my destination. It's not like Billy Gonzalez, the guy who they moved from interim to head coach here, or from a wide receivers coach to the interim head coach here. It's not like he was the Marcus Freeman of what Notre Dame was when Brian Kelly was there, where he was an elite recruiter and all these guys are going to rally around him because he's the new head coach. No, that's not the case here. I don't think it's going to happen at all, especially in the new college landscape. You heard all the stuff about North Carolina and their bye week. You've got everyone trying to save face at that point. I think you're seeing a lot of the same stuff happen at Florida this week, and it's why I love Georgia.
All right, moving into a game later in the day today, Georgia Tech on the road at NC State. 4-4 NC State. Georgia Tech only laying 4.5. What do we think, fellas?
Dude, the line is screaming something weird at you, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's a desperate Dave Doran. It's a desperate NC State. Maybe trying to win one for the Gipper here. I don't have the balls to do it. I'm going to lay it with Georgia Tech.
I will say my brother went to Georgia Tech, big Georgia Tech football fan. He's frightened for this game today. I feel like if the fan base is daunted for a game like this, then maybe we should be too. I'm going to go on the other side and take the Wolfpack.
All right, best of luck. Frankly, the Wolfpack's side.
I wouldn't play the game,
I'm not going to root against Georgia Tech. Yeah, I wouldn't bet the game either. All right, Aiden, keep it going.
6:30, ABC, Oklahoma Sooners in Knoxville at the Tennessee Volunteers. Vols laying 2.5 at home.
Yeah, I don't like this game. I love this game. What I've seen from Oklahoma since the John Mateer injury is just bad. And I think as good as their defense has been, it might be a little overvalued, especially on the back end. You know what Heupel likes to do? Verts. And Joey Aguilar is a quarterback who has been solid this season. 18 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, north of 2,300 yards. The Heupel offense is fun. You're at home. It's dark mode in Knoxville, one of the best environments in college football lately. I'm all Vols here. Oklahoma pissed me off last week. They lost me money. I'm going with Tennessee.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite games of the week. I love Tennessee as well. And like sneaky, I don't think Oklahoma's defense has been nearly as good lately either. And so when you're a team that's predicated on defense and got the bump of the quarterback and now you're getting neither of those, I love Tennessee this week.
All right, last one. College game day is there right now. Cincinnati, 7-1 on the year at Utah. The Bearcats are getting 10.5. It seems like too many points.
I know. I think when you see a lower-ranked team getting favored the way that Utah is, you kind of got to ride the lightning on it. And Cincy, I don't buy is all that real. I've never liked Brendan Sorsby. I know he's having a good season. I didn't like him in Indiana. I don't like him now. I think they're a little bit fake. And Utah at home, you get the altitude advantage. Whittingham in these spots, the thing it's going to depend on, and you might not know until 90 minutes before game time, is Devin Dampier going to be fully ready to go, Utah's quarterback? If he's not, I would never bet this. But if he is, I would fly Utah minus 10.5.
I'm going to go the other way here. I am in Cincinnati, and I got to say, I didn't know what kind of like college town this was going to be like. Like, how much do they enjoy their college football?
Oh, Salt Lake?
No, Cincinnati.
Oh, I see. I see, because I forgot you're there. I thought you were talking about game day. Go ahead. Yep.
Boy, every bar that I've been to and walked by, they all have UC flags in them. It's amazing, the flags that you see in some of these bars. You see UC, you see Ohio U. I've seen a lot of Northern Kentucky flags at a lot of these bars. This city loves their college sports, and I'm excited to be watching this game. I'm sure I'll be surrounded by a bunch of UC fans, so I'm going to root for Cincy, and I'm going to pick them as well.
10-15 start for you. Brutal.
Yeah, is what it is.
that is brutal. By the way, game day at Salt Lake this week, I imagine, to beat the we only go to SEC locations allegations.
Well, that's why YouTube TV dropped them. They didn't go to an SEC.
Bob Iger had enough.
He was done.
Disney said we need more SEC schools. You go Big 12, we're done with you. Utah, yeah, I like the Utah side here, laying the 10.5. All right, that'll do it for the picks. When we come back, we're going to craft the parlay, wrap things up right here on Chicago's College Tailgate. Shane Orling, Tyler Rocky. It's presented by Yingling on ESPN 1000.
Chicago's College Tailgate returns in a flash on ESPN Chicago.
Tomorrow, the Bears take on the Bengals. Hi, everybody. It's Jeff Joniak along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKee. We bring you the call starting at noon, plus a full day of coverage surrounding the game. From pregame tailgate at 8 to post-game into the evening. This is the place to be on Sunday. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. It's Bears and Bengals live from Cincinnati. Kickoff tomorrow at noon on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
It's fall again, and that means football, falling leaves, cozy fires, and of course, a fresh haircut at Great Clips. Whether you want a whole new look for the season or just a trim on a cut you already love, the skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to bring it to life for less. With convenient online check-in, you can add your name to the list and stop in whenever it works for you. They'll even send you a ready next text when you're up next for a haircut, so you can get all of your fall errands done rather than waiting in the salon. Once your cut is finished, the friendly stylists at Great Clips will save the details in clip notes so you can get the look you love every time you come in. And the best part? Great Clips' everyday affordable prices means you'll have money left over for fall fun as well. Look your greatest for the new season. Download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh fall haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Insulate your home and save on energy costs. Owens Corning Pink Foamular insulation panels are moisture resistant and can be used anywhere, including walls, attics, and basements. Foamular insulation panels are available in multiple sizes to fit your project. Visit Menards.com to shop all foam board insulation. Plus, check out the weekly flyer for great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yingling Hotline.
Yingling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yingling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. Trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
Now back to the show. Chicago's College Tailgate has it all with Shea and Tyler on ESPN Chicago.
Wrapping things up here, Chicago's College Tailgate. Shane Orling, Tyler Rocky, presented by Yingling. And a reminder, YouTube TV customers, get the sports you love back on ESPN, including college football, college game day, Monday Night Football, NBA, college basketball, and more. Act now. Go to keepmynetworks.com to get ESPN back if you're a YouTube TV customer. There are alternative options out there for you today if you are and you're struggling to find ways to watch college football. I have certainly found alternative ways to watch college football this weekend as a former YouTube TV customer.
So you ditched it.
Yeah, dude, I'm just like Carm kept saying yesterday, I'm not picking sides in this debate, and I'm not like, which mega corporation is most looking for your interests? Like, whatever. I, as a consumer and somebody who used YouTube TV, I just grew tired of. It feels like every month there's another contract debate and another carriage disagreement and another you're going to lose this channel. I just got sick of dealing with it, so I made the switch. And I'm going to have the multi-view up on ESPN Unlimited, and I got ways to watch the other games that I need to watch. I'll figure it out. It's the way it's going to be for me.
Good luck to you.
But it is.
Good luck to you.
It's admittedly a pain in the ass. Like, all of this is just a pain. I do miss cable. Like, there is a part of me that thinks... There's a part of me that thinks I'm just going to go back to cable at some point.
Wasn't it part of your HOA?
Yeah, I was forced to have cable, and I hated it because... I'm not going to name the provider that they made us use, but the provider they made us use, I thought it was terrible. So I had to use it because it was lumped into the HOA, and then they got rid of it. And I'm like, finally, I can save some money and get YouTube TV. Every month, it's some new carriage dispute. And at some point, I'm like, I'm just going to go back to cable. Cable seems to keep it pretty simple. And now some of the cable providers have the multi-view. Like, the biggest reason for me to stay with YouTube was the convenience of the multi-view, and finally this year the availability. You can just mix and match whatever channels you wanted. But now, if you're not going to have ESPN, what's the point of having multi-view?
Yeah, what are you even multi-viewing?
I'm going to watch the Breeders' Cup. I'm going to get a screen. I'm going to get like the Fox game, the CBS game, the Breeders' Cup, and local news. That's going to be my multi-view. No Georgia, Florida for you. Sorry.
Cool. FS1 game, whatever's on there.
Right. Yeah. I'm going to get the CW. I'm going to get the best.
A terrible ACC game.
The best was walking into your house one day and seeing the multi-view where the bottom left corner was HBCU Go, and we're like, what? Oh, we're. That's what we're watching. This is like now you don't even get ESPN. I don't know what the value is. So I made the move. I made a decision as a consumer. That's the side I'll always be on. I found a way to save myself a little money. Competitors are offering some things. YouTube TV competitors are offering some things. So there's opportunity out there. But if you are a YouTube TV customer and you're married to it, keepmynetworks.com. Get your ESPN back. I don't know how you'd survive today not watching college football. I don't know what you do on a Saturday when it's cold out if you can't watch college football. All right, all that said, it is time, Tyler, to get to our parlay. Usually we are in the same room and we're able to discuss this. I don't have any idea where anybody's going. So who would like to lead this off? Because I have a few options. So I'll let the two of you, Tyler and Aiden, take the lead here, and I will work with the scraps if either of you take some of my plays.
All right, I can lead us off with this here. I'm going to go with Tennessee minus 2.5 against Oklahoma. It's one of my favorite plays of the entire week. I think Tennessee.
Beautiful. Just priceless timing. We got at least the play in. Tennessee minus 2.5 for Tyler as his parlay leg. All right, Aiden, what do you got?
I hate everything in college football today.
Good.
I'm taking the Dodgers.
Oh, no. Don't do that. No.
Let's do it. Why not? Let's have some fun.
No, you're one of the greatest villains of my life now. I'm rooting for America's team, the Toronto Blue Jays, to beat the Dodgers tonight. And you're going to throw the Dodgers in my parlay?
Yeah, let's hit it. It's free money.
What do you mean it's free money?
It's free money. Oh, boy.
That's famous.
Hey, I gave you
words.
Memphis last week as a 7.5-point dog, and that hit.
Boy, and you should have heard some of the things coming out of Shea's mouth. He's MFing you the entire time. He's just like, oh, he's in the parlay now, and he's going to give us a loser because Memphis was down so much.
Yeah, and then they came back. Credit to Aiden. He had a great play for us. Memphis hit. I don't want to put the Dodgers into the I don't want to root for the Dodgers.
It's too late. It's already done.
Aiden, you're killing me. Oh, my God. All right, fine. I'm going to take Kansas State getting 7.5 at home against Texas Tech. There's just something about this Texas Tech team. I know they have an excellent defensive line, maybe the best in the country. They went out and bought it. But the offense, I haven't bought all season. There's just been something inconsistent about it. Obviously, they've struggled with the quarterback carousel. Baron Morton's been hurt. They've had to run with their backup. Now their backup's hurt. And if anything happens to Baron Morton, who's dealt with injuries, then you got problems. And I don't know where you go at that point. Not saying I'm playing this because I think there's a chance Baron Morton might not finish the game, just more because they might be a little compromised offensively. And going on the road to Kansas State, a team that's still being lined with somewhat a level of respect where they were preseason when they were the favorite to win the Big 12. And I like betting Kansas State when they're in the Little Apple. So I'll do KSU plus the 7 against Texas Tech at home. All right, that'll do it for the parlay. Tennessee laying 3, Kansas State plus 7, and for some reason, the Los Angeles Dodgers. Thank you, Aiden.
They picked it on game day as well, by the way. So it's college football.
They picked it on game day?
They did.
Yeah, I saw them pick it on game
ESPN
day.
Doesn't even have the World Series.
I know. Hey, it's Game 7, man.
Okay. All right. We got the Dodgers, Tennessee, and Kansas State, and that'll do it for us right here on Chicago's College Tailgate. You got Pat the Designer and Jeff Meller coming up. They're in for Peggy and Dion. Thank you to Aiden O'Connell producing today's show. It is Chicago's College Tailgate presented by Yingling. For Tyler Rocky, I'm Shea Norling. It's ESPN 1000.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown." Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me.
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
This is Courtney Cronin, talking with two of Chicago's top personal injury lawyers, Julio Costa and Anthony Iavone of Costa Iavone.
See that? The name works. Keeping it simple.
Well, of course, it's your last names.
But the real point is that we can keep it simple because we are Chicagoans and our clients are Chicagoans. We know the city and we have a strong sense of the Chicagoland clients we represent.
And that puts them at ease right from the start.
Bingo. Bottom line, we get you, and we're here when you need us.
Costa Iavone. Keep our number in your phone.
708-4 million.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Hey, ladies! Get funky.
The 2-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Ohtani gone to begin the game, and there's one away. They're loving it inside Rogers Center. The right-hander ready and deals. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Gausman pumped up as he makes his way off the mound to the Blue Jays' third base dugout. He strikes out the side. All in no strikes to count the pitch. Swing and a ball lifted down the left field line towards the corner. That one is fair. Into the corner. In to score is Edman. Ohtani will stop at third, and Will Smith delivers. And the Dodgers have the lead. It's 1-0. So again, they're all loaded up, 2 down. Gausman, the 1-2. Swing and a line drive, base hit left field. Ohtani in to score. Smith on his heels. Throw to the plate, too late. Will Smith is in. Mookie Betts comes through, and the Dodgers have jumped out to a 3-0 lead. Bring her back in. Here's a 3-0. Swing and a ball drilled out towards right center field, and a touchdown for a hit. Barger in to score. Springer into first. It's an RBI single. George Springer, he's seeing stars. He's in so much pain, but he comes up with the RBI hit, and the Jays are on the board. Wow, the pitch. Swing and a line drive left field. Hernandez charges, makes the catch. Throw back to second. Out at second, and it's a double play. And that ends the game. Barger caught off the base. They're going to review it. Hernandez charging in and fired in one motion to second, and it was collected by Rojas brilliantly.
The Dodgers push the World Series to the limit. Game 7 tonight after last night's Game 6 Halloween win. I'm Jeff Meller along with Pat the Designer. We're in for Peggy and Dion here this Saturday afternoon hanging out with you. And listen, when you get the two best words in sports, as they like to say, Game 7, that is going to take a little bit of center stage on Peggy and Dion. I know we're in football season. We roll up our sleeves. We talk a lot of Bears and Bengals. I promise you we will do that. We'll do a little bit of Bulls, maybe some Hawks. But we have to kick things off with the World Series, which will go to a Game 7 as the boys of summer push on into November, Pat. What theater, what drama last night in Toronto, north of the border, as the Dodgers force a Game 7.
It was beautiful. I mean, it is everything that you've wanted to see in this World Series. It's what I think some surprise when Toronto actually punched through, but It's what you hoped you would see in this series, and it has been, Jeff, a battle of sometimes the big bats come out to play. Also, sometimes we're going to lock down defensively. There's times where this is going to be a pitching duel, and you're going to have to try and grind through this. Like, this has been arguably, if not the best postseason in the last 10 years for baseball here. And I think we're getting a Game 7 in a situation that's kind of the cherry on top for just series after series of some of the best stuff that we've been able to see. I love the fact and on top of that, you've got your biggest stars on this stage. It's not, I know we all love the fun Tampa Bay. They make it to the World Series. We love the fun small
plucky
market.
Diamondbacks,
the plucky
everybody likes to get
Diamondbacks,
behind.
you know what I mean? Where you got everybody's in on that. But when you got your stars center stage performing, Game 7 tonight, I know it hasn't been announced, but it's got to be Shohei Ohtani on the mound here.
There's no
to
doubt.
close things out. Like, that's what you want to see. I love everything about this.
No, it's been fantastic theater here in not just the World Series, but the postseason as well. You're absolutely right, Pat. And I think about it, you're right. The stars of the game, including the biggest star we've ever seen play the game of baseball, that's undeniable at this point, Shohei Ohtani.
Thank you for being on board with that.
Listen,
I got people arguing Babe Ruth with me up and down, like you saw him play.
That's
like you were tapped into those Babe Ruth World Series minutes.
No, that's absurd. It's undeniable at this point, Shohei Ohtani, what he's done in his career now. It's the only thing that was, I think, that slowed the conversation, Pat, to be honest with you, is the fact that Shohei Ohtani, even though he was playing baseball in Los Angeles, the second biggest market in America, he was playing so in anonymity with the Angels.
Yeah.
And now he goes to the Dodgers. They win the World Series last year in his first season with them, and now they have a chance to repeat after forcing a Game 7. Those highlights, of course, heard right here on your home of the World Series, ESPN 1000. Boog Sciambi on the call, along with Eduardo Perez, and they've been doing a fantastic job. So if it's a Saturday night, and so if you're not going to be locked in to a television broadcast, absolutely make sure if you're driving around, you can catch it all right here on your home of postseason baseball, ESPN 1000 and ESPN Chicago. And yeah, Shohei Ohtani will. It hasn't been announced, but you're absolutely right. There's no reason why Dave Roberts will not turn to him to open the game at the very least. The question is he going to be giving them 2, 3, maybe 4 innings? He'll be pitching on 3 days rest, which, listen, Game 7, all hands on deck.
Yeah.
I mean, there's conversations. Trey Savage, who's been a breakout star, the rookie who started the season in A-ball and is now, putting together postseason strikeout records for the Blue Jays, having struck out 12 and being dominant in his last performance. He's available for the Blue Jays out of the pen tonight. Max Scherzer, speaking of theater, man, you've got Max Scherzer in his 40s going to take the ball in Game 7. This is not a position that he's all that unfamiliar with. Remember, with the Nationals, he was a linchpin in helping them beat the Astros back in 2019. Now, Strasburg took the hill in Game 7 for the Nats back then, but Scherzer obviously was critical to the Nats winning when the road team won all 7 of the games back in 2019. Again, 2019 is the last time we had a Game 7 for the World Series in baseball, and we get that tonight. So fantastic. Cannot wait to watch. I don't know what people's plans are. I have an event that I will be attending that I'm going to have to carve out some time for. Going to have to figure out how we're going to be watching this game while I'm attending an event tonight. So this will be interesting to see how that plays out. But Game 7, man, like, if you're a neutral, right? If you're not a Sox fan, if you're not a Cubs fan, how can you ask for anything better? Not just Shohei Ohtani. We've gone, 7 minutes in here, recapping a little bit of what happened last night, Pat, talking about tonight. Vladdy Guerrero, I mean, the $500 million man, he signed the extension in the offseason with the Blue Jays to stay there, and Canada's son is putting together a postseason for the ages. If the Blue Jays win tonight, there's no doubt in my mind that Vladdy will be the MVP. Yeah. If the Dodgers win tonight, it could be Shohei, it could be Yoshinobu Yamamoto.
I was going to say, you got to throw Yamamoto in there. What he did yesterday. I mean, Jeff, he's been so good. They went up 3-1, I believe it was. It was a 1-1 tie, and then they end up going up, getting the 2 runs there. I think it was in the 4th or the 5th. And I went, oh, it's over.
Like, I literally did. And at that point, Yamamoto was getting ready to take the mound, top of the sixth. I believe he had thrown 64 pitches. Like, it's not just he's going out there and he's getting guys out. He's being completely efficient.
Yeah, he gets strike one, and then he just puts people away. He's been dominant. Remember, now, here's the thing, and I wonder how people feel about what they've observed. You know, if your fandom takes over, people watching the Dodgers, you know, I don't know how you can't just appreciate what Shohei Ohtani is as a player. Again, the best player that any of us have ever seen. Yeah. You could make an argument he's the greatest athlete that any of us have ever seen. If we want to open up that can of worms, you know, listen, what he does that nobody else can do, and to the levels that he does it, pitching and hitting, you know, that's the hard part. When you, I don't know. You can maybe make the argument that someone's on his level as an athlete, but I don't know how you can say they're better.
I always, listen, mine is always, you know, I think Jordan is one of the greatest feats of athleticism we've ever seen. Mm-hmm. I think Wayne Gretzky is probably the greatest athlete that we've ever seen. He doesn't get brought up in that conversation enough, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. If he didn't score all the goals, he'd still be the point leader.
Yes. More assists than anyone has.
You know what I mean? So it's like it's tough for me to see somebody do that. But I'll say this: Shohei's on his way to those conversations. Shohei's on his way to being a part, and he's winning while doing it. And I know people want to say, oh, you know, well, Shohei, he's getting, you know, he's got an all-star team built around him. Well, Michael had Scottie Pippen. He's a top 50 player all time. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, yes, you got to go get those guys. And do we like how the Dodgers did it? Do we feel like there was some, you know, paying to go get the World Series? I don't care. Everybody else has the ability to pay to go get these players. None of the rest of you wanted to pay to go get Shohei Ohtani. Like, our owner here in Chicago, before it even started, was like, we're good. I guarantee you this, we won't be in the Shohei Ohtani conversation. That's good to feel.
That did happen.
That's good to hear. So, like, to me, when I see what Shohei's doing on the biggest stage with the spotlight on him, all the conversation around him, you know, possibly stay away from Chauncey Billups. That might be something we got to do there.
Well,
you know what I mean? But I love the fact that what we're seeing out of this is happening at the biggest moment, and he's the one spearheading all of it. Mookie Betts. Yesterday was the first time in the World Series you really saw him get involved in this series.
Yeah, no, he came up big with the 2 RBI single to put the Dodgers up 3-0, which ends up being big because they win the game 3-1 last night. Dave Roberts turns to Tyler Glasnow out of the pen, who was initially believed to be somebody who could take the ball as the starter for the Dodgers. Again, we're going through all the possibilities and permutations. He certainly could be somebody who's available. Roberts confirmed last night after the game was over, that Glasnow could be available out of the pen for the Dodgers today. I mean, listen, he threw 3 pitches. Honestly, again, Game 7, everybody is going to be put into a situation, at least pitching-wise, that they may have never been in. And that's okay, because this is exactly what everybody dreams about as a young, you know, as a kid growing up playing baseball. This is what you dream. Maybe one day could be a possibility. The only person who I'll say may not be available, I think Dave Roberts ruled him out last night, Yamamoto. They were asked because Dave Roberts said,
could he go again?
He said initially everybody's available, and then the quick follow-up question from the media was Yamamoto, and he said, well, not Yamamoto. So he said Yoshinobu Yamamoto won't be available. I will say, though, if for whatever reason tonight's game gets pushed into extra innings, something we've seen in this series, by the way, last Monday night, one of the greatest games of all time in World Series history. I took a cat nap between innings 14 and 15.
And it powered you through to the end?
Yeah, I didn't mean to. I'll be honest. I had the game on. I was on the couch watching intensely. The Chiefs had hammered. They had finished off the Commanders for about an hour at that point. And I was just watching the game. And as the Blue Jays continued to make multiple outs on the base paths, I started to drift off into slumberland for a little bit. And then around the 15th or so inning, I popped back up, and then I was able to see the rest of it. But I'm not going to lie, that game was a fantastic watch as well, the parts that I saw. And so, yeah, that's certainly a possibility. If they get pushed into extra innings tonight, I'm not going to rule out the possibility that Yamamoto might be warming up in the pen if they get deep into a game. God, can you imagine if we had an 18-inning game in Game 7?
Bro.
Or even just if you pushed it to like 12, 13, 14 innings, all of a sudden managers have to worry about, what pitchers they have available in the final game of the season. Like, how far do you lean into a guy in a must-win situation, right? Like, the possibilities that exist tonight as a fan, I mean, you have to be excited if you're a baseball fan or just a casual sports fan. Game 7s, they always bring out the excitement for me.
The only scenario I don't want to see is somebody just comes out and drubs the other two.
I'll tell you what.
That's my only fear tonight because of how, right, the 18 innings and how the pitching staffs have been used. And dare I say, they've both been managed pretty well.
I think
to this point. I mean, like, as well as you can manage it with an 18-inning game in there. But it truly just is like, my fear is that, like, the Dodgers come out and they immediately, blast a couple home runs to left field and get ahead, and it's just like, there it is. Like, that's the game. Or even vice versa, Toronto has the ability to do it as well, where it's just like, yeah, that's it. But the one thing that I do love about both of these teams is, and we've seen them in this situation, there's no quit in them. 9th inning last night, Toronto's still out there with a situation to try and win this game, and a situation where it felt like they were going to do it.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? There is no quit in either of these teams. That's the best thing to see. And again, right, you take that for granted when you talk about two World Series teams. Of course there's no quit in this team. You have to not quit all season. There's sometimes where the better team gets up in these big series like this and in the championships, and it's just
it could be defeating.
Over.
It could absolutely
and it's
be
deflating.
defeating. Yeah, no, there's that is true. It's every game for the most part has been a fun watch, and we get one final game of baseball in the 2025 season tonight, Game 7 of the World Series. Again, you can hear that right here on ESPN 1000. I'm Jeff Meller, along with Pat the Designer. We're in for Peggy and Dion today. We will take your calls if you want to talk a little bit about the Game 7 tonight or Game 6 from last night. Feel free to join us. We'll take your calls at 312-332-3776. But, of course, we're in the middle of football season, which means that we have a lot of Bears conversation to get after. Of course, Pat and I host the post-game show every Sunday along with Jason McKee right here on your home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN 1000. So, for once, we get to do a little bit of a preview as we'll talk about the Bears and Bengals tomorrow. Also, we want to talk about the Bulls. 5-0, baby.
I'm excited.
The first time since
1996. I was 2.
I was 15.
Very different ages there, Jeff.
Yes.
I was 2 years old. I saw that and I was like, oh, yeah, that was that was a while ago.
Your memory of that team is based on your watching of YouTube clips and classic ESPN Classic.
Yeah, 100%. My only memory from both of those years, because it happened both times, was we had drop ceiling in the basement and it was a little low. Mm-hmm. And when the Bulls won the championship, my uncles jumped up and they punched all the drop ceiling down.
There you
and
go.
my grandfather came down very upset.
Of course.
That's it.
Rightfully so. Rightfully so. You're messing up with the ceiling there, man. All right, so the Bulls are 5-0, again, for the first time since 96-97. That was a pretty good run for the Bulls that year. We'll see if we'll talk about what is in store for them this season. Are you jumping on board to the point where maybe, just maybe, you're going to be compelled to purchase something? We'll talk about that a little bit later. But we'll roll up our sleeves. We'll get after it. Bears and Bengals on the docket tomorrow. Jeff Meller, Pat the Designer, in for Peggy and Dion on ESPN 1000.
And Dion on Chicago's home for sports. This
is ESPN Chicago.
The game is what Sundays are all about. We know what you need. Tailgate. Black and Abdallah's pregame tailgate tomorrow morning at 8. Get ready for kickoff with Black and Abdallah and all your favorite football-loving ESPN Chicago fans. Black and Abdallah's pregame tailgate tomorrow morning at 8. Brought to you by Bradley University on ESPN Chicago.
The Chicago Wolves return to Allstate Arena tonight and tomorrow afternoon.
The Young Bucks back on the ice now.
Get there early tonight for First Responders Night and a chance to touch a truck.
He scores! It's the Bradley Nadeau Show!
And bring the entire family for Family Sunday. Get your Chicago Wolves tickets for tonight's First Responders Night, Touch a Truck, and Family Sunday.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
Stock up with big fall savings at Menards. Winterize with RV and Marine antifreeze and automotive antifreeze on sale now. Save big on an 8-pack of 100-watt or 12-pack of 60-watt LED light bulbs. Protect your home and family with great sale prices on select security lights and smoke alarms. Plus, stay warm with a fantastic selection of space heaters on sale. Check out Menards' weekly flyer for all the great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as 1 day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dion
on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hope you're enjoying your Saturday on the first day of November. Don't forget, clocks fall back tonight, so if you're going to lock in and watch some World Series action or listen to it right here on ESPN 1000, your home of the MLB postseason, you'll get an extra hour to sleep in tomorrow. So as you get set for an NFL Sunday of Bears in Cincinnati taking on the Bengals, you won't feel so tired in the morning because you'll be a little extra well-rested with that extra hour of sleep tonight. I'm Jeff Meller, along with Pat the designer. We're in for Peggy and Dion today, hanging out with you, talking about last night's fantastic Game 6 in the World Series, forcing a Game 7 as the Dodgers beat the Blue Jays 3-1, a game you can hear right here on ESPN 1000. And, of course, we're also going to get into Bears and Bengals talk here momentarily, but we're taking your calls as well. As always, 312-332-3776. Let's check in with Chase, who's on the south side.
Chase.
What's going on, Chase?
Hey, fellas, good morning. Good guys talking to you today. I'll probably be talking to you guys tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll be talking about a victory tomorrow.
I would expect nothing less,
That is
Chase.
the goal.
Hey, yes, sir. Hey, so Meller.
Yes.
And I got to ask you, Pat, when Mookie Betts got up the bat in that third inning, second and third, 2 outs.
Yep.
First thing that came to my mind was, and I've got to ask you guys, did you guys think the same thing? This is the defining moment of the series. Because the first thing I thought about is if he scores here, I say to myself, the Dodgers are winning the World Series. That means they're going to win this game and they're going to win tomorrow. Because I felt like that was the turning point because Mookie Betts up until then was not hitting the ball well at all.
0 for 13.
And then all of a sudden it just seemed like it juiced the team up. And I knew with the pitcher for the Dodgers, he was already clearly on point. So I knew in playoff baseball, the bats get tighter when the pressure's on. I knew the pressure was going to be on the Blue Jays to try, because I knew the turn-up pressure was going to be on. So now I feel like that the momentum now switched to the Dodgers. And I want to ask you guys, I want to play a parlay. Should I play a parlay for Mookie Betts to have a big game now? What do you guys think?
All right, Chase, hang tight here. Now, so this is fascinating, the idea of momentum in baseball. Honestly, Chase, I don't buy it. I don't believe in it. If momentum was truly something that you could bank on, in particular in baseball, how would the Dodgers not have had that Game 3 win in extra innings? How would that not have pushed them when they took a 2-1 lead after Game 3? How would that not have just propelled them into a spot where you would have thought for sure they would have finished off the Blue Jays in 5 or 6? No,
Exhaustion.
they had. I mean, but the truth is that the proverbial talking points, or they always say, momentum is the next day's starting pitcher.
Yeah.
And in the playoffs, the reality is that the starting pitcher, there's no guarantee that you're going to get more than 2 or 3 innings in 2025 the way starting pitching is handled. They don't want starting pitchers.
It's a little different in this series, but yes, normally.
You're
yeah,
absolutely
it's a little different
right
in this series, though.
But I will say I'll be interested to see how deep Dave Roberts will go with Shohei Ohtani, right? If he ends up, he's on 3 days rest. That's something that I'm sure will be there. Though, if people will play the results either way. If the Blue Jays happen to score off Ohtani early, people are going to point to, he did, he's on 3 days rest. That's what you get.
Yeah.
The reality is that, listen, it's not like he has taxed himself as a pitcher all season long. He was brought along slowly, and honestly, he only pitched 47 innings in the regular season for the Dodgers. He should be about as fresh as you could realistically expect from any, decent starting pitcher who's, being asked to start a Game 7. So what is Dave Roberts going to ask him to do? I think as long as he's looking good, he will push him as far as he needs to, whether it be 5, 6, maybe not past 6 innings, honestly. But if he's shutting down the Blue Jays, then I think he'll roll with him. He'll let him go as deep as he possibly can, because again, no more baseball after tonight.
Yeah, this is it.
Give me what you got. We're not going to worry about anything after this. But if he's laboring for any reason early on, then maybe you say, you know what? Let's pull the plug on him, because I don't want him worrying or thinking about the runs that he gave up when he's coming to the plate, because I need him to be a difference maker at bat as well. So, the first question is, how deep is Ohtani going to be able to go tonight? I think physically, he should be capable of quite a bit, but if anything happens that goes awry, I could see Roberts quickly going to Glasnow.
And listen, the pitching matchup tonight that I think is going to be interesting, and to his point about should you play Mookie Betts?
No. Don't expect a big night. It was a great piece of hitting.
It was the
one
hit. It was the hit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and tonight,
but it was one hit last night.
No, and that's what I mean.
Yeah.
You it was the hit, but I don't know if you could say that's going to push him over. Now, if you want to say Max Scherzer has not been very good against the Dodgers, there's a conversation for that.
Max Scherzer's 41 years old, who's probably,
you know what I mean?
who very well could be pitching his last game tonight as well. He hasn't announced he's retiring, but I think it's certainly the way his season has unfolded this year. He's been injured quite a bit. I think that's certainly in play. That, by the way, he's a lock. He's a no doubt Hall of Famer, Max Scherzer.
100%.
So that's also something that's in the cards. We do know that Clayton Kershaw, I doubt he gets into the game, but
it would
this
be
will be
situation like
yes,
time.
yeah, well, yeah.
107 pitches have gone by. We need somebody.
We need somebody to get one out.
Yes.
Clayton Kershaw, come on down.
Yeah.
We do know it's going to be his last game tonight. So there's so many great names, so many all-time greats taking part in this game, in a Game 7. Again, we haven't had one since 2019 in the World Series, although we have had quite a few over the last, 15 or so years. I believe this is going to be the 6th Game 7 since 2009. So even though it's the first since 2019, there have been quite a few that we had a run there from 09 to 19 where there were quite a bit. So going to be fantastic theater. Again, Dodgers and Blue Jays, Game 7 tonight. Max Scherzer gets the start for the Blue Jays, and even though it has not been announced yet, I do not anticipate Dave Roberts going any other direction other than Shohei Ohtani to start, in particular because, too, the DH rule only allows for Shohei Ohtani to stay the DH if he starts the game. If he comes in as a reliever, then if they want to keep his bat in the game, then he has to go into the field. And then, oh, by the way, I'll also add the tricky scenario of if you really wanted Shohei Ohtani to come in out of the pen, potentially like to close out this 8th and 9th inning.
Yeah.
The hard part is, where is he at in the order? And then he also has to warm up in the bullpen, right? That's why it just makes sense if you're the Dodgers, you're going to let him warm up pregame, get into his normal routine as a starting pitcher, and that way the DH you don't have to worry about trying to manipulate it later in the game if you use him as a reliever. Just let him start, give you what he can, and then his bat will be in the lineup no matter what. You don't have to worry about him playing the field.
Yeah, I don't think you want to get cute now.
No,
you know what I mean.
no.
He hasn't been a reliever for most of the year. There have been spot points where he's come in and given some relief, but
I think he's only been a starter this year. Has he?
I thought there was a early on right, he got a couple of
maybe
thrown in quick situation, but even so,
I will point out though, I think people go back to again the World Baseball Classic when he struck out Mike Trout to end the game, to win the game for Japan. That's what people are thinking about a lot of times when they're talking about him as a reliever.
But I don't. You don't want to. Pitching is such a mental game at the start of it. You don't want to get him out of his mental in any way in this game by doing something different than what you've done with him the entire season. That's the point that I'm really making. To me, I think that you let him get comfortable, you let him get out there. If it's going well for him and he's pitching well, leave him out there as long as you can. Honestly, what's he got tomorrow? There's no more baseball.
Just kick back,
you know
relax.
what I mean? Show as much as you can here. And he's done really well versus this Blue Jays team pitching already.
Yeah.
So I think that to me is the two situations where I get it. It's on 3 days rest. Let's not act like we've never seen this before. I feel like we do this every World Series. It's 3 days rest. How's this guy got to be able to go?
Yeah.
He's never seen this kind of pitch. And then they go out there and they're absolutely fine. You know what I mean? This is the final game of the World Series. Let Shohei go be Shohei.
Let's not underestimate the adrenaline rush that all of them are going to be feeling. And in addition to that, something that I found was fascinating, Mookie Betts last night in the postgame, speaking of Chase, whether or not you think he's going to have a big game, Mookie Betts admitted, listen, I know there's going to be a lot of anxiety, which I love to hear a professional athlete in 2025 not afraid to say, look, we all know what's at stake here. And even though the Dodgers won last year, now they're in the moment. And they want to be the first team to repeat as champions since the Yankees did it back in 2000, 2001, right? Yeah. So 99, 2000. So absolutely everybody's going to have those extra nerves. You know what's funny? You said earlier, Pat, the one thing you don't want is for a blowout, right? Yeah. You don't want the and I completely agree with you. I'll add one more thing, though. What I don't want to have a player be the GOAT. I'm hoping we have some clean baseball because there's nothing worse than a player making, whether it be a mental error or just...
Scapegoat.
Yeah.
I thought you were going greatest of all time. I was like, I thought
scapegoat. Yes,
Shohei,
absolutely.
I thought we were doing this.
No. I don't want to have a GOAT. I don't want to have a Bill Buckner moment. I don't want to have a Bartman moment. I don't want any of that crap because, that's the one thing because that lives on in infamy. And unfortunately, as seriously as we take our sports fans, one thing they'll never be able to do is let that go, right? Yeah. So I'm just hoping that we have great baseball played like we have the entire series and nobody ends up being a GOAT. I guess, theoretically, if you want to, some people say Addison Barger last night getting doubled off by Kike Hernandez to end the game. Yeah. It didn't cost them the game, but it certainly was a critical mistake in a moment where you wish that would not have happened. I hope we don't have any GOATs tonight.
I think the tough part with the GOAT situation is you've got one team that, let's be real, we're enjoying this, we love this. I don't know if LA's that locked in on Dodgers baseball. You know what I mean? I hate to say that.
No, it's the postseason.
When you're talking about a sports town,
I promise you, though, the postseason they are.
No, I think that they're more locked in than they have been if they're just a playoff team. Right? I understand that. But we know LA. Right now, I would bet you Dodgers
are the Lakers playing tonight? Let's see.
I will say this. I will bet you we have talked more on the Dodgers as a lead than they probably have. Because it instantly goes to, when is Luka going to come back? Does LeBron have sciatica? Or he does have sciatica. Is it over? Is he too old? Is Austin Reeves the next coming?
Should they buy LeBron out?
We know how LA goes. So if you're going to be a GOAT.
Big game for Luka last night, by the way.
Let it be the Dodgers.
44 for Luka as the Lakers won their first NBA Cup game. The Bulls did as well. Let's take in one more call real quick, and then we'll get to some Bears talk. Josh is in Crystal Lake. He wanted to talk about the baseball game. What's going on, Josh?
Hey, happy Saturday, guys.
Happy Saturday to you, my friend.
Happy Saturday.
Hey, there's two guys in this game that I'm telling you don't have to worry about how you use them when you use them. Max Scherzer, Shohei Ohtani, I guarantee you, first of all, that guy is the biggest beast we've ever seen play baseball.
No doubt.
There's nothing like him. He don't care. I'm telling you, he don't care if he comes in the first inning, the second inning, the third inning. It don't matter. That guy has shown throughout his entire career he's ready. That dude's more game ready than anybody I've ever seen play this game.
I think you're right, Josh. I'm not going. You're absolutely. He's always locked in.
Yeah.
Always locked in. And I tell you what, tonight's game, Dodgers win by one one run. Shohei's going to hit the go-ahead home run.
But to Josh's point, and I did look it up. Apparently, Shohei Ohtani has never pitched relief in the major leagues.
So only the WBC.
So only the WBC. Yeah. And maybe I'm putting those two together in my brain there.
I'll tell you what, though. I do know I think it's not because he can't do it. I think the biggest thing is that logistically
it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, because if he's coming up at any point, it doesn't matter. Even if he's hitting ninth. For whatever reason, if the Dodgers go on, if they get a couple runners on, and all of a sudden it looks like he's going to be in the hole all of a sudden, and he's warming up in the bullpen trying to get ready to come in for a clean inning, it gets hard to manage getting your guy loose versus just let him start the game.
But I think here's my thing. Like Josh just said, he's always ready.
Yeah.
It's better for you to have him ready and try and put some runs up here, because Max Scherzer gave up 2 home runs last time out, right? We're I get it. We feel like it's the Scherzer that it's always been. It's not.
No, he's not.
It's not. It's not the Max Scherzer who's been ice in his veins and has come
40,
up and been.
He's 41 years old.
You don't expect him to be that, but I think what it is in this moment, he's been in this moment. You know the nerves, you know the pressure, you know how to navigate that. You feel much more comfortable going with Scherzer if you're Toronto than somebody who hasn't been in this moment. To me, though, that's a perfect time to throw Shohei out there and try to get him to be dominant early and be ready early. And then you hope that your boys can rack up some runs and put this thing away early. Now, again, as the consumer, we don't want that. But I think if you're the Dodgers, like you said, logistically, it just makes sense. And to me, looking at it, that comment of he's always ready, that's why I want him starting this game.
Yeah. No, it should be fun. All right, one more call, and then we will move to
We got
some
good
Bears
baseball
football.
conversation going.
People are heated. It's November. We're talking baseball with you. Dean downtown. I think he's going to make a good point here.
Downtown,
what's going on, Dino?
What's good?
What's up, Pat Meller, my man?
What's
Midway
up,
Jeff
Dean?
Meller, but in my book, it's always the cheeky Jeff Meller. I wanted to quickly say that last night, I know it's easy to say, and I'm not saying one way or the other I'm right or wrong. I just told Aiden that they didn't need the win, the Blue Jays, so I didn't mind the aggressive base running.
Yeah.
I thought that they were kind of playing with house money, so hindsight's 20/20. One of my favorite quotes of all time in bad movie history, Pat, is Little Big League, when Chief Taggart tells, from Beverly Hills Cop, he tells a young Billy that baseball is all about situations and tendencies. Take that!
Great point, Dean. No, and listen, I don't want it to come off as me being critical of Addison Barger. I think it was a phenomenal play by Kike Hernandez to just come up with, first of all, the depth. He was playing very shallow. Basically, he understood the moment. I don't believe the Dodgers, despite the fact that they are one of the most heavy analytical teams in all of baseball in terms of positioning and where they're playing their guys. I think that was Kike Hernandez just reading the moment and understanding that with Glasnow on the mound, the likelihood of anybody putting a charge into a ball was probably less likely, and so he was playing shallow. He makes a fantastic catch that he broke in on, got a great jump, and then he comes up with a great throw. I don't want anyone to say, hey, Meller thinks that Barger should not. Like, it's a tough moment, but I'm with you. Like, he's trying to score the tying run on a base hit. And so I understand why he was trying to get a secondary lead in that moment. I guess I was pointing to, I hope we don't have a moment tonight where people are pointing out, oh, man, that player, because, like, again, it just hangs over you for the entirety of your career. So if there's one thing I'm rooting for tonight, it's that we have clean baseball, and the team that wins it does so because they make, it's just great baseball like we've seen almost all series long.
Listen, we can call a spade, though. Like, that he was way too far down the baseline. Like, that was a bad base running moment. It's okay.
Yeah,
listen, I understand being aggressive, but you also always have to be aware of where the ball is. That is Little League.
He was getting ready to score, though.
Of course, you're getting ready to score
the game-tying run.
Of course, you're getting ready to score, but you have to be aware of where the ball is.
I guess the question is here's the thing:
if that ball falls, and knowing how Behringer can move, is he still able to score? I would say you're still taking that chance at the plate.
Yeah, well, it depends on where he was at. Taking that lead, he would have definitely gone. But if it's a single to the left and he doesn't have a great secondary lead, there's a chance he can get thrown out the plate. So I'm not hating on it.
But it's also a 1-out situation at that point. Like, I think the thing for me is you got doubled up at the worst moment of the game.
Sure, to end the game, yeah.
Forgetting the simple thing there of, like, yes, you want to be aggressive, but
I think sometimes, though, you just got to tip your cap and say,
that was a great play.
Kike Hernandez, for all practical purposes, Kike Hernandez should not have been able to be, he should not have been playing at that shallow depth, making that play. That was just a great baseball play all around. Nevertheless, though, it gives us a Game 7, so I cannot wait for that.
I'm loving it.
That's tonight. Tomorrow, of course, we've got the Bears in Cincinnati. Waddle and Sylvie are in Cincinnati, along with Tyler Aki, who you just heard with Shea Norling here before we got on. They are going to be broadcasting live from a Cincinnati bar, getting you set for the pregame on your home of the Chicago Bears. We'll talk a little bit about the Bears' trip to Cincinnati. What can we expect tomorrow as the Bears are 4-3, taking on a 3-5 Cincinnati Bengals team, a Bengals defense that just got worked by Justin Fields. We'll talk about it next right here on ESPN 1000.
Peggy and Dion on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Tomorrow, the Bears take on the Bengals. Hi, everybody. It's Jeff Joniak, along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKee. We bring you the call starting at noon, plus a full day of coverage surrounding the game, from pregame tailgate at 8 to post-game into the evening. This is the place to be on Sunday. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. It's Bears and Bengals live from Cincinnati. Kickoff tomorrow at noon on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, well, it's a great time to be Bolingbrook. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable Southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. Rated as the second most diverse suburb and the only community in Illinois to make Fortune's top 50 places to live, Bolingbrook offers something for everyone. From the promenade to the Commons Shopping Plaza, freestanding locations, and 36 million square feet in the distribution corridor. Bolingbrook has the perfect space for you. Conveniently located off I-55 and I-355, it is the home of over 50 corporate headquarters. Come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself. Visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more. Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Is your roof underperforming? Saggy shingles, leaky spots? Sounds like someone needs a little Evandale Roofing. They don't just patch things up, they go all the way. Tight, sealed, satisfied. It's the kind of roof that'll have your neighbors going,
now that's a roof.
Evandale Roofing. They get on top so you don't have to. Call now. Your house deserves it.
A certified GAF roofing installer.
Chicago. Dropkick Murphys are back for the people in the pit. St. Patrick's Day 2026 tour. March 3rd at the Salt Shed. Indoors, packed, and ready to explode. Dropkick Murphys with the Agrolites and Haywire. Punk, reggae, chaos, and pure energy. Dropkick Murphys. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dion on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Good content happening off the air here on ESPN 1000. I'm Jeff Meller, along with Pat the Designer. We're in for Peggy and Dion today. Hanging out with you. Done a lot of baseball talk early on. We do have some Bulls thoughts as well, which we will get to. Hey, YouTube TV customers, get the sports you love on ESPN back, including college football. That's right. It is a big college football day. College game day. Monday Night Football, Cowboys on Monday Night Football this week against the Cardinals. I don't know if that's a sell job. But next week, we've got the Eagles and Packers on Monday Night Football. Might not want to miss that one. NBA, college basketball, and more. Act now. Go to keepmynetworks.com to get ESPN back for all the YouTube TV customers out there.
You're not a cord cutter guy, you said earlier.
No, I'm still...
Didn't cut that cord.
I'm a direct TV guy. Listen, I don't know. I'm sure everybody has if you're probably like me, I have a YouTube TV password and username that I put into utilization. But when I initially moved to my house, Pat, I set up the basement, got the man cave going. I got 3 TVs.
Yeah.
And so I have been a direct TV customer. At least I started back in the 90s when my dad purchased DirecTV so that we could get the NFL Sunday ticket back in the early 90s, before you were even born, my man. That's how long I have been locked into DirecTV. And forever, they were the only home of the NFL Sunday ticket.
Yeah.
And so because of that, I have my TVs, I have all of my receivers set up for DirecTV. But I'm not going to lie. The last couple of years, once they lost the rights to the Sunday ticket, now Red Zone's really the only thing that's saving them. That and convenience. I've got my whole TV situation set up, but I'm not. And I'll be honest, I don't know about you. The one I don't love streaming for sports, I still feel like takes a back seat in terms of quality to whether it be DirecTV or cable TV, or I'm sorry, satellite TV or cable TV. Just the resolution. And the lack of any type of lag time.
No, I don't deal with the lag. I've got a lot of internet because of all the
Mr.
podcast stuff. Yeah, I think I got 1,200
internet.
gigabytes of internet at my house. But the quality
for the common man.
There's
a bit of a lag.
It's not that expensive. Honestly.
No, that's true.
Like you can get good internet in this day and age. But the quality is one thing that always gets me. NBA is usually pretty good. NFL on ESPN, NFL on but when you start to get into the local stuff sometimes, it gets a little where you're like, is this 720? I feel like I'm watching Derrick Rose in 08 at times, right? And I'm not saying it's all the time like that. But and now they do offer the 4K package.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I'm spending more money. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you, for what you're paying for cable and internet, we're probably paying the same.
Oh yeah. The whole idea of cord cutting it back 5 years ago made a lot of sense because
they
wanted
money.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This day and age with all, and then let's factor in all the streaming services that we all, between Netflix, HBO, Hulu, Paramount, whatever you want to go with.
Yeah.
I have way too many. Hulu, Disney. It's absurd.
There it is.
It is absolutely absurd. So I'm sure plenty of people out there feel that.
Try not to look at it.
And so that's why when you have these issues between someone like YouTube TV and, Disney, ABC Disney, where they're like, hey, what are you doing? It's frustrating for all involved. Yeah. I think we all know that. Speaking of frustration, though, something that has been a point of frustration for Bulls fans, for White Sox fans, for Hawks fans is coming to the forefront these days. We want to talk about that a little bit coming up next, right here on Peggy and Dion on ESPN 1000.
You're listening to Peggy and Dion on Chicago's home for sports. This is ESPN 1000. Do not, and I mean you, do not miss the Cap and J Hood Show, now morning 6 to 9 on ESPN Chicago. But you're busy. Things happen. We get it. If you have to miss it, you can always listen to the podcast on your time. Find it on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you go to pod. It's brought to you by Republic Bank.
Traffic got you down. Let the CTA be your driver. Get into the city and back fast and stress-free. Avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic, spending money on gas, or those unexpected costs for car repair. $5 covers your trip and back on the CTA.
Just sit back, we'll do the driving.
Tap to Pay is also available on all CTA trains and buses. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie. You ready to take your sports action to the next level? You need Circa Sports Illinois, the world's largest sports book now right at your fingertips. Circa does it the right way. High app limits, low holds, incredible customer service, and no bet fees. Ever. Other books might charge you to get you in the game, but not Circa. With Circa, every play is your play. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. It's the only place I play. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Refresh your home today with window images, blinds, and shades. We have everything you need for updating your window treatments. We carry vinyl, aluminum, and faux wood blinds, cellular shades, and more. Plus, you can get them trimmed to width in-store for free. Also, be sure to check out the flyer on Menards.com for all our great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yingling hotline.
Yingling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yingling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dion.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Jeff Meller, Pat the Designer, in for Peggy and Dion today. Pat just informed me that it is official for the Monday Night Football game that the Cardinals are going to go with Jacoby Brissett this week. Interesting. Wonder how long Kyler Murray will be the starting quarterback for the Cardinals.
Feels like a little JJ McCarthy situation, right? It's just like, JJ, you're hurt, right? You're hurt, right, JJ? JJ, sit down. JJ, you're hurt. Get back out there.
JJ.
I don't care if your arm falls off. Get back out there.
Yeah, JJ Carson's shoulders, it's blown out. Get back in there. You're fine. You're fine, JJ.
Didn't even stand up when Carson got hurt.
LaGrange Park's own JJ McCarthy taking some heat here on ESPN 1000. All right, so I mentioned it. The topic, CHSN, for folks out there, the Bulls. Don't look now, but we talked about it at the top. 5-0, first time since 96-97 that the Chicago Bulls are 5-0. They're the only remaining undefeated team in the Eastern Conference at 5-0. The 76ers lost last night. They're 4-1. The Bucks are 4-1. So sitting atop the Eastern Conference,
number one team in the East, baby.
Like it's 2010. It's the Chicago Bulls, and only the Thunder and the Spurs in the West. Wemby and the defending champion Thunder are your only remaining undefeated teams in all the NBA. Pat the Designer, does this mean that you're going to splurge on a little CHSN moving forward to watch your Bulls, my friend? Well, theoretically, if you had to. I know you have some workarounds.
We got some workarounds there. You know what? I'll say this. I think the combination of everything that we saw second half of the White Sox season, the Blackhawks start to this season.
Yes, sir.
The Bulls. It does open the conversation up. I think, it depends on what your means of getting it is. I saw one guy, he's got a TikTok segment where he's just walking his dog. Your name escapes me, but he made some great points. He said his
TikTok guy walking your dog.
Well, he's in Chicago, and he's walking his dog around Chicago. He was talking about getting CHSN. He said it would take his bill from $250 a month with TV and internet to $350 a month.
Whoa.
To add CHSN and Marquee to be able to watch his favorite teams. So I do think financially, you have to make it make sense for you, and I understand that part. But what you're getting from the teams is worth watching right now.
The annual subscription for CHSN, which I believe is most cost-effective, is essentially $350 per year. That's an annual charge, $349.99. That is the annual charge for all three teams. If you want the Blackhawks or the Bulls only, it is $19.99 a month. Same for the Sox. Obviously, we're out of the season. If you want the all access for all teams, it's $29.99 per month.
$30 a month.
$30 a month. So basically,
and that's just. I think the difference is too, right? He's like you. He's got the set top boxes and the DVRs, and so you want to watch it on your TV. I don't think that you just get that app access on your TV unless you have a smart TV, or which most people do now. So maybe there's a workaround there. But the teams are playing some. Chicago's up right now.
Yeah, I mean, and
you got
here's
a Bears
the
team that could go 5-3. The Blackhawks look like a really good hockey team. Like, they don't look like they're figuring it out. They're playing some really good hockey. And the Bulls,
competitive every night. Even the games that they've lost, they for the most part have been competitive. And we're seeing now Connor Bedard and Frank Nazar together, looking like you have some offensive punch all of a sudden from the Hawks. So even though they lost their first game against Jonathan Taves ever the other night in Winnipeg, they still have had a lot of fun games to watch this season, and including Connor Bedard's first career hat trick at the start of his third season.
There's been a ton of good with this Blackhawks team, and I feel like between them and the Bulls start, like, I get it. If you haven't seen it, let me be the first to tell you. This is not like when Lonzo Ball was here and it was the first 35 games and they were going out there and winning games every other night, and you were like, wait a minute, is this team good? The entire time, though, you're going, we haven't really played any defense, though. Like, they kind of are just getting by the skin of their teeth. This Bulls team that is on the court right now without Kobe White, without Zach Collins, who probably is your main starting backup, and you have to go with Jalen Smith, who is not the guy that I would prefer to see out there, but has been solid in moments.
Plus 13 last night.
Plus 13 last
10 points,
night.
9 boards.
Every time he takes a three, it makes my soul scream. But I just think that when you watch this team defensively, they are on a string, and it's not defensive players that you would expect to be at the top of, right? Io DeSumo plays good defense. Nobody bats an eye at that. You're used to that, right? Patrick Williams playing some good defense. Okay, like we know Pete Will came in as a defender. He's figured himself out. Kevin Huerter was locking down Mikal Bridges yesterday.
He was.
And I'm talking about team defense on point, on a string, but in one-on-one situations. This team playing some elite level defense. I believe right now they are the second best defense in basketball.
Team defense. And you have to. In this day and age with where the 3-point is so prevalent, you need to play good team defense. And Vooch and Giddey and Bazelis all being defensively sound and responsible 5 games into the season.
It wasn't on the bingo card?
Not something I was expecting, Pat. Not to say the least. He's Pat the Designer. I'm Jeff Meller. We're taking your calls, 312-332-3776, talking a little bit about the 5-0 Bulls. And, of course, as I mentioned, we will get to the Bears, I promise. Next hour, a lot of Bears and Bengals talk right here on your home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
More Peggy and Dion coming up
on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle. And as you well know, I wasn't the biggest or fastest guy on the field, but I did make a career out of being prepared, paying attention, and never letting defenses catch me off guard. And that's the same way Trend Micro protects businesses. With AI-powered proactive security, they see threats before they happen, and they shut them down fast. In football and in business, it's not about size, it's about smarts. Trend Micro is the smart defense trusted by enterprises worldwide. Your business works too hard to get blindsided. Go to trendmicro.com today.
When it comes to looking sharp, I don't mess around. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop. These guys aren't just barbers, they're artists. Whether it's a classic cut, a fresh fade, or a hot shave, they do it all with precision. And the vibe is top-notch, blending tradition with a modern twist. At White Buffalo, every cut is as unique as you are. Born original, just like you.
White Buffalo Barbershop. Born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com to book your appointment today.
Hey guys, it's Courtney Cronin. Picture this. She opens the box. The light catches the shine inside, but what you really see is her smile. That's the winning moment. That's what Rogers & Hollins delivers. Not just a ring or a necklace or a watch, a moment. A story she'll share every time someone compliments her. For 115 years, Rogers & Hollins has been the jeweler Chicagoland trusts. Because while the world changes, the power of giving jewelry never does. Visit your local Rogers & Hollins or go to fornowandforever.com.
Okay, rods, bags. Hey, Billy, you got the drinks for today?
Yeah, you're gonna love it. It's Surfside.
Billy, we're at a tailgate, not the beach.
Yeah, I know, but Surfside's the perfect combo. Real iced tea, real vodka, zero carbonation.
You mean?
No bubbles! Just pure iced tea taste, which means...
no bloat!
With only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles, Surfside is a tailgate triumph. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago.
Okay, we're all listening.
Now back to Peggy and Dion.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Hope you're enjoying your Saturday. Welcome on in. I'm Jeff Meller along with Pat the Designer. We're hanging out with you, sitting in for Peggy and Dion today. Did a lot on the World Series game from last night. In the first hour, talked a little bit about the Bulls as well, off to their first 5-0 start since the 1996-97 72-win Bulls team.
Take it.
Think this year's Bulls team can threaten the 72-win Bulls?
No.
Neither do I.
Listen, that's a whole different conversation. We get into that range.
Yeah. No. Well, yeah. But let's not yuck anybody's yum, because it has been a fun start to the season for the Bulls. We're taking your calls if you want to talk about that. Have they inspired you, along with the good play by the Hawks and the strong finish by the White Sox in the second half? Have they compelled you to go ahead and take the plunge and sign up to CHSN if you were holding out on the fact that the teams weren't necessarily giving you the product that you felt that needed to be purchased.
I would be, if I had to, I'd be going out and grabbing an antenna. They don't allow that anymore. Dang it!
Nope.
Darn it!
That's a no-go. That is,
are you saying they lied to us?
Done and gone.
Who would have thought?
I think there was some fine print there in terms of what they were promising.
Yeah,
so.
I'll believe it.
But yes, I am Jeff Meller. He is Pat the Designer. We're talking all of those topics with you. And, of course, we do want to get into some Bears conversation as they take on the Bengals in Cincinnati. Waddle and Sylvie are there live. They will have the pregame from a Cincinnati bar tomorrow, getting you set on the Bears Radio Network. We are, of course, your home of the Chicago Bears. And, of course, Pat and I will be back tomorrow for the post game along with J-Mac, Jason McKee, who will be on the sidelines of tomorrow's broadcast as well with Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer. Let's go to Jeff, who's in Lamont. What's going on, Jeff? You're on with Pat and Meller. What's up, bud?
Hey, Jeff and Pat, how's it going?
What's going on, man?
Hey, just wanted to comment about the Dodgers and Blue Jays. I just don't think the Kiki play was that great.
Okay.
I mean, they positioned him great. His momentum was moving into the infield, and he threw the ball in the dirt. So the great play was by Rojas.
Yes, that's fair.
And a bad play on Toronto and Barger's part. There's no way you get doubled up on that. That was just a horrible play by them, and they had one out.
Yes.
You can't let that happen. So you got to close out the Dodgers when you can. And I'm going to stick with what I said the beginning of the year. Anybody but the Dodgers. I just don't think it's fair the way they manipulate. They've got 99% of Ohtani's contract 10 years from now.
Sure.
So I love Freeman. I love Ohtani. I love Betts. But as an organization, I just don't think it's fair, and I wish the commissioner would have stepped in. I just don't think that's fair.
Well, listen, I don't know if Toronto's the greatest example of
their $280 million payroll.
You know
for
what
them.
I mean? I don't know if they're the greatest example of let's not go the buy the World Series route.
The David versus Goliath.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
If that's David versus Goliath, you know what I mean?
It's
all right.
It's
that's how you win in baseball. That's why there's going to be a lockout. That's why.
I was going to say it's more like King Kong versus Godzilla.
Yeah, the
two behemoths,
Blue
two monsters.
Jays are definitely in on spending money to go try and get them a World Series.
They were the runners-up in the Shohei Ohtani Derby. So we shall see if they're the runners-up this season or if they can win this time around and trump Shohei Ohtani. As, again, Game 7 can be heard right here on your home of postseason baseball, ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. All right, this is Peggy and Deanne, and, of course, each and every week on Peggy and Deanne, you're used to hearing lots of Bears conversation, which is something that I think both Pat and I are more than happy to have. Yeah. And, of course, tomorrow, Pat, a little bit of preview here. Again, we're usually in the post-game breakdown spots, but today we get to talk and preview the Bears, who will be in search of their 5th victory. Of course, they had their 4-game winning streak snapped last week, unfortunately, at the hands of the Ravens, a game that I think both you and I were a little bit disappointed that the Bears could not find a way to win with your man Snoop Huntley under center for the Ravens and a defense that was there and ripe for the taking, although they had a couple of healthy starters back finally.
Yeah, it looks like after watching that Thursday night game, it was like,
yeah,
okay, I kind of feel better about it. Kyle Hamilton's really good at football, and he looks like he's 100% healthy. Roquan Smith's a problem. I kind of feel like
that's a good. You know what? That's a good point because as bad as I felt last Sunday, like a missed opportunity for the Bears, at the same time, Thursday night revealed, hey, this Ravens team, now that they're getting a little bit healthier and with Lamar Jackson back under center, I don't know if they're Super Bowl contenders the way people thought they were to start the season, but they, in all likelihood, are probably going to end up winning the AFC North when all is said and done.
It's crazy to say that. But me and that night, when one of my guys is a Steelers fan, we were watching the game. I made a little steak dinner wager. I was like, listen, I'll take Baltimore winning this division easily. I'm not even like it doesn't even feel like it's a concern. Maybe that says more about the Steelers than it does about the Ravens, but like watching them versus the Dolphins it made me feel better as a Bears fan as well, because I was like, oh no, the defense is back. They're legit. Kyle Hamilton had a play where He was breaking on a ball down the left sideline, knocks it away, and then the very next play, he's in the backfield blowing up a run play.
Yeah.
I was like, what is this player right now? Like, so Bears fans, if you watch that Thursday night game, maybe you got a little solace, a little comfort, if you will, in the fact that that game was a little different than maybe we thought going into it.
I think that people will be able to deal much better with the loss to the Ravens if the Bears go into Cincinnati tomorrow.
Yes.
And they do their job and beat the Bengals with Joe Flacco, who's dealing with an AC joint, a sprained AC joint. He's listed as questionable. So, again, we're back into the spot where the Bears are on Saturday unsure of exactly who's going to get the start. They haven't announced Flacco, have they?
The assumption is that Joe Flacco is
remember
going
what
to
happened
start.
to assuming Lamar last week.
That is very true. That is very true.
So no,
what was the fine on that? What they get fined on that? $100,000 fine for?
Yes, which is nothing. Let's be honest.
Yeah, it was a drop in the bucket.
The latest from Ian Rappaport: Joe Flacco is planning to start on Sunday. Sources say, barring something unforeseen with his AC joint sprain in his right shoulder. There was optimism after Thursday's practice, and that continued this weekend. No one knows how it will react, says Ian Rappaport, but he's giving it a shot. So again, looks likely that Joe Flacco will be under center, but with a shoulder issue in his throwing shoulder, so that's good news for the Bears. And also good news for the Bears is that one of the worst defenses ever assembled will be on the other side for the Bengals, likely without Trey Hendrickson, who is listed as doubtful.
Yeah, and if you can't get it back on track versus this team, you got bigger problems. And there's going to be, then it's when the conversation starts on, all right, we're going to start looking at this team a little bit differently moving forward. The Bengals, I'm not to say this game should be a cakewalk, because I also think you haven't gotten enough pressure on the quarterback. Joe Flacco is getting that ball out extremely fast. We don't know how the AC joint's going to deal with him, or he's going to deal with the AC joint. But getting that ball out to Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, he's been incredibly efficient at it, and he's gotten better every week just about at it. But on the offensive side, you should be able to keep pace, if not be able to blow that pace out of the water. Now, the one blow to the Bears is no DeAndre Swift this week.
Yes.
Ben Johnson kind of talked about that as it's going to be, sometimes you got to protect the player from himself. This is the first time he's had back-to-back DNPs. We know he's been fighting through the groin injury. Maybe they saw something with the performance last week that they were like, we need to give this thing a rest, let it heal this week. Kyle Monangai, I would assume, going to be the starter, and the 7th-round pick has been 4.4 yards per carry. He's been meeting all the expectations of what Eric Bieniemy has put forth, and hopefully he's able to go out there and continue to dominate as well. But to me, this is coming down to very similar to that Dallas game. Caleb, this is a defense you should be able to show out against.
Yes.
I need you to show out against this defense. This is a defense that you should be able to move the ball through the air with ease against. And it should be, dare I say, I get it, right, broken down, the run game a little bit broken down, but I would say this should be the first game we're talking about the run and pass being perfectly married together with how bad this defense is.
The Bengals rush defense last week allowed 254 yards to the Jets. Breece Hall went crazy. He had 133 rushing. He scored a couple of touchdowns. He also threw the game-winning touchdown on a halfback option out of the backfield. So the Bengals defense has been basically the most movable object you have seen in quite some time. You mentioned Ben Johnson talking about DeAndre Swift. This was the Bears head coach yesterday talking about missing DeAndre.
It's really been a chronic thing for a while now. I think it goes probably earlier than DC that he's been feeling something. And so, we're just doing our due diligence to make sure that we're getting the best version of Swift to help this team for him and his individual success. And we just want to make sure that we have him at a good spot for the whole season.
With Swift, do you look at it like you might have to back him off for a week at some point, or are you just trying to sort of thread the needle the whole way with practice?
Yeah, we'll see. It's a week-to-week deal with where he's at, but he understands he's a tough guy. I mean, he wants to be out there competing and playing for his teammates. He wants to win games, help this team win games, and so I know that a little bit for us is we got to protect him from himself too. We talk early in training camp that at some point in the season, you're not going to be feeling good. You got to be able to play at a high level despite being 80-85% of how you normally feel, and he's at that spot right now. I think he's gonna pay dividends for us down the stretch here, though.
I think we've both been a little bit surprised by how good DeAndre Swift has been this season, to the point where J-Mac's been taunting you on the post the last couple of weeks, because he has run really well, and he's been doing so dealing with the groin injury that's going to keep him out this week. Kyle Monangai, big opportunity for him. I would honestly anticipate, especially too with Roshan Johnson out again.
Yeah.
He's been ruled out already. So
and Homer?
Yeah, I mean, Monangai's probably going to see 20 touches. I would think, in all likelihood, right? He's probably going to see about 20 touches. So it's going to be a huge opportunity for him. And again, against a defense that has been amongst the worst in the league. And again, they had a crushing loss last week against the Jets, a team that they were up a couple touchdowns on the Jets and Justin Fields, and somehow their defense allowed them to sneak back into that game and eventually win. So the Bengals have a lot riding. We're talking about the AFC North. The Bengals are actually technically ahead of the Ravens based on tiebreakers. They're also 3-5. So the Bengals, they made the trade for Joe Flacco with the intention that maybe, just maybe, he could keep them in the race if Joe Burrow could return in early December. And so the Bengals are a team that would like to get this game. They have a lot on the line, just like the Ravens had a lot on the line last week. And so the Bears are going to need to take advantage of what they can on offense, knowing that the opposition is not going to want to let this game slip between their fingers against the Bears in their home stadium.
And listen, as quiet as it's kept, I know we're focusing kind of on the football stuff, but when you get outside the lines there, Bengals got problems. There's something internal going on real bad. They've got now 3 Bengals that have been asked to be traded away in 3 days, all on the defensive side. McKinney and Jackson both asking for trade. Now, granted, here's the funny part about it, right? Trey Hendrickson asked for a trade. We get it. Mm-hmm. The rest of y'all got to make some plays. You can't just be requesting trades, but maybe they truly feel the defensive situation is why they're looking this bad, and they need to make a move for their career. I believe McKinley he's still on his rookie deal. McKinley Jackson requesting the trade there the other week. Just the conversation of what's happening there. This is a game where they've got internal turmoil. They've got problems on the field. They've got a quarterback with an AC joint that's getting ready to fall apart. This is as close to a gimme game as you can get. And I think we're all still concerned that offense is going to put it together and be able to get after this Bears defense this week.
Yeah, this is a game where the offense, again, I felt like last week was an opportunity for the Bears offense to lead the way to a victory, to kind of pick up a defense that was dealing with a lot of injuries. Now, the good news is that Tyreek Stevenson should be back on the field for the Bears tomorrow, which will help them tremendously in their attempts to stop Jamar Chase, because as you mentioned, that's something that Joe Flacco has been good at. The difference between Jake Browning and Joe Flacco might be as simple as the veteran knowing where to butter his bread. Yeah. Listen, Jamar Chase, highest paid wide receiver in football, I'm going to get that man the ball.
Yeah.
And I'm going to force him the ball, and to the point where he's seen over 23 targets in the last 2 weeks. In fact, I think he saw 23 targets in that one Thursday nighter against the Steelers alone. So Joe Flacco knows he knows the answers to the test. The question is, who do I need to get the ball to? The answer is Jamar Chase, and then also Jamar Chase. And then when Jamar Chase is double and triple teamed, you've got T. Higgins as well. So Joe Flacco knows what he needs to do. The Bears need to understand that, and hopefully the offense can give them a lead to allow the defense to actually get after, pin their ears back, and try and make Joe Flacco pay.
I truly do look at this game, and it's not a game that you can ignore, but it does feel very similar to how you went into the Dallas Cowboys game. You knew there were going to be advantages for you, and you knew you had to go out there in a shootout and win. The Bears came prepared for a shootout. Can we get back to that? And I think the tough part is what we saw last week. There was a lot of good from Caleb in the passing game. But where the bad came in was the decision-making on very critical moments. That has to improve, especially going in this game. When you're talking about just getting the ball to a wide receiver, he was efficient. The 2 intentional grounding penalties, unacceptable. The not running out of bounds, when keeping that clock running where you have to burn a timeout, unacceptable. The interception, unacceptable. So it's like there was good, there was improvement, and Ben Johnson has talked about that all week, that he sees a lot of improvement in the actual technicalities of the game.
Mm-hmm.
But it comes down to making good decisions. You got to be able to go into this Cincinnati game and make some really good decisions.
That's the next step for Caleb Williams and his progression, is on a snap-by-snap basis, being consistent with the good decision-making, to your point, Pat. Because the truth is that when it comes to talent, Caleb Williams can do things that very few players
he has all of it
can do in this league. You know, there's a handful of guys in the league: Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson. I'm trying to think. You know, Drake May, maybe Jaden Daniels, but it's a small group of players who have the ability to do what he's capable of doing, and to make your jaw drop. However, the consistency and not forcing the ball to roam in that situation. Yeah. And that was something that Ben Johnson was critical of in the aftermath, and he was absolutely right. And Caleb initially did not want to take the blame. He thought, that was a good read.
It was a good read.
And we need, as Bears fans, we need him to start to understand, I love the chemistry with Rome Odunze, but I also need you. I can't have you getting locked in so much on Rome to the point where you're forcing the ball to him in situations where, I need to dump it off, whether it be, DeAndre Swift normally out in the flat, or maybe it'll be Kyle Monangai this Sunday, or,
It was Monangai that play.
That's what I'm saying.
It was Kyle Monangai that play.
Yeah, so, I need to dump it to them in the flat when they're open, and I need to, recognize that it's not always going to be about forcing the ball to roam, especially when I have players like DJ Moore and Colston Loveland, who we believe are talented players. They need to get in on the action as well.
But see, this is the part where, and I thought Declan Doyle did a great job bringing this out this week. I thought that the Bears as a whole did a great job, or Ben Johnson as well. If Rome's the first read and Rome's open, throw the football to Rome.
Absolutely, no doubt.
That I think when people are saying force the ball to Rome, it's like, well, he's not forcing the ball to Rome. Rome's the first read on that route. Even Ben Johnson said there's a lot of times where he's the first read and he's open.
No doubt.
That's what you want from your number 10 or number 10 overall pick.
Absolutely.
There. And Caleb's getting the football to him. We're also, I feel like this week we've acted like Caleb has really only locked in on one receiver all season, when in reality, every week has kind of been Rome with probably the most target share, 8 or 9 targets in 6 or 7 receptions. But it's been DJ with 5, OZ with 5, Burden with 4, Colston with 5. You know what I mean? Like I think when we say that, he's locking in, I don't think that's an accurate depiction of what we've seen. On that play, do I want to see you throw that football to Rome? No, I don't think that I thought that having the safety there, he was way too covered. You need to go down to your check down in that moment immediately. Ben Johnson also said that as well. But also, if my biggest issue is that my quarterback is trying his hardest to get the football to his best wide receiver, that's an issue that we've had going the other way the entire time with previous quarterbacks that have been in the city, between Mitch, between Justin, between Glennon with the neck. Like there were so many quarterbacks who would be like, we went out and got you this number 1 guy, and you keep throwing it to the rest of the field. Throw it to him at times. So I'm not as mad at that. I think it was a bad decision. Mm-hmm. I don't mind the mindset of I have to get this football to my best guy in a crucial moment.
He's Pat the Designer. I'm Jeff Meller. We're sitting in for Peggy and Dion right here on your home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN 1000.
This is Peggy and Dion. ESPN Chicago on FM 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Tomorrow, the Bears take on the Bengals. Hi, everybody. It's Jeff Joniak along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKee. We bring you the call starting at noon.
plus a full day of coverage surrounding the game. From pregame tailgate at 8 to post-game into the evening. This is the place to be on Sunday. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. It's Bears Bengals live from Cincinnati. Kickoff tomorrow at noon on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
It all started back in 1971 when Rocco Polisi and his wife Nancy brought a taste of Italy to Chicago. That's right, Nancy's Pizza, home of the original stuffed pizza. Rocco crafted his recipe from scratch, and when you cut into that crispy crust, you get a gooey molten blend of mozzarella and your favorite fillings that's just perfection. Also, try Nancy's thin crust, crispy on the edges with that caramelized cheese. It is sure to hit the spot. Taste a piece of Chicago pizza history. Stop by my guys at Nancy's in the West Loop on your way to the game, or order from any of their locations throughout the suburbs.
Calamitous mishap, anticipate compensatory damages, subrogation relief, or tort claims under...
Guys, what are they even saying?
Coast Ivoni ads don't sound like that.
Lawyers like that are exactly why people call us. No legal mumbo-jumbo, just real talk.
We're from Chicago. We talk like you, we fight for you, and we have real conversations so we can help you.
They get where you come from, they get what you need, and they get you. Coast Ivoni, your local personal injury lawyers, because they are Chicago. 708-4million.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Is your roof underperforming? Saggy shingles, leaky spots? Sounds like someone needs a little Evandale Roofing. They don't just patch things up, they go all the way. Tight, sealed, satisfied. It's the kind of roof that'll have your neighbors going,
now that's a roof.
Evandale Roofing. They get on top so you don't have to. Call now. Your house deserves it.
A certified GAF roofing installer.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dion
on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
You know, I'm going to miss this weekend. Sylvie won't be here for the start of the game because he does the pregame show. I'm going to miss this right here. You ready? When he does this, he looks at himself in his thing and goes, I can't understand the way the Bears are playing today. So, well, what do you think, Yerk? And he puts the phone out there toward me, and invariably I can't answer him because his voice is sicking me at this point. And then he goes, Peggy! Yeah, he does it. And then Peggy will say something just to try to shut him up and get rid of him. And then he'll come back and he'll finish off and he'll say 3, 3, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 3, 7, 7, 6. Call me, please. I have no friends. So it's very interesting. I'm going to miss that this week.
Oof. Yurko sharing with you what he will be missing tomorrow when the Bears take on the Bengals in Cincinnati, as Sylvie will be live in Cincinnati along with Waddle as they are broadcasting live from Cincinnati. They took the hometown trip for Waddle back to Cincinnati, and the Bears are playing the Bengals. And yes, Sylvie and Waddle will be doing the pregame show live from a bar in Cincinnati. Do we have you have the bar, Aiden, by chance? Do you know where they're going to be broadcasting from? I don't want to give out wrong information for any of the folks out there who are going to be in Cincinnati. If you're attending the Bears game and you want to go someplace to get your fix, go ahead. Who we got, Aiden?
You can head over to Kitty's Sports Grill right in the neighborhood,
Yeah.
218 West 3rd Street, right across the street from the stadium. Waddle and Sylvie will be live. Sylvie and Waddle, actually. They will be live pregame before the game tomorrow.
Yes, they'll get you set for Bears and Bengals, as they always do, on your home of the Bears, the Bears Radio Network, ESPN 1000. But again, they will be at Kitty's tomorrow. If you're going to the game and you want to check out the pregame in person before you get into the stadium, go check it out and say hello to Waddle, Sylvie, and Tyler as well.
A lot of animosity with Yurko. It's just on the station in general. I mean,
no, it's love.
Little shots back and forth. You know what I mean?
It's meant with love.
I'm getting ready to buy property space in Cap's Head. I hear my name on Cap and J Hood so much. You know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of shots back and forth on this.
Yeah, I mean. Do you have to pay rent because you're in his head so much?
No. He actually gives me the property for free. It's advertising space, honestly.
In this economy, you're getting that type of real estate for free. That's good stuff.
Free
Pat.
property, I'll take it.
Pat, the designer, Jeff Meller, in for Peggy and Dion this week. Taking your calls 312-332-3776, talking about the Bears in Cincinnati, and also I do want to talk. How about the other a huge game on the NFL slate this weekend after the Bears and Bengals wrap up, 3:25 kick. It will be the Kansas City Chiefs in Buffalo taking on the Bears at Orchard Park. And we get another Mahomes-Allen game. The Chiefs are a 1.5-point favorite currently. Now, the Bills defensively have struggled as of late, and they suffered some big injuries here. And so I wonder, it feels right now the way the Chiefs, again, I mentioned it earlier, they absolutely dispelled the Commanders on Monday Night Football. So this feels like a game where I'm expecting the Chiefs to win, but we know that the Bills are definitely going to get up for it because they look at the Chiefs as the mountain that they need to climb and get past if they're actually going to win a Super Bowl. So whenever we get a Bills-Chiefs showdown, Pat, you know it's going to be good theater.
Are we at a point yet where we can say Sean McDermott's defense doesn't show up against anybody that's kind of real?
I'm at that point.
I feel like
I'm certainly at that point.
I feel like if the Chiefs come out and they put up a big number again, they've only played two elite offenses this year. You did allow 24 points to the Falcons, who really put it on you. What Bijan had over 300 yards of total scrimmage yards, I think, that day.
No, it wasn't.
No, I feel like I want to say he had 150 rushing yards.
It wasn't 300, but it was a big number. I'll get it for you right here.
Bijan Robinson had 170 yards carrying the football. Oh no, I'm sorry, Drake London. I got Drake London.
Yeah,
Drake London had the big day.
238 though from scrimmage. That's still an absurd
it's
number.
ridiculous.
When we're not talking about college football, we're talking about the NFL.
Like I feel like anytime there's a real offense that has any real upside, like that Sean McDermott defense is god awful. And it's tough to say like you should replace him at any point because he wins. Mm-hmm. Like they go to the playoffs, they get to AFC title games. I'm not saying move on from him, but like this Chiefs game, I feel like it's going to kind of set the tone for yet again how probably the playoffs is going to go.
You know, it's crazy because they have Josh Allen, so you feel like they're always going to be a contender. But you also wonder, did they miss their best chance the last couple of seasons not being able to get by the Chiefs? Or last year, last year they lost to the Chiefs because the Ravens, they had that huge game, that huge win over the Ravens, but then they couldn't beat the Chiefs again. So you wonder if the Buffalo Bills continue, if their window is closing. Josh Allen, again, he's not old, but you look in the division and all of a sudden Drake May is coming. And if for anybody out there who, hasn't really seen the absurd numbers in terms of deep balls, how good Drake May is, he's like the best we've ever seen. Yeah. When you look at the stats, like he's got a perfect quarterback rating on deep throws, a 158.3, the highest possible the highest possible quarterback rating on deep throws, he's got it, Pat. So all of a sudden, while everybody loves and fawns over Josh Allen, at 29 years old, he's no longer the young, exciting kid in the division. He's got Drake May, who is making stuff happen and currently has the Patriots in first place at 6-2 in the AFC East. They've beaten the Bills, too, head-to-head on Sunday Night Football. And Drake May is doing it with a cast of characters at the offensive skill spots.
Not very good.
No.
Yeah, not very good.
I mean, it's fun to say, let's make a Boutte call. but Kayshon Boutte is not by any means, a number one wide receiver in the NFL.
No.
Stephon Diggs, coming back from the ACL reconstruction has looked good at times this year. But, I mean, the Patriots are, and everyone's still waiting on Travion Henderson to actually do something. He may get a shot this week because Ramondre Stevenson actually has a foot injury, so he's going to be out. But, again, all those guys I just listed, nobody makes you say, oh, that's quite the group of weapons you have there.
No, and I think, I did wonder this year, was it real? You look at a lot of teams that they played this year. The Dolphins were abysmal at the point they played them. They beat the Jets. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the Bills here. I was trying to find the Patriots there. Give me a second. Looking at the slate of teams. There you go. You got the Saints. You dominated the Panthers. You did get the Steelers in there. They did get the Dolphins. Okay, I knew I wasn't tripping on that one. You beat the Bills. But it was like, okay, you beat the teams,
no, you're
but
right.
it's like there's a question mark. Last week versus the Browns, that was impressive to me.
Yeah, the Browns defense.
The Browns defense is ridiculous, and you put up 32 points on them.
Despite the fact, too, that Myles Garrett had 5 sacks. How about Myles Garrett, too? Remember?
I don't feel bad.
No, I don't feel bad either, but remember where we were. And the only thing I feel bad about is the fact that the Bears couldn't do something to compel in some way the Browns to actually take Myles Garrett up on his trade request because, God, that guy is so good. He may end up being, when all is said and done, the best pass rusher, the best defensive end in the history of football. He's got more sacks before his 30th birthday than anybody else has ever registered in NFL history.
Yeah.
He broke Reggie White's number last week, and he did so in fine fashion again with 5 sacks.
Yeah.
Myles Garrett is an all-time great, and I'm just sad that he can't do what he does for the Bears because he's so fun, so good, and it's too bad it's wasted in Cleveland playing for the Browns. Their defense is good sometimes, but their offense sucks.
100%. And I think there are people now that are trying to feel bad for it. Unacceptable. Myles Garrett put himself in this spot. You wanted to win? You go somewhere where you can win. You hold out. You
released the full page Instagram
you know what
post.
I mean?
You're like, hey, I need to go.
You took over the conversation before the Super Bowl.
Yep.
You went against the NFL.
And then they said, you know what? All right, Miles. Cleveland Browns said, we hear you. How big a bag of money will it take for you to come over and make yourself a Brown for life?
And you stayed, and hey, look, stand on that. You know what I mean? Like, don't come out to the podium crying, talking about, I'd give up my 5 sacks for a win. I don't believe you give up your 5 sacks for a win because you didn't give up the bag to go play winning football. You knew they weren't going to be good. The only move they made this offseason that remotely might have made sense was signing you.
And I don't know, like, what for you, if you put yourself in Myles Garrett's situation, Pat and Meller in for Peggy and Dion here on ESPN 1000. Here, mull this over. When we come back, we'll talk about it because we do have to take a quick time out. But what would be, when you consider what these players, these elite level players in the NFL, non-quarterbacks are making on a per year basis, what amount would you have to say, you know what, that's too much for me to pass up, as opposed to saying, you know what, I'll take a little bit of a haircut to go to a place where I know I'll have a better opportunity to win. Mull that over. We'll talk a little bit on the other side. Pat the Designer, Jeff Meller, in for Peggy and Dion on ESPN 1000.
Peggy and Dion on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The game is what Sundays are all about. We know what you need. Tailgate. Black and Abdallah's pregame tailgate tomorrow morning at 8. Get ready for kickoff with Black and Abdallah and all your favorite football-loving ESPN Chicago fans. Black and Abdallah's pregame tailgate tomorrow morning at 8. Brought to you by Bradley University on ESPN Chicago.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. ComEd wants to help you manage your energy usage and save using the ComEd app. With the app, you can better understand how much energy you're using and when, so you're able to manage it more efficiently and stay in control right from your phone. Anytime, anywhere, so make your life easier and save with the added control and convenience of the ComEd app. Download the app today at ComEd.com/app.
The Chicago Wolves return to Allstate Arena tonight and tomorrow afternoon.
The Young Bucks back on the ice now.
Get there early tonight for First Responders Night and a chance to touch a truck.
He scores! It's the Bradley Nadeau Show!
And bring the entire family for Family Sunday. Get your Chicago Wolves tickets for tonight's First Responders Night Touch a Truck and Family Sunday.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Bite Electric smart home products make everyday living simply smarter. Add color to your home's exterior with LED outdoor string lights. They're perfect for holidays or get-togethers, and they can be scheduled to automatically turn on or off. View our entire selection of Bite Electric smart home products today on Menards.com. Plus, check out our weekly flyer for other great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Tired of yelling at frozen screens and endless buffering? Switch to Astound. Reliable gig speed Wi-Fi for only $35 a month. Price locked for 3 years. Plus, get up to $200 Amazon gift cards. And when you sign up today, Astound Wi-Fi, it just works.
Back to Peggy and Dion on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Cincinnati, Ohio. I guess perhaps the memories got too strong. Grabbed me by the heartstrings and pulled me home. I got to thinking.
Jeff Meller, Pat the Designer, in for Peggy and Dion here this Saturday, November 1st, right here on ESPN 1000. As we, don't forget, you turn your clock back this Saturday night, fall back, get that extra hour of sleep. All right, Pat, you just showed me some news. We have something that probably should have been expected when we learned that DeAndre Swift and Roschon Johnson were going to be ruled out for the Bengals game tomorrow.
Yeah, Bears have elevated running back Britton Brown from the practice squad for Sunday's game against the Cincinnati Bengals. Linebacker Eamon Agbangbamiga, say that 3 times fast, has been downgraded to out and remains on reserve injured designated for return. So Britton Brown probably getting backup running back duties, I would assume. The Bears maybe don't want to pull Travis Homer off of special teams, which struggled mightily as well in that Ravens game, and you don't want to weaken that too, especially with Roschon Johnson out, who's been a big part of that.
Yeah, no, I think that, I was kind of waiting for a move like that. The only thing that was had me wondering was, hey, would they, this still may be the case, will we see a little bit more of DJ Moore being utilized in the backfield at times, which is something that we've seen Ben Johnson do, just to give, Kyle Monangai a breather, but now with Brown available, you never quite know what exactly the Bears have in store for a player who's, coming up from the practice squad. The truth is that I do think running backs can kind of come out of nowhere in this league. So, they could just, if he understands, a few run plays in the playbook, he certainly could be someone who could all of a sudden make an impact because we haven't seen him. We don't really know much about what he's capable of, especially in a live game environment. So
outside of preseason.
Yeah.
I mean, 6'1", 205.
I don't even count those.
Behind this Bears offensive line that, has been solid over the last few weeks in run blocking. I think it's not a bad move to make, and I believe you
need a third back on the roster.
Yeah, and I believe you feel about running backs like I do. If the offensive line is moving bodies and you know where to go, you can find a hole.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's some elite guys who are true difference makers when they're paired with good offensive lines. You see them as force multipliers. When you talk about a guy like Saquon Barkley moving to the Eagles and running behind that elite offensive line, that certainly makes a difference. Seeing Josh Jacobs go to Green Bay and have a lot of success running behind the Packers offensive line with Matt LaFleur, a great play schemer and run caller. But you can find running backs to do the job if you have an effective offensive line, and we shall see how much Britton Brown gets into the mix for the Bears tomorrow. Let's try Dave, who's in Wisconsin, wants to talk with us. What's going on, Dave? You want to talk about the Bulls a little bit, huh?
Hi, how you doing?
What's going
doing
on,
well, Dave? How about you?
Yep, I'm glad the Bulls are doing good. 5-0. I hope they can keep it up. Now, the teams the teams they've had trouble with, like Cleveland, which we know we beat them preseason. This is the year we got to beat them. And the teams that we had trouble with out in West, like was it Golden State, Phoenix, and what was the other team out West that we had trouble with? Is this the year
Denver.
we can finally beat them? And Denver, yeah.
Denver.
Can we beat those three teams?
I'll be honest with you, Dave. You'll probably never beat Denver. The Bulls did not do well against Denver in Denver when Michael Jordan was playing.
Yeah,
it is the
elevation,
the one home field advantage, if you want to say that, that exists in the NBA that doesn't include the crowd.
No, yeah, there's no doubt about it. Listen, and as somebody who spends quite a bit of time in Colorado, throughout the year with my kids skiing, I can tell you the elevation is real. It definitely, just walking upstairs, all of a sudden you feel lightheaded fairly quickly. So imagine trying to play an NBA game, 48 minutes, running up and down the court. It definitely, especially when you're flying in for one day. Like, the thing about the elevation is you can acclimate over a week usually, but guess what? NBA teams, they're flying in one night, 2 nights, and then they're gone. So they don't really have the opportunity. It is a huge home court advantage that is not enough is made of. And when the Nuggets when they have a good team on top of that,
Well, that makes it hard.
That makes it a lot harder.
Well, you got to guard Jokic all night, and he's just throwing the ball behind his back. It bounces off a backboard into the hand of Aaron Gordon in the corner.
He's not running.
Yeah.
He's the only guy on the court who's not running. He's like, I'll do what I do, and everyone else can work around me, and he's effective at what he does. I'm not worried about Denver in a one-off, right? Like, the question is, can they sustain a 5-0 start, something that they haven't done since the championship-era Bulls back in 96, 97. They also did it in 95, 96. So, that again, this is a great start for the Bulls. We talked about it earlier in the show. It's been fun to watch.
And I think this is the big thing, Jeff, versus the Pistons, versus the Magic, versus the Hawks, versus the Kings, versus the Kings. That one we kind of expected. It looks very much like a Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan game. And then versus the Knicks, 4 of those 5 teams, all teams that were expected to take a massive jump here. The Knicks are a championship contender, a lot of people believe, although the start of this season may not be indicative of that. What we've seen, long season still to go. And the Pistons were expected to be a top 4 team in the Eastern Conference. So you're doing it against the best teams in the conference while you are right now the best team in the conference. So I do think that speaks a little bit more to this being real versus, a lot of Bulls fans kind of waiting for the wheels to fall off probably because of what we saw with that Lonzo Ball year.
And if you missed it because it was Halloween last night, maybe you were out with the kids trick-or-treating or at a party, or maybe you were watching Game 6 of the World Series, which has been now pushed to the limit. Game 7 coming your way tonight right here on your home of postseason baseball, ESPN 1000. If you missed it, the Bulls beat the Knicks 135-125 in Cup play in their first Cup game of the season.
Can you get to a point where that means something to you?
You know what's interesting is initially, I will say, I'm a soccer head.
Yeah.
So, I'm kind of used to the whole idea of having in-season Cup ties and stuff going on. It's not new to me. So
it means something.
I can wrap my head around it. And I do think, you know what I enjoy and what I will say is that I do like having, and it may not mean much to other people. And they're like in soccer, first and foremost, it's about winning your league, your domestic league, the Premier League. If you're an English soccer fan, that's the first thing. You want to win your league, win the Premier League, and then the next thing is Champions League. And those two are, well above. And some people might put Champions League above their domestic league. I think most soccer fans would probably say if you had to pick one,
you'd rather win versus the teams you got to talk trash against all year.
Yeah, because that feels like a bigger accomplishment. But winning the Champions League is nothing. They're almost on equal footing. The NBA Cup will never be on equal footing winning the Larry O'Brien Trophy, the NBA championship. Right. But at the same time, a mid-season tournament, I think it's nice to have something that another team can celebrate. And I think once there's a little more history, once we're maybe 10 years into it, give it a decade, I think it will start to seep in a little bit more. Don't just dismiss the fact that we did win the NBA Cup that season. I think it will be given a little more credence in the future, but right now it's such a new thing that people are just like, what is this? This is just the weird games where the court looks
hard
funny.
too. I think that's the funny part. Like literally, it's like, okay, you're gonna offer more money. It's like, okay, who cares about more money? And then it was like, there's a shiny trophy at the end of it, and everybody was like, oh, well, listen, those NBA Cup games have been really good over the last few years.
Yeah, and I do think I will give the NBA credit. I do think it's simple, but adding the court, right? Changing what it does is, for the younger fans, it's going to draw them in, right? I'll tell you, my son, his friends, the 15-year-olds out there who are watching games, all of a sudden, it's like, hey, this is pretty cool. They're playing on this cool-looking court. It creates a novelty that people will be a little more interested in. It's more than just your normal NBA game, right? And so while it may not resonate as much with us, I do think younger fans watching the game appreciate that little detail to it, and it makes it different. It differentiates it from your regular games. So I think that will add to it. You mentioned money, like adding it in, something I asked you about. Yeah. Myles Garrett, I want to go back to that real quick before we wrap up here today. He's taken some criticism because he demanded the trade, but then he immediately re-upped when the Browns gave him the bag. And I guess the question for me is, should he have when he asked for a trade this offseason, should he have basically told the Browns, look, there's no amount of money that you guys can give me that is worth it for me to stay. He signed a 4-year, $160 million extension this offseason, basically $40 million a year with $123.5 guaranteed. Honestly, had he been traded anywhere, he would have gotten somewhere near that amount, right? Maybe he wouldn't have gotten that exact number. Maybe the team would have been a little bit up against the cap, but any team trading for Myles Garrett would have given him an insane number. Should he have just held fast and said, you know what, even if it's going to cost me $5 million a year, and say he's only making $35 instead of $40 per year, would that have been worth it to him to just say, you know what, I can't do this Brown stuff anymore. You guys are terrible. Yeah. You're a moribund franchise. You can't get out of your own way. I need to go someplace where I have a chance to play playoff football.
It depends on what your Super Bowl is. For a lot of people, we assume that everybody that makes it to the biggest stage is the Super Bowl, or your goal is to win the NBA championship, or your goal is to win an MLB World Series. And a lot of people, that's kind of the cherry on top of, I want to have a great career. I want to be known as one of the greats. I want to make a lot of money.
I want to make as much money as I possibly can.
And especially in football, right? You never know what year is your final year, so you got to get the money when you can. So I would say Myles Garrett's Super Bowl has happened for him. His Super Bowl was the bag.
He won his Super Bowl this offseason.
He won his Super Bowl this offseason because clearly if winning was what you wanted, and I will say this as well, I get, wanting to stay with a team, wanting to be loyal to a team, be one of those guys that has been there forever. But clearly there's not a situation being built here that's a winning situation. You saw that this offseason. You said that was your biggest gripe with the team. You put out an entire letter about it, and then you signed the contract.
Yeah, there was. You know what it was? Is it was just weird because when all is said and done, it just looks like you were posturing to force the Browns to pay you more money.
Yeah.
And he was already making. He already had signed, a deal after his rookie deal. He was making a significant amount of money. And he, in all likelihood, if he had waited out his contract, he would have made a huge money when if he finally hits the market. Or, he could have forced his hand and said, listen, you need to trade me. Otherwise, I just can't do this anymore. So it was odd that he put himself in a position where I'm going to publicly distance myself and say, trade me, I want to win. And then within a couple of weeks, the Browns said, all right, we'll pony up. Here's the bag. Come remain in Cleveland for the rest of your career.
Yeah, and I think when you talk about what he wants to get out of his career, I would say he's probably getting it. I don't believe that he would trade that 5-set game for a win, but that's the right thing to say. You know what I mean? Like I think that Myles Garrett understands who he is. He understands what he's worth, and he wanted to get the most out of that in his NFL career. That's fine. Don't come out and complain about being a part of an organization. That's my only issue. Right? Joe Thomas spent his entire career there. I don't think Joe Thomas ever sniffed a playoff game. Maybe one. Was he with Baker still?
I don't think so.
I don't think he
retired the year before Baker and the Browns.
So he never sniffed a playoff game.
Boy, did he even sniff like an 8-win season? Poor Joe
probably
Thomas.
Not.
Like the career
But you know what he didn't do?
In anonymity.
Didn't come out and whine about how much money he's making playing football.
You know what? That's the thing, though. I do look back and I'm like, you know what? You put that statement out there publicly, and then you immediately caved within a month and said, all right, give me the bag.
Like that to me is why when I look at the Myles Garrett situation, I think he won his Super Bowl. And now if you get to a playoff game, if you win a Super Bowl, it's a little bit of that cherry on top. And he deserves the bag. He is the greatest pass rusher we've ever seen.
Yes.
By far.
And I actually saw Reggie White, and I can tell you he still is the greatest pass rusher I think I've ever seen. Joe Thomas, career record of 48 and 119 in his career as a member of the Cleveland Browns. And he is in Canton, 10 Pro Bowls, 10 straight Pro Bowls, along with 8 All-Pro selections for the left tackle of his time, Joe Thomas. He will no doubt be he's on the Hall of Fame All-2010s team. He was the man for Cleveland back then. All right, Pat, any final prediction before we get out of here for Bears and Bengals tomorrow?
I do got a Bears win. The AC joint scares me a little bit. I think I predicted 34-31 on the Chicago Bears podcast.
Which get daily, Monday through Friday.
Tap in with that on the YouTube and wherever you get your podcasts and on the ESPN 1000 app. I think I'm going to widen the gap a little bit. I'll still say 31 points. I think the Bears get 31 points now. I'm going to say a 31-21 game. I think that AC joint is worse than they're letting on, and they have that little faith in Jake Browning.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think the Bears have to take advantage of this. They take advantage of a bad defense and a banged-up Joe Flacco. I think they win. They go into Cincy and win 34-20. Want to say thank you very much to our man, Aiden O'Connor. Not O'Connor. Not the quarterback for the Vegas Raiders, but our producer behind the glass doing great work today. He's going to hang around with me for White Sox Weekly, which is coming your way next. Pat, thanks for hanging out with me on Peggy and Dion today. I appreciate it. We will talk to you tomorrow on the Post with J-Mac. This is ESPN 1000.
Tomorrow, the Bears take on the Bengals. Hi, everybody. It's Jeff Joniak, along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKee. We bring you the call starting at noon, plus a full day of coverage surrounding the game. From pregame tailgate at 8 to post-game into the evening. This is the place to be on Sunday. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. It's Bears and Bengals live from Cincinnati. Kickoff tomorrow at noon on the home of the Bears, ESPN in Chicago.
Your old furnace is costing you money. Call your trusted local expert, Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric for a free in-home estimate. Furnaces from $39 a month. So call today.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
You ever notice that some people are picky when it comes to their beer?
Yeah, and Yuengling gets it. That's why they brew a beer for everyone's taste.
You want something light and easy? They've got it. Rich and toasty? That too. Something classic? That's their bread and butter.
So whether you're on the golf course, watching the game, or grilling in the backyard, there's a Yuengling for the occasion.
Check out the lineup next time you're out. You might end up bringing home more than one.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry. Promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training, Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Within the cities we call home, Busey Bank is more than a name. It's a commitment to your dreams. With Busey, trusted guidance is tailored to empower you every step of the way. Whether it's seamlessly managing your finances or planning for your future, Busey is dedicated to your financial success. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
The Chicago Wolves return to Allstate Arena tonight and tomorrow afternoon.
The Young Bucks back on the ice now.
Get there early tonight for First Responders Night and a chance to touch a truck.
He scores! It's the Bradley Nadeau Show!
And bring the entire family for Family Sunday. Get your Chicago Wolves tickets for tonight's First Responders Night Touch a Truck and Family Sunday.
Is your roof underperforming? Saggy shingles, leaky spots? Sounds like someone needs a little Evandale Roofing. They don't just patch things up, they go all the way. Tight, sealed, satisfied. It's the kind of roof that'll have your neighbors going,
now that's a roof.
Evandale Roofing. They get on top so you don't have to. Call now. Your house deserves it.
A certified GAF roofing installer.
If you're turning 65 or new to Medicare, Humana might just have the health plan you're looking for. Our Medicare Advantage plans offer coverage and care you can count on. You could get a plan with a $0 premium or an all-in-one plan that may include medical and prescription coverage, as well as routine dental, vision, and hearing. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Hey, Chicago, headed to a game? Take the CTA. We'll get you to the game and back for just $5.
That's less money spent on travel and more money in your pocket.
No searching for parking, no random surge pricing on rideshare, no traffic. We'll do the driving for you. The CTA has train stations and bus stops within steps of all the major stadiums and venues in the city. Plus, we've got tap to pay available on all CTA trains and buses. There's no need to purchase a ticket ahead of time.
Just tap and ride.
Plan your next trip at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
We are mercy on a mission. Together we bring hope and healing.
Imagine living with a condition that could be cured by a simple surgery. But there's no hospital nearby, no trained surgeon, and no hope for treatment. This is the reality for millions of people across Africa and around the world. Mercy Ships changes that, bringing free, life-changing care to those who need it most.
There's no other ship in the world that has a cargo of hope and healing.
You see tangible change and like futures transformed. We leave people who've been healed, not just physically, but spiritually and emotionally.
Mercy Ships has delivered hope and healing to thousands, and there are so many more who need us. Learn more about our mission at mercyships.org.
This is White Sox Weekly, your all-access pass to everything White Sox.
Swing and a drive! Deep to left! Gone!
That was as hard as a baseball can be hit by anybody.
White Sox Weekly on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago. Now here's your host, Jeff Meller.
The 2-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Ohtani gone to begin the game, and there's one away. They're loving it inside Rogers Center. The right-hander ready and deals. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Gausman pumped up as he makes his way off the mound to the Blue Jays' third base dugout. He strikes out the side. Ball and no strikes the count. Pitch. Swing and a ball lifted down the left field line towards the corner. That one is fair. Into the corner. In to score is Edman. Ohtani will stop at third, and Will Smith delivers. And the Dodgers have the lead. It's 1-0. So again, they're all loaded up. 2 down. Gausman, the 1-2. Swing and a line drive, base hit left field. Ohtani in to score. Smith on his heels. Throw to the plate, too late. Will Smith is in. Mookie Betts comes through, and the Dodgers have jumped out to a 3-0 lead. Bring her back in. Here's a 3-0. Swing and a ball trailed out towards right center field, and a touchdown for a hit. Barger in to score. Springer into first. It's an RBI single. George Springer, he's seeing stars. He's in so much pain, but he comes up with the RBI hit, and the Jays are on the board. Wow, the pitch. Swing and line drive left field. Hernandez charges, makes the catch. Throw back to second. Out at second, and it's a double play. And that ends the game. Barger caught off the base. They're going to review it. Hernandez charging in and fired in one motion to second, and it was collected by Rojas brilliantly.
We have been pushed to the limits after last night's Game 6 victory by the Los Angeles Dodgers to tie up the Toronto Blue Jays north of the border. We now have ourselves a Game 7 tonight. Heard right here on your home for postseason baseball, ESPN 1000, your home of the White Sox. This is White Sox Weekly. I am Jeff Meller, but of course, we're in November, but we're still talking about baseball because we have one more game tonight. All hands on deck after a fabulous game of baseball last night. What theater? I'm not sure what you were doing with your Halloween last night. Perhaps you were out with the kids trick-or-treating. Maybe you had a party to go to. Maybe you were watching the game at a party out of the side of your eye, and maybe it drew you in ever so closer as the game continued to become more and more dramatic as the events unfolded until we heard Boog Sciambi on the call right there on ESPN Radio last night. Again, you heard here on ESPN 1000. The Dodgers beat the Blue Jays 3-1, and every which way, this entire series has been absolutely fantastic, riveting. If you are a neutral observer, the Dodgers force Game 7 after Yoshinobu Yamamoto had yet again another fantastic outing. He picks up his 4th postseason victory of the season, went 6 innings, only gave up 1 earned run to George Springer, who made his return to the Blue Jays lineup, dealing with the side issue. I have to imagine it's an oblique issue that most people would not be playing through, but because, of course, it is Game 6 and will be Game 7 tonight here of the World Series, George Springer finding a way to gut through it, and not just gut through it, but pick up the only RBI on the evening for the Blue Jays. the Dodgers, Mookie Betts, dropped in the order by Dave Roberts after he has struggled mightily, not just this entire World Series, but honestly, Mookie Betts' entire season has been a struggle when you consider what you're used to getting from Mookie Betts. He only hit 20 home runs this season. That's something that is, he's normally a mid-30s home run guy. Last year he hit 19, but that was in an injury-shortened season. He only played 116 games in 2024. But this year, in a full season, 150 games, Mookie Betts only hit 20 home runs. He hit 258, had a 326 on base. Remember, he dealt with that sickness early in the season that basically he wasn't quite sure what was the issue. He ended up losing about 20 pounds when the Dodgers, in spring training, when the Dodgers, remember, played in Japan to open the season for that 2-game series. When they played the Cubs, they swept the Cubs in Japan, and Mookie Betts was dealing with all sorts of strength issues all season long as he was trying to recover from an illness during spring training that, again, cost him 20 pounds. And so, again, Mookie Betts, not really the biggest guy to begin with. He's had a down season all year. At the age of 33, you wonder if he's hit the decline stage of his career. But nevertheless, he came up big last night with the 2 RBI single that proved to be the difference in the ball game for the Dodgers in a 3-1 win. Man, everything about this series has been fantastic. If you want to talk about it with me, take your calls, 312-332-3776. One more night of baseball, Game 7 tonight. Again, Yamamoto picks up the win. Now, Dave Roberts said that he would not be available today. And everybody else, all hands on deck. Essentially, everybody for the Blue Jays. I suppose Kevin Gausman probably in the same situation. But Yamamoto's been so good, and he was actually, remember, warming up at the end of Game 3, that 18-inning affair that the Dodgers went on to win. Yamamoto was actually warming up, getting ready to come into that game. So I do wonder, even though he threw 96 pitches last night, if the Dodgers find themselves in a situation where if Yamamoto's feeling good, would they turn to him, for a batter or two? Even though Roberts said he would not be available today, I'm not necessarily going to say that Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who has really proven why he was worth the money that the Dodgers gave him last offseason, the $300 million man, he has proven to be amongst the best starters in all of baseball. And really in this postseason, he's been lights out. He's been the one guy the Dodgers can really rely upon. And interestingly enough, speaking of huge sums of money for Japanese pitchers, Roki Sasaki got an inning of relief work for the Dodgers last night, but he was not able to go deeper than that. He actually found himself in a situation where Dave Roberts decided to turn to Tyler Glasnow to relief Roki Sasaki in the 9th inning after Sasaki had given up a couple of hits. And with runners on second and third, Dave Roberts turned to Tyler Glasnow in the 9th, who was expected to potentially be the starter for Game 7. And I'll give you news on that here in a moment. But Tyler Glasnow came on to pick up the save in last night's ball game. He ended up getting 3 outs on 3 pitches. He ended up, you heard right there, the final double play to end the game as Addison Barger was doubled up by Kike Hernandez at second base to close out the game. But Tyler Glasnow also got a pop-out to start the inning. So really nice piece of relief work by Glasnow. And he did it so efficiently in 3 pitches that I have to imagine he's going to be available for essentially anything that he would have been available for had he not pitched 3 pitches. Honestly, Game 7, nothing to worry about for, let's say, another 3 months after today. So I think Tyler Glasnow, just on adrenaline alone, is probably going to be able to give Dave Roberts, 70, 80, 100 pitches if he asks him to tonight. Probably won't, though, unless he's absolutely cruising along, because Shohei Ohtani is going to start tonight's game for the Dodgers. And honestly, this is not a surprise to me. It probably shouldn't be a surprise to anybody out there who was keeping close tabs on how this would play out, because it's the only thing that really makes sense. Shohei Ohtani is going to be starting on 3 days rest, and if you wanted to get anything out of Shohei Ohtani, it only makes sense to use him as a starter because of the DH rule. Remember, the league adopted the Shohei rule a few years back when they decided that, listen, we don't want a team to lose their DH. We don't want Shohei Ohtani, who is the greatest player we've ever seen play, when he's available on his days to start. We don't want a team to lose a DH because he's starting the game and then he needs to be removed from the game. And so they adopted the Shohei rule for a starting pitcher where he can still DH and still remain in the game if he's lifted as a pitcher later in the game. However, the intricacies of the rules do not allow for the same flexibility should Shohei Ohtani be used as a reliever. And so Dave Roberts talked about this the other day. If they wanted to use Shohei Ohtani as a reliever, they certainly could, but then if they lifted him from the game after he was used as a reliever, he would have to remain in the game potentially as probably a corner outfielder, most likely a right fielder, which he played back in his days in Japan. He would have to most likely play as a right fielder if they wanted to do that. It just adds a whole nother layer of complexity that you probably don't want to deal with. And then, oh yeah, by the way, if Shohei Ohtani were to come in as a reliever, you would have to also get him warmed up and ready to go. And so if the Dodgers are batting, hitting, they're going through the lineup, even if he was due up ninth, if for whatever reason they put together a couple of hits, all of a sudden they push a run across the plate, and then Shohei Ohtani, maybe he's due up, fourth or fifth while he's trying to get loose in the pen. It's just a big headache that you don't really want to have to deal with. Now, I was talking with Pat, the designer, about an hour ago before White Sox Weekly began, and we were just discussing, like, Shohei Ohtani. I know people may think back on the moment in the World Baseball Classic when he came on to close out the championship for Japan when he struck out Mike Trout to end the game. We had that epic battle between two teammates when Shohei Ohtani did pick up the save in that game. But again, that is an entirely different element where in this situation, knowing that you're going to turn to Shohei Ohtani, go ahead, start him tonight, see what he can give you, and maybe, just maybe, even though it's, on short rest, it's still 3 days. And so I wonder if Shohei Ohtani is mowing down Blue Jays tonight, how deep in the game will Dave Roberts push him? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes 3, 4, or even 5 innings if he really is just striking out, every which Blue Jay that comes to the plate. I could very easily see a scenario where, as long as he's not laboring on the mound, Dave Roberts lets him go basically as deep as Ohtani wants to go within the means of, keeping the Dodgers in the ballgame. As long as he doesn't see any signs of trouble, I could see us seeing Ohtani go, 3, 4, maybe even 5 innings if he pitches well enough to begin the game. Fascinating to think about what could transpire tonight in Game 7 of the World Series. And think about this. The last time we had a Game 7 in the World Series, back in 2019, the Nationals taking on the Astros in that series. Of course, you probably remember the Nationals beat the Astros in that series. Every road team won all 7 games in that series. And the Nationals, of course, did not have home field advantage, which means that they won 4 in Houston to win that series 4-3. And on the mound to start Game 7 for the Nationals in that 2019 season, it was Max Scherzer. And guess what? Tonight's the Blue Jays, 6 seasons later, will turn to Max Scherzer, the multi-colored eye ace, who is no doubt bound for Cooperstown when he does officially hang up the cleats, which this could be. I mean, think about this on the other side of it. Max Scherzer starts Game 7. If the Blue Jays go on to win it, that certainly would be a pretty sweet way to ride off into the sunset if you're Max Scherzer, because he signed with the Blue Jays this season. But I will tell you, he made 17 starts. It was an injury-riddled season for Scherzer. He had a 5.19 ERA this year. He battled with blisters. He had some forearm issues. And it's something that I know he commented on, when he would go deeper into games, he would sometimes have to deal with some forearm issues and some blister issues that constantly were cropping up. And so you wonder if this could be Max Scherzer's last start as a major league pitcher at 41 years old, making a Game 7 start for the Toronto Blue Jays. So I just, as a neutral observer, watching this series take place between the Dodgers and Blue Jays, I could not have asked for more. It's been so fun to watch. And again, with Shohei Ohtani doing what he's done on the biggest stage. And, oh, by the way, I'm 15 minutes into the show here, and I haven't even had a chance to talk about the other superstar who has penned a $500 million contract extension, something I want to talk about. We will do so when we come back here on White Sox Weekly. I'm Jeff Meller. Speaking of big games, big opponents, hey, Sox fans, celebrate your special occasion in 2026 with a White Sox party area. Reserve your group outing today to get access to the best spaces and top matchups like opening day on April 2nd against the Blue Jays, or other big matchups like the Cubs, Dodgers, and Yankees. For more information, visit whitesox.com/groups or call 312-674-1000. I'm Jeff Meller here on White Sox Weekly, taking your calls, 312-332-3776. If you want to talk a little bit about the past season with the White Sox, what they need to do, the improvements they need to keep making if they're going to catch up to a team like the Blue Jays in the American League. Feel free. I'll take your calls, hang out with you until 2 o'clock today. But I mentioned a postseason for the ages. Vladdy Guerrero, Canada's son, the man who signed a contract extension in the offseason with the Toronto Blue Jays, and he has lived up to the billing in this postseason, giving Blue Jays fans everything they could have asked for. Can he finish it off tonight with a big game? If he does, he will no doubt be the World Series MVP if the Blue Jays go on to win it. We'll talk about that coming up next right here on White Sox Weekly on ESPN 1000.
This is White Sox Weekly on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement.
It's like a megaphone for your wallet.
Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Hey guys, it's Carm. If you're like me, you know a great haircut is more than just looking good. It's about the whole experience. That's why I head to White Buffalo Barbershop, Azazu Salon's partner. At White Buffalo, they redefine grooming excellence with top-tier barbers and a vibe that's second to none. Need to unwind? Grab a beer with your cut and catch all the big games right from your chair.
White Buffalo Barbershop, born original. Now in LaGrange and Hinsdale. Book your appointment today. Visit whitebuffalobarbershop.com for more info.
When your cat's mean, and your dog is too.
And it's hard to know what's fake or true.
Just raise a glass with a friend or two.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do.
When the online trends keep getting worse, and you lost your keys in the metaverse.
Now your right swipe just went left on you.
You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, hey.
O'Reilly.
Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At Bank of America, we asked our teammates, what makes this company a great place to work?
There's very little that you can't accomplish working for Bank of America.
If you prove yourself, you can try over in a totally new way.
You can learn so much here. You're the owner of your career.
See how our teammates are growing in their careers at bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
What does it mean to give 100%? It means giving everything you've got, every single day. That's why the V Foundation is 100% committed to supporting groundbreaking cancer research. We give 100% for life-saving research victories, 100% to making new discoveries that lead to innovative treatments, 100% to groundbreaking cancer research that could one day save someone you love. We know cancer research is working. Over the last 30 years, an estimated 4.5 million lives have been saved thanks to game-changing research breakthroughs. But there is more work to do. That's why the V Foundation continues to fund the best of the best in cancer research. We will always give 100% to accelerate victory over cancer.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Learn more at v.org.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? SafeStep walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. SafeStep walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. SafeStep walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
There's a fly ball to deep left center field. Headed back there. It is gone! Vlad Jr. gives the Jays the lead. The franchise face putting the team on his back.
Welcome back to White Sox Weekly. That was Vladimir Guerrero, highlight courtesy of Fox. Joe Davis on the call. That was Game 4 back when Shohei Ohtani started last. He will start and open. I guess he's going to start. I'm calling him an opener, but he's probably going to go deeper than your typical opener. But again, Game 7 creates interesting scenarios for managers and interesting scenarios for pitchers as well. And Shohei Ohtani, the unique pitcher who also is the best hitter in his lineup. So going to be fascinating to see what Dave Roberts chooses to do. How deep will he ask Shohei Ohtani to go? And you heard the highlight there, Vladimir Guerrero homering off of Shohei Ohtani. If Shohei Ohtani is the face of baseball, Vladimir Guerrero absolutely is the face of the Toronto Blue Jays and the face of baseball in Canada. And he reinforced that this past April when he signed a long-term deal that in all likelihood will take him to the end of his career, when he penned a 14-year, $500 million contract extension with the Toronto Blue Jays back in April. And, there was a lot of conversations about it being the last season for Vladimir Guerrero with the Blue Jays and exactly, what would a contract for him look like on the open market. Well, he never got there because the Blue Jays understood that Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who, is a native Canadian because, of course, his dad, Vladimir Guerrero Sr., was playing in Montreal when Vladdy Jr. was born. And so he is a Canadian citizen. And so certainly that brings on a bigger impact when you talk about him being the face of baseball in Canada, and for him, to have this stage to potentially win a World Series for the first time in Canada since 1993, way back when Joe Carter was hitting a walk-off winner in Toronto for the Blue Jays in Game 6. Now, obviously, they couldn't repeat that feat last night. They had an opportunity to do so, but they could not take advantage of the situation as they were doubled up on the final out by great play by Kike Hernandez there to get the Blue Jays there and end up nice play also by Miguel Rojas. We know Kike Hernandez getting a lot of the credit, but Miguel Rojas with an excellent stab to stay on the bag and double up Addison Barger to ultimately end the game for the Dodgers and force Game 7. But Ohtani will be on the mound tonight. We've gotten the official word from Dave Roberts, so it will be Ohtani versus Scherzer. You can hear that game right here on ESPN 1000, your home for postseason baseball and the World Series. So that game, again, right around 7 o'clock, you will hear Blue Jays and Dodgers. But I want to mention and give Vladimir Guerrero his kudos because he has absolutely risen to the occasion. And I say that because, listen, if you follow baseball, you know that Vladimir Guerrero is a great player. He's one of the best, I'd say pretty comfortably. He's easily a top 20 player in baseball. And I think a lot of people would easily argue he's a top 10 player in baseball. But I will say, entering the postseason, based on the season he had this year, which was good, not great. He hit .292 with a .381 on base, a .467 slug. So that's an .848 OPS. That's good, not great. He only had 23 home runs this past season in 156 games. And he had a WAR, a wins above replacement, of 4.5. That's a B WAR, baseball reference WAR. So, again, a good, not great season from Vladdy Guerrero. And last season, if you want to look in one of his best seasons, his second best season ever, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. had a 6.2 WAR. He had a .323 batting average, a .396 on base, and a .544 slug. So that's a .940 OPS. That, to me, is, top 10 player in baseball. And if you want to go back to his best season ever, that was in his age 22 year back in 2021. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. had a .311 batting average with a .401 on base and a .601 slug. That's an OPS of 1.002. Anytime you're above 1,000, you are doing some pretty special stuff. He hit 48 home runs that season. Now, the one caveat to that year was that was the season that the Toronto Blue Jays, that was, remember, the season after COVID, and the Blue Jays actually played quite a bit of their home games in a couple of AAA ballparks. So in Albany, and remember, so there was some, the home run total was maybe boosted a little bit by playing a lot of your home games at a AAA park. And so Vladdy Guerrero had a sensational year that year, has never really quite reached the heights of that season. And again, I go back to, so this year with a OPS of .848, he only hit 23 home runs. But when you look at what he's done in this postseason, in particular in Game 4 when he homers off of Ohtani and gives the Blue Jays the lead in that moment, a huge moment because the Blue Jays were in some ways reeling from their 18-inning loss in the night prior to the Dodgers. A lot of people felt like, okay, if momentum is a thing in baseball, the Dodgers are going to sail to a World Series victory after they just won an epic 18-inning, one of the best games you'll ever see in World Series history. And no, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. was able to help provide a boost for the Blue Jays, and he has done that at each and every turn. And I'll point to what the ALCS MVP in 2025 has done this postseason. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. in 68 at-bats has 28 hits. That's a .412 batting average. He's also drawn 13 walks, which means his on-base percentage is above 500 in the postseason. That's a .506 on-base percentage with an .824 slug. Folks, that is an OPS of 1330 for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. on the biggest stage. He has hit 8 postseason home runs. He's driven in 15 runs. He's scored 17 runs. There is no doubt in my mind that if the Blue Jays win the World Series tonight, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. will be named the World Series MVP. The only thing that can stop it is if the Dodgers go on to win the World Series, in which case, in all likelihood, Shohei Ohtani will probably be your World Series MVP. I will say, Yamamoto has a chance because he's been excellent, but if Shohei Ohtani does anything today, pitch, you factor in he's the starter. If he hits a home run or drives in any runs, I suppose it'll be interesting to see Ohtani versus Yamamoto, who gets the World Series MVP if the Dodgers go on to win. Either way, though, it will be well-earned because Yamamoto certainly has been impressive in his 2 wins for the Dodgers, and Ohtani, of course, has been awesome.
Jeff, I want to pose a question to you. I'm completely with you. I think it's Ohtani. He's probably the betting favorite, but what if Freddie Freeman comes out and has a day today?
Another
he won the
walk-off,
game, something like that,
Yeah, so I have to look at Freeman's postseason stats. It's a good point Aiden O'Connor brings up here producing the show today. So Freeman, of course, becoming the first player in World Series history to have 2 walk-off home runs in the World Series with what he was able to accomplish with his walk-off home run in Game 3. So I'm pulling up right now Freddie Freeman's playoff stats, and I have to look at his World Series numbers. Yeah, because he hasn't been great in the entire postseason. But, yeah, so look, I'm looking at, honestly, he's only got, 5 hits or so in the postseason here, in the World Series here. So he hasn't been, dominant statistically. I suppose, though, if he has another walk-off home run or something, maybe. Yeah. So that's a fair point, Aiden. And maybe if you're someone who's interested in, playing a long shot, if Freddie Freeman has a big walk-off hit, maybe I guess he can't have a walk-off because they're not the home team. But if he has a big home run to give them a lead, then certainly Freddie Freeman could be in play. So those are probably your 3 big names. I'm giving it to Vladdy basically sight unseen. I suppose you could say if Alejandro Kirk has a big game again tonight, but part of me just thinks that the emotional tie to Vladdy and the fact that he, is going to be in Canada for the entirety of his career, I wonder if the baseball writers let that narrative get the better of them, because he has certainly been more than deserving based on what he's done in the first 6 games of the World Series. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. certainly, who has homered in 2 of the Blue Jays wins, certainly could be a worthy MVP for the Blue Jays if they go on to win tonight. Speaking of the Blue Jays, the White Sox are opening up the season at home against the Blue Jays on April 2nd. White Sox fans get access to the best seats at the best value and lock in a 2026 ticket plan today. Be here for the biggest matchups, exciting new promotions, and opening day against the Blue Jays on Thursday, April 2nd. Plus, enjoy flexible payment plans, savings on single games, and more. To secure your ticket plan, visit whitesox.com/2026. I'm Jeff Meller. This is White Sox Weekly as we're getting set for Game 7 tonight. It will be it's Game 7 of the World Series, of course. It is, no matter what, going to be the last game in the Major League Baseball season here tonight on November 1st. You can hear it right here on ESPN 1000. So we're talking about it with you, 312-332-3776. It is do or die. Win or go home. I guess it's win and go home either way, but of course you'd much rather be on the winning end of it, because you will be celebrating the entire offseason if you win tonight, if you're the Blue Jays, or if you win tonight and you are the Dodgers. And speaking of win or go home moments, it got me to thinking about a great moment for White Sox fans. It was a do or die situation. We'll relive that coming up next right here on White Sox Weekly on your home of the Chicago White Sox, ESPN 1000.
This is White Sox Weekly
on the home of the Chicago White Sox,
ESPN 1000. The ESPN Chicago Fantasy Football Show, brought to you by Tullamore Dew.
Welcome to Fantasy Football!
Set your lineup with Jeff Meller's guidance, Sunday morning at 7, ESPN Chicago.
For over 45 years, Food and Paper Supply Company has been the local leader in food service distribution. We're proud to partner with and service the Chicago White Sox and restaurants throughout Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana. At Food and Paper Supply, we're committed to getting you the products you want, including fresh poultry, beef, pork, shrimp, and produce, plus frozen fries, appetizers, dairy products, oils, and a full line of carry-out packaging. Our cash and carry retail store is open to the public with wholesale pricing. Go to foodandpaper.com. That's foodandpaper.com for service and products beyond compare.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst! So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
Great Clips believes veterans make us great, and that's why this Veterans Day they're offering free haircuts to all veterans and active duty service members. Here's how it works. If you served or are serving in the military, simply visit a Great Clips salon on November 11th to get a haircut at no cost to you with your military ID. Don't need a haircut that day? Stop by for a free haircut card to use later. Not a member of the military? Any customer who gets a haircut on Veterans Day will also receive a free haircut card to give to a veteran or active duty military member in recognition of their service. It's just one small way Great Clips is saying thank you for all the sacrifices you as service members make to protect our country. Offer valid while supplies last. Learn more and read giveaway rules at greatclips.com/promotions. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Chicago. Dropkick Murphys are back for the people in the pit. St. Patrick's Day 2026 tour. March 3rd at the Salt Shed. Indoors, packed, and ready to explode. Dropkick Murphys with the Agrolites and Haywire. Punk, reggae, chaos, and pure energy. Dropkick Murphys. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
Hey, Joe here from Fry the Coop. Around here, we like to keep things simple and honest. At Fry the Coop, we fry all our chicken and fries in beef fat. Why? I thought you'd never ask. First off, it's delicious. Secondly, it's 0% seed oils, unlike those other guys. And lastly, you heard me say it's delicious, right? At Fry the Coop, we only serve happiness, one sandwich at a time.
Everyone deserves access to quality health, but for half the world's population, essential health services are out of reach. At AmeriCares, we know access to quality health saves and improves lives. With good health, people can attend school, be productive at work, care for their families, and contribute to strong communities. That's why we envision pathways to health and opportunity for all. We care. It's our call to action. It's in our history. It's in our name. AmeriCares. AmeriCares about disaster survivors, about free medical aid, what doctors need, our communities, our neighbors, our families. AmeriCares about good health. For a better world. Learn more at americares.org/goodhealth. Together, we can build pathways to health. americares.org/goodhealth. Join us.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
We are talking White Sox.
This is White Sox Weekly.
If you missed the show, we put the podcast up on the ESPN Chicago app, so listen on your time.
White Sox Weekly, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
League 3.47. He has pitched in tough luck as his team has scored 2 or less runs 15 times, 1 or less 10 times in his games this season. And Span takes off, gets a good jump, and a line drive to third baseman Uribe, and an easy double play over to first base. Here's the 2-2, and they get him. Bauer goes down. Morneau strikes out, so John Dank striking out both Joe Mauer and Justin Morneau. Here's the 3-2. Strikes out Mauer on a fastball for the second time in the game. And it's popped up. Short center field, and here is Griffey. Dyer tagging up, and he's going to go. Here comes the play at the plate. He's going to be close, and the runner is going to be out. And I don't think he touched home for Zeski with a great block at the plate. And Griffey throws out to Dyer home, and the inning is over. Strikes out, and that'll do it. And off the fifth, ground ball to Cabrera. They get one, throw to first. They get the double play, and the side is retired. 2-2. And in the air, deep to center field. Gomez going back, looking up. It's gone. Jim Thome with a home run.
So there's the White Sox winning 1-0 in a do or die scenario back in 2008. That's right. If you're a White Sox fan, you probably remember, like I do, assuming you're, probably at least 25 or 30. But in 2008, the game 163 against the Minnesota Twins at what was then U.S. Cellular Field, now Rate Field, the Sox beat the Twins to win the American League Central back in 2008. And I will tell you, that game, for me as a White Sox fan, I'm not going to lie. Now, I went to Game 1 of the 2005 World Series. I've talked about that quite a bit here this past season, as we've celebrated the 20th anniversary of the White Sox 2005 World Series championship. And I was in attendance for Game 1. It was me and Popolio, the 14th, actually hanging out. I did not know it at the time that I was in company with the future Pope. But nevertheless, that game to be in attendance for was one of my greatest moments as a fan of the White Sox. It was phenomenal to watch the White Sox win their first World Series game in my lifetime back in 2005, to put them up 1-0 on the Astros, to watch Bobby Jenks close it out at home, and to kind of have those warm, fuzzy feelings that they were primed and likely. It felt like when they closed out that game, I had this supreme confidence that they were going to go on and win the World Series. I don't know how other White Sox fans felt at the time, but the nervous fan in me was, as they were starting the World Series, I felt good, but the Astros had Roger Clemens, on the mound, and he was just somebody who always kind of put the fear of God in you as an opponent. And even though he was at the latter stages of his career, it was that one thing where I was like, God, I think they're better than the Astros. But at the same time, you had these doubts. Like, I hope they can win game 1 here. And then for them to go on and win game 1 made me all of a sudden supremely confident that they were going to be able to finish the job. But I've often said, as magical as that night was to be in attendance for that game, for me, almost on par was being at the blackout game, game 163, the highlights you just heard there, where Ken Griffey Jr. makes his one play as a member of the Chicago White Sox, where he throws out to Justin Morneau at home plate. I'm sorry, Michael Kadire at home plate, and he throws him out. And it was, that moment was huge because everybody was always waiting for Ken Griffey Jr. to kind of, have a moment for the White Sox, and he did. And then Jim Thome to hit the home run, the solo shot in the 7th inning, and then John Danks to pitch brilliantly. Bobby Jenks would then come on to save that game, and the White Sox would win a 1-0 game at home against the Twins in game 163, winner take all. And for me to be in the house for that game, I'll never forget, I was working here at ESPN 1000, and when the White Sox won game 162 to force a game 163, and knowing that it would be at U.S. Cellular Field, I immediately hopped online, bought some tickets for my wife and I. We went to the game, and I will tell you, it was the blackout game. They asked everybody to wear a black shirt, and I'm pretty sure they probably handed them out at the time. And I'll never forget, though, the adrenaline and emotion from the crowd of White Sox fans for that game. I don't think anybody sat down the entire game. Everybody was cheering at the top of their lungs throughout. And again, it was a pitcher's battle. It was 0-0 through 7 until Thome finally homered and gave the White Sox the one and only run scored in the game. And as I will tell you, it was as much adrenaline and as much emotion in that park. It felt like it was on par for me just as much as the World Series. And I think it was because, you don't get these moments too often where you need to win or your season's over. And that's exactly what we have at stake tonight. Obviously, a little more at stake, not just a playoff berth, but, of course, the World Series championship on the line for both the Dodgers and Blue Jays tonight. So, that's what that took me back to. I was thinking about it. We've got a Game 7 here tonight, and the White Sox back in 2008 were able to win their lone, at least in my lifetime, winner-go-home situation. So it was a pretty cool moment to think about and be in attendance for. And I cannot wait to watch tonight Game 7 in Toronto as Max Scherzer will take the mound for the Blue Jays, and he will be opposed by the game's biggest star, Shohei Ohtani. So it should be fantastic theater. I'm Jeff Meller here on White Sox Weekly. Hey, Sox fans, stay up to date on all things White Sox by following the team's official social media accounts. Don't miss a minute of the action on and off the field. Follow at White Sox on social today. We'll come back and wrap it up. I do want to play some of the highlights from Game 3, that 18-inning affair. What a game. One of the best World Series games you will ever see as we revel in our final day of baseball today, right here on White Sox Weekly on ESPN 1000.
This is White Sox Weekly on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Tomorrow, the Bears take on the Bengals. Hi, everybody. It's Jeff Joniak. Along with Tom Thayer and Jason McKee, we bring you the call starting at noon. Plus a full day of coverage surrounding the game. From pregame tailgate at 8 to post-game into the evening. This is the place to be on Sunday. Brought to you in part by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. It's Bears and Bengals live from Cincinnati. Kickoff tomorrow at noon on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
At Wintrust, our approach is to let Southside fans show off their Southside pride anytime, anywhere. With the White Sox debit card from Wintrust Community Banks, you're not just swiping, you're making a statement.
It's like a megaphone for your wallet.
Broadcasting your Sox pride with every transaction. Open an eligible checking account. Visit wintrust.com/Sox today. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Member FDIC.
Is your roof underperforming? Saggy shingles, leaky spots? Sounds like someone needs a little Avondale Roofing. They don't just patch things up, they go all the way. Tight, sealed, satisfied. It's the kind of roof that'll have your neighbors going,
now that's a roof.
Avondale Roofing. They get on top so you don't have to. Call now. Your house deserves it.
A certified GAF roofing installer.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Find your next car at hawkauto.com. Choose from 12 Hawk Auto locations at Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Save with 0% financing or make no payments for 90 days. Plus save even more with our complimentary maintenance plan. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk.
HawkAuto.com.
Financing and plan on select models with approved credit.
When your team's best players have all been traded and the latest pick is overrated, just raise a glass with a friend or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. May your team be great and your picks be true, and if it falls apart, you'll know what to do. Just raise a glass with a fan or two and tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. It's a crazy world, so what do? You tell them more, tell them more, tell them more, do. Hey! Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by William Grant & Sons, Inc., New York, New York.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check Kirk Herbstreit's pregame analysis first, before talking to your brother-in-law.
In this game, the key thing to watch will be the offensive line versus their front seven. If they can get pressure without blitzing, this could be a long night.
Okay, Kirk.
I know stuff.
Ooh, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees. It should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee, included with every tire purchase with paid installation. You'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and zero for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the limited lifetime tire guarantee, only at Midas.
This is Chicago's home for sports.
On app.
The ESPN Chicago app.
In HD.
FM 100.3 HD2.
And of course on AM.
ESPN 1000.
This is White Sox Weekly.
Swing and a high fly ball. Left field. On its way. Out of here. Into the bullpen of the Dodgers. Over the left field wall, Teoscar Hernandez and the Dodgers strike first. It's 1-0 affair. He swings and drives one. Deep right field. On its way. Gone. Right field. And over the wall, Shohei Ohtani. 3-2. Line drive. Right field. That's a base hit. Barger up with it. Freeman coming to the plate. Barger's throw on the money, and he got him. Oh, Addison Barger. Breaking ball hammered center field. That one back. Pages near the wall. Racing back, and it's gone. A 3-run homer. Alejandro Kirk. Swinging a drive. Left field. Way back. And gone. mean, this guy is unreal. Swing and a line drive, fair ball into the right field corner. Schneider around second towards third. Hernandez picks it up. Throw to Edman. Edman's throw to the plate. To Smith. Tag! Out at the plate! Swing and a little roller to the right side. Edman up with it. Shovels with the glove, and they get the runner at first. Swing and a high fly ball, center field. Varsho back, near the wall, at the track. Gone! Freddie Freeman! A home run to center field. Freeman walks it off in the 18th.
What a game. That was game 3, one of the best World Series games you will ever see played. And now we get a game 7 tonight. The 2 best words in sports. Game 7. You can hear that Game 7 World Series right here tonight, right here on your home of the Major League Baseball postseason. ESPN 1000, and your home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago. Hey, Sox fans, sign up to become a White Sox insider and get special offers, single game ticket pre-sales, and other exciting content delivered free to your inbox. Visit whitesox.com/insider today. Thanks so much for listening to White Sox Weekly this week. We're back again next week, obviously. We'll be talking a lot about Game 7. We will have a World Series champion crowned tonight. We'll talk about it next week. Thanks to Aiden O'Connor for producing this week. Again, I'm Jeff Meller. Thanks so much for listening, folks, each and every Saturday here on your home of the Chicago White Sox, ESPN 1000. Coming up next here, you've got Georgia against Florida. That is going to be college football here on ESPN Chicago. And then after that, as I mentioned, all day long, Game 7 of the World Series, Shohei Ohtani against Max Scherzer. Cannot wait. Great drama and theater. Stay tuned to your home for postseason baseball, ESPN 1000.
After seeing some hoops or pucks at the UC, let the CTA be your drive home. The number 19 United Center Express bus takes you from the arena to Union Station, Ogilvie, and Michigan Avenue for just $3. If you've ever waited